Why, hello! Welcome to the Captain's Cast on the Swords and Starships channel. I am your host, Captain Garrett. Hi, how are you on a Saturday? I know it's not Sunday, but the Captain has certain issues that must be resolved, and so we are going to do the Captain's Cast on a Saturday instead. So I hope you will forgive me, my dear sailors and star nuts. We have got to talk about so much. The stack of stuff is bursting. We have Veilguard collapse, total free fall. I've got a just fabulous breakdown by Endymion on that one. We have the Mission Impossible Final Reckoning trailer has come out. I have not seen it, and I want to react with you, my dear sailors and star nuts. Trouble is brewing. Trouble is brewing. Gladiator 2, by all reports, sucks. Oh, who could have predicted that? Huh? Who could have predicted that? A movie which needs no sequel, which has a character that died in the first film 20 years ago by a director who clearly has lost the plot. Who could have predicted this? Just a mindless cash grab. Run it through the algorithm wood chipper. Trouble is brewing, chat. We got Daredevil Born Again. We have Grizzy Shills. You know, the wackos, the Shills. You know, it's funny. They just want good Star Wars. They just want good Marvel. They just want everybody to be kind and to be good in the fandom and just be better. They just want everything to be welcoming and inclusive. They don't have a political agenda, except they are all melting down and threatening to leave X over the return of the Orange Man. Long may he reign. And he will. We'll tune up the Shills a little bit. We'll tune up the Shills. But before all of that, my dear chat, The Penguin has concluded its first season run. This is like Gladiator 2, a show I never asked for. I wasn't really a big fan of The Batman with Matt Reeves. I kind of tend to think that, who the hell's got, he's Edward in Twilight. I cannot remember, Robert Pattinson. He's like the lamest Bruce. I'll take George Clooney over Robert Pattinson. I'm not shitting you. He's kind of the lamest Bruce Wayne of all time. I'm serious about this. He doesn't seem like a detective. He doesn't seem like a tough guy. He doesn't seem like a noble hero. He just kind of seems like a whiny goth teenager to me. And that movie, while having some really positive qualities, I'm speaking of Matt Reeves, the Batman, of course, and it is kind of a late 90s punk rock throwback, which is odd. So it's nostalgia for me. It has just the strangest, like, pacing. It's so long, and it just goes on forever. So, and then you have the very odd choice of Colin Farrell, you know, being put into this fat suit to the point where he's completely unrecognizable. What's the point of that? You know? And then they make a prequel. Well, no, I'm sorry. It's not a prequel. It's a sequel series that is essentially an origin story of this Penguin iteration. This was a recipe for a complete nothing burger of a show that nobody asked for, nobody wanted, nobody watched, and was a complete failure, a fart in the wind. That is what this show is a recipe for. It turns out it might be the most brilliant show of the year. The final episode was an absolute stem winder. Actually, the penultimate episode blew the doors off. The penultimate episode blew the doors off the hinges, folks. And you know something, which is strange, because the Shills told me that I could never support a show in which a woman is leading the show, or the chief writer or director. I could never support a show in which a woman was in charge. And yet, we have Lauren LeFranc in the thumbnail of this stream. Lauren LeFranc, the showrunner, creator, and a writer on every episode. The showrunner of the show, the creative vision behind it, absolutely nailed it. It's one of the smartest written shows I've seen in a long time. It was powerful. The ending was powerful, and it told one hell of an origin story for a B-list Batman character that I am telling you right now, this has got me excited for the next Batman movie. This has got me excited for the next Matt Reeves Batman. And I'm going to tell you something else. It's fascinating to compare the Penguin with Joker Folie à Deux, the abortive attempt by Todd Phillips to apparently tell an origin story for the Joker, who is not the Joker. The incredible thing about the Penguin is it basically accomplishes exactly what the Arthur Fleck story in Joker Folie à Deux fails to do, which is it starts out with a version of the Penguin that I do not believe could be a threat to Batman. But by the end of the show, this Penguin is a threat to Batman. Holy shit, folks. Lauren LeFranc is officially a showrunner to watch. She is right up there for me with Vince Gilligan at this point. We are going to keep a sharp eye on Lauren LeFranc because this show was spectacular. Absolutely spectacular. This finale, it crushed my soul in a really, really good way. In frankly the way Joker Folie à Deux should have. But we'll get into more of that in a minute. First, you, chat. How are you on a Saturday? Mr. Producer, the chat must be heard. Anthony Tibbetts says, and here we go. In fact, go. I had that clip ready for you, Anthony. I had it ready. But now listen, I do not mean this critically. Joseph Ricci, if you're out there, I don't mean this critically. I want to talk to you about the Penguin because you seem to be really negative on the show, and there's nothing wrong with that. You're entitled to your opinion. I am a curious man. I'm curious what you think about it because kind of this is my suspicion without you being here. I can't know your thoughts, but I suspect that the concern with a show like this is the bait and switch MCU girl boss situation. That being with Sophia Falcone, later Sophia Gigante. And I'll tell you something. Yes, in the hands of a lesbian headlamp, that absolutely would have happened. This in the hands of an Alex Kurtzman, this would have happened. In the hands of a Jennifer Salk, that would have happened. But I got to tell you, and look, I have no illusions, okay? All of the people writing this show, acting in the show, they're all probably, most likely, extreme liberal to wacko crazy progressive. The difference is, clearly, they're talented. Clearly, they understand complexity in storytelling. Clearly, they were in this for the vision of the characters. And I'll tell you, Sophia Gigante is like one of my favorite characters of the year. She's in contention. Like, she was so brilliant. And by the way, she did not undermine the protagonist and star of the show, which is the Penguin. And I'll get to Colin Farrell in a second, because his performance is just unbelievable. Unbelievable in this show. But so is she. But the point is, she is his antagonist throughout the series, and she's brilliant as a foil to his character. So what I'm saying is, when a badass babe is done correctly, right, it's incredible how it elevates both characters. Both characters just hit these heights by the end of the season that is stunning. And with the way it ended, and I'm going to be cryptic about this because no spoilers until there's like an official warning later in the show. The way it ended, I don't know if they're going to ever do a season 2 of this. Now, that's not to say they can't, but it's going to be a very different show if there's a season 2. I'm so excited for the next Batman film. I can't. The way it ends, the last shot, the final image of the show is so good. It's so brilliant. If you're a fan of Batman, you're going to like the final image of this show. All right, so back to you, chat. Sorry, I just got excited. Shane is in the chat. Oh, hi, Shane. Good to see you, my friend. Says Forgiven. Skunk says Gladiator 2. Yeah, I know. It's like you know what's so funny? Gladiator 2 is going to be a pile of trash. Why? Because of course it is. Because fucking of course it is. That's why. However, let's be rational and sober about this. Robert Meyer Burnett, whom I greatly respect and admire, long involved in Star Trek, was correct that Terry Matalas' Star Trek Picard Season 3 was excellent in spite of all the other Kurtzman dreck. But he apparently thinks that Gladiator 2 was good, or he was telling... I don't know the details, but I heard on the grapevine that it was supposedly good. And I have to leave open the okay, I could be wrong about this. Rarely, it does occur. The captain is wrong. But rarely. But I have to allow the possibility as an ethical man, as an ethical captain of the ship. And is it possible Gladiator 2 is good? Well, I was starting to think maybe. And then I heard what some people I trust think about it who've seen it, and I'm like, of course it's terrible. Of course it is. This is a stupid idea for a sequel. I really hope Ridley Scott... No, actually, I should say James Cameron should direct Titanic 2. That's literally what it should be. James Cameron goes and makes Titanic 2, and he's stone cold serious about it. That's how dumb of an idea this is. Skunk's Workshop says, a sequel to Russell Crowe's, that makes zero sense. Yeah, no, did you not know about this, Skunks? This is coming out next week. It's already in theaters abroad, overseas. Beardo's Dummy Thick Peach says, hail to the Orange Man. Yes. Long may he reign. Anthony Tibbet says, Hollywood doesn't make sense at all, so no surprise there. Skunk's Workshop says, but nonetheless, I'm still surprised. I don't think anyone could see that one coming. Ridley Scott is in such a bizarre place as a creative. Like, he's just going and rehashing all of his own stuff, and it's all terrible. Like, I hate Prometheus. I hated that movie when I saw it, and I was so mad because, oh, damn. You know, a friend of mine recently asked me what my top 3 worst films of all time were, and I was kind of struggling to find one, because in order to fit that category, it can't just be something bad, because there's plenty of that. It has to be something offensive. And I said Rise of Skywalker was one. But I was grasping for some others, and I think I said Batman v Superman might be in my top 3 worst films of all time. Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, yes. Yes, Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. But I still felt like that wasn't quite right. I might have to say, I completely lost my train of thought. Never. Braveheart 2, Skunk's Workshop says. What was I going to say? I can't even remember what I was going to say. I went on this tangent, and I completely undid my entire line of thought. I'm not as good at the weave as the Orange Man. The weave takes talent. It takes talent. What was the movie I was thinking of? Oh, well, it'll come to me. Anthony Tibbet says, I sure didn't. And on top of that, Pedro Pascal. Yeah, that alone is like, no thanks. Why is he in everything? He's like cranberry in all the other juices. It's like cran raspberry, cran strawberry, cran grape. And that's what you have with Pedro Pascal. It's like movie plus Pedro. Why? Why is he in all these movies? He sucked as Joel. I can't understand why people like The Last of Us with him. It was terrible. I hated that show. Skunk says, can't stand that guy. I mean, I liked him as Prince Oberyn, the Viper. He was great. He was great as that character. Why is he in everything now? I just don't understand that. Down, Siri. Skunk's Workshop says, we are in for such a good show. Well, thank you, Skunks. You are in for a good show. The captain is loaded for bear today. Chomping at the bit. Beardo's Dummy Thick Peach says, I can't believe Snape killed Dumbledore. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that, man. Wrangler says, a whole lot of hola. Hail, Wrangler. Wrangler is in the chat. Morbius of Krell is in the chat. Says, hail, Captain. Hail, fellow crewmates. Welcome aboard, sir. Assume you'll post. Poor Star Fury. He's going to be sitting all alone waiting for it to start tomorrow, and I'm going to feel really bad about that. Look, if you're not on the Discord, I can't be held responsible for you not knowing about changes of plans. The link is in the description. It's a permalink. Join the Discord. Join the crew of the Swords and Starships, our continuing mission to explore strange, fictional worlds and to hold back, to defeat, to destroy the woke hive mind. Erigma Varelian is in the chat. Where is it? I lost it. There it is. He says hail. Pronoun age Veilguard has fail in the name. Dude, this Veilguard, holy shit, folks. It is an absolute unmitigated disaster. It is, there are no less than 4 pronoun apology Maoist struggle sessions in this piece of trash. It's unbelievable. Dude, BioWare, listen, I predicted this months ago. If you've been watching this live stream, you know what I said. I said BioWare is done for. Done for. The wackos have got their hooks into that company. You are never going to get sober, grounded military science fiction Mass Effect ever again. It's not going to happen. And believe me, I don't like being right about this. I hate being right about this. But I am right about this. And the scary thing is I was way more right than I even realized. That company is it is screwed. Fu Man Blue is in the chat. Hail, Fu Man. Fu Man Blue. Okay, yeah, someone said Ridley Scott. That triggered my, I just remembered. I was going on that long rant. So a friend asked me my top 3 worst films. I should have considered Prometheus. You know why? I'll tell you why. That's why you're here, to hear why. Because I was so excited for Prometheus. I loved the marketing for that film. I loved all the trailers. I thought the kind of breadth and scope of the idea, like, oh, it's humanity's first search for life, and where did we come from? And the opening imagery and like music of the film is just phenomenal. And then like Guy Pearce playing Waylon and Michael Fassbender as David, who is, regardless of how crappy those films are, he is a great character and super interesting. And, like, I'm so pulled in by this. I can't wait to just explore this world. And then they get to the planet, and the whole movie just goes completely off the rails. Nothing that happens in it makes any sense. And at the end of it, I'm left feeling cheated. I'm left feeling robbed. And I was so angry. I was so mad. I was like, I wanted to love this movie, and it was stupid as hell. I like there's a scene in the movie, right, where they're in this alien craft, and this evil, like super scary, like alien snake thing that's hissing opens up its face at one of the explorers, you know? And he's like, and it's like, and the guy's like, oh, isn't it cute? And he wants to pet it. He wants to pet the alien snake that's hissing at him. Like, what the fuck? Dude, like, rule number 1 of exploring strange alien planets: don't pet scary looking alien snakes in dark, tombs. Don't do that. It's a bad idea, pal. What do you think happens next? It's seriously as dumb as if Ripley, or no, maybe a fairer example is like if Captain Dallas in the first Alien had wanted to pet the xenomorph. Oh, look how cute it is. Oh, it bit me. It's like, well, no shit, Sherlock. It's sitting there hissing at you. What do you think it's going to do? Just cuddle up for you with a nap, have a nap with you? No, it's not going to happen. Morbius of Krell says, I feel sorry for Sir Ridley. I think he's an old school director trying to stay relevant in woke Hollywood. Perhaps. Napoleon is one of the worst period biopic films I have ever seen, about one of the greatest, in terms of fascination, one of the most interesting historical figures of all time. Like Napoleon's actual life is so incredible. Like he's a legendary character. And no, for the wackos out there, that doesn't mean I condone or admire what he did. I'm saying he's a fascinating character, like Julius Caesar, like any fascinating historical figure. And it's incredible to me how that movie was like it just narrated stuff. It was just like, 18 such and such, Napoleon does this. 18 such and such, Napoleon does that. And I'm just like, that's not a story. That's not how you do a biopic. It's terrible. Really terrible. Anthony says, I don't use pronouns because my hair is a normal color and I'm completely sane. Yes, exactly. It's the blue hair dye. It's getting into their brains. Stormcrow says, Gentle Stormcrow is in the chat and says, my pronouns are F/O, which stands for feck off. Don't we know it? Eric Ma Varillion, also known as Black Knight, has his own Iron Age science fiction space opera. Check it out. Check it out. We have Valen. No, is it Valen the Lothar? Valen the Lotharian. Valen the Lotharian, which is he's basically what the Mandalorian should be. He goes out and kicks some slaver ass and just imagine if the Mandalorian were based. You know what I mean? Dude, you know what the Mandalorian should have been? He should have been frickin' Pale Rider. You know what I'm saying? Shit's going down on some planet. You know, bad guys are doing bad things. Imperial Remnant, they're just like, doing heinous shit. And the local sheriff tries to stand up to him, and so they nail him to a cross. And the whatever weird Star Wars creatures are pecking out his eyes. It's hideous. It's horrible. Like the opening moments of Tombstone when the cowboys just like plunder a wedding and they drag the poor guy's wife off. You know what happens then. It's horrifying. So that when justice arrives, you're ready for it. That's what the Mandalorian should have been. He arrives in that town and he starts kicking ass, and they're like, and you have great lines where the villains are like, why won't you just die? And it doesn't matter because he's too smart for him. He just comes out of the smoke. It'd be awesome. This is the way. Fuck. Instead we get, have you heard of the Mythosaur? The mighty Mythosaur? So who cares about the freaking Mythosaur? Enigmar says it gets even paler in book 2. Valen and the Bunker of Death. Based. All right, let's talk a little bit about the Penguin. The Penguin. Again, nobody asked for this show, which honestly should be the genesis of like if you're going to make something that is, let's call it a risk, something that is niche, like Joker Foliade or Gladiator Foliade. That's what I'm going to call it. That's what I'm going to call it. Gladiator Foliade. If you're going to make something like that, you should have a really clear vision for why you're doing it and what it's going to be about. And what I found with this Penguin show is that it starts out right as this full triumphant story, right? About kind of a low tier gangster. And, yes, he's a bad guy. And everyone in the show, they're all bad guys, right? It's the Sopranos, basically, where everyone we're dealing with is bad guys. That's the level set part of it. But what makes the Penguin endearing is he kind of has disadvantages. He's an underdog. He has this limp. He walks like a penguin. Everyone calls him the Penguin. He's ugly. And he kind of doesn't know it, which is kind of funny, He takes care of his mother, who's got like Alzheimer and dementia. It's clear that she's part of what's motivating him to succeed. He takes pity on this thief who's trying to steal the rims on his car, Victor Aguilar, played magnificently by what's his name? Let me grab this. Actually, no, wait. I hang on. I don't want to slow down the stream with IMDb because it's just murder. Renzi Feliz. That's right. Renzi Feliz, who deserves great credit for his incredibly endearing performance in this. So he's this young guy, tries to steal the rims off the Penguin's car. The Penguin takes him hostage and almost just disposes of him after he disposes of the body of, I believe is it Tony Falcone? It's the son of Falcone. Not Falcone. They don't call him that. Anyway, Falcone's son. He disposes of. But Victor talks the Penguin into sparing his life and letting him join his crew, right? And so they form this kind of little buddy relationship. Victor kind of wants to. His parents were killed by the events of the Batman when the seawall broke, and when they show the backstory to that, it's really heartbreaking and awesome. It's really, really well done, and you get this kind of, the Penguin lost his brothers. He lost his brothers in childhood, so he's all alone. And you get the feeling that Victor's kind of become something of like a little brother to him. He sees himself in Victor. They both grew up in the same neighborhood. They both are kind of part of the ignored class of society. Everyone overlooks them. They're both underdogs, right? And they start to form this friendship as a result of it. And it's twisted. It's a twisted relationship because the Penguin's a bad guy and he's corrupting this kid. He's corrupting him. But in a way that sort of in the way that gangs corrupt young people because they give them a sense of belonging and brotherhood. That there's a character in the show named Rex that they reveal in the penultimate episode he's like the local drug lord when the Penguin was a kid. And he has this great speech where he talks about how the way that he recruits young men into his gang is he sets himself up as the father that they never had. And by doing that, they'll do anything for him. Like, that's way better than money in his view, because money can only buy work. It can't buy loyalty. But if you set yourself up as the father figure to a young man, now you have them for life, right? It's super cynical and evil. And why is Siri calling out the time? Why are you doing that? Siri and I have a difficult relationship. It's, sorry, I didn't mean to involve you, my dear sailors and star nuts. Where was I? Yeah, so you have Victor and the Penguin are forming this kind of like bond, this sort of big brother, younger brother bond. Meanwhile, Sophia Falcone, who has been implicated as the hangman for having hung all of these women, she's believed to be this murderer who's been in Arkham Asylum. She gets out and she sniffs out that the Penguin must have murdered her brother, and she's on his trail. And so this is what creates immediately their kind of enmity, shall we say. Now, in like the first 3 episodes of the show, the Penguin is incredibly endearing because of this kind of friendship he's forming with Victor. You get the sense that he's trying to kind of look after this kid in his own sick way. Let's be fair. But also there's a part of me that's rooting for Victor to realize that, like, I know this is what you're kind of starving for. You want to have like some kind of success in life, but I hope he figures out this isn't the way to do it. Like, the Penguin is a broken person. Like, you don't need to be hanging out with him. And the thing is, you're sort of rooting for the Penguin because he's the fool triumphant. He's got a kind of innocence in this world of super, super devious criminals that'll just cut your throat as soon as look at you. You get the feeling that the Penguin is the product of his environment. And slowly over the course of the show, they start to reveal more and more about Sophia's backstory. They start to reveal more about the Penguin. And you start to realize that things are not quite what you thought they were. And by the end of this show, you realize that you were not watching a fool triumphant story about a lovable underdog anti-hero. This was a monster in the house story all along. And this was about a monster made of pure evil. And it was, and the fact that you didn't realize that as the viewer is also, it's right in line with the fact that many of the people the Penguin manipulate don't know that, right? He's so good at manipulating people and always sounding like the victim that you kind of get swindled by him. And the show, in the right way, I believe, by simply withholding information you didn't know about him until the right time, it's like, dude, this is like a really good, everything sort of turns on its head by the end of the show in a good way, in a really good way. I'm being cryptic because I don't want to spoil anything if you haven't seen the final episode. But when they finally land this bird, the Penguin is absolutely a serious threat. He is, in fact, by the end of this show, I was like, Batman needs to get on this. Like, we need Batman. Like, it's clear. It's actually clear why only Batman could take him on by the end. How freaking genius is that? Now, how hard would it have been, Todd Phillips, to simply deliver that with the Joaquin Phoenix Joker? That's what we wanted. We wanted it to start out as Arthur Fleck, this sad, dumb little clown who's getting his ass beat. and then he pops off and he shoots a couple yuppies, takes out a game show host, but that doesn't make him a threat to Batman. He's not a clever guy, right? So how does he get there, right? What if by the end of Joker, he got there? And by the end of it, we're like, holy shit, now I see why he's the threat to Batman, right? That's what the Penguin does. It completely succeeds where the Arthur Fleck character study fails. It's really a fascinating comparison, I have to say, because it's kind of the same exact thing. It's like this show is a character study of a sort of less of kind of a lower tier Batman villain. Well, the Joker obviously is not a lower tier Batman villain, but basically it's a show that is just a character study of this character. And I think, given all the things that unfold by the end, I think it totally honors the character in the comics. He becomes the fully realized comic book Penguin by the end. Like 100%. It's awesome. I was even kind of doubting a little that he was going to become the full-blown comic book Penguin, but he does. He does, and it's so good. And the way that his conflict with Sophia resolves at the end is amazing. The actress who plays his mother, Deidre O'Connell, turns in an absolutely incredible performance in the show. She is so believable as this tortured woman who lost two of her sons, who is facing Parkinson's and dementia and all kinds of problems. She doesn't always know where she is. She's got this kind of mean streak about her. The way she plays this character, all the actors in the show basically should be in contention for an award because they all just tore it up. It was phenomenal. Most of all, Colin Farrell. I mean, this might be one of the best. This might be the best character he's ever played. I mean, he's just so damn good, and the way he misleads you about who he is in the show is so artful. It is just so deftly done. Seamless is the word I would use. That this was the character. See, the reason that we talk about a bait and switch in other shows that fail is that the problem is the character is not grounded in any consistency. The character, perfect example is Osha, right? In The Acolyte. She just does whatever the writer wants her to do at a given time. Oh, she wants to join the Jedi. Now she wants to abandon the Jedi. She wants to save her sister. Now she wants to kill her sister. But there's never any rhyme or reason to it all. Right? And so a bait and switch is when the character violates what was established in the beginning. What's brilliant about this show is everything that these characters was there right from the beginning, right? You just didn't quite know everything you needed to know about them until the end. And that is splendid storytelling. It's very fun. It's very fun to watch. And I will say that, like, Kristen Milioti plays one of the sexiest, most plausible female, like, crime boss badasses you've ever seen. She uses her feminine wiles. She has moments of vulnerability, moments of unpredictability. The actress who plays her, like, she is magnetic. She has true charisma. You remember how I told you that, like, Kaylee Spaney is the default human? You know what I mean? Alien Romulus, she's attractive. She's attractive. I don't know. No disrespect. She's a talented actor. I couldn't pick her out of a lineup. I don't know why. She just has a forgettable face. She kind of like the actress who played what's her name in Prometheus. She's forgettable. Kristen Milioti as this character of Sophia she's electrifying. Like, you can't get her out of your head. In addition to being hot, she's just brilliant. Every scene she's in is so much fun. And when her and the Penguin are sort of mentally and verbally sparring, it's exciting. It's like awesome. So I'm almost to the point where I could get to spoilers, but I'm not going to get there quite yet because I want to jump in the chat. However, what I will say, I think I covered Deidre O'Connell, brilliant. Kristen Milioti, brilliant. Clancy Brown, of course, awesome. What was the name of the actress? I had trouble pronouncing her name, but It's in here somewhere. She's the Iranian actress who played uh, Salvatore Maloney's wife. Um, IMDb. I'll just chance it for a minute. Shohreh Aghdashloo. That's right. Shohreh Aghdashloo, who is just great in the show. Theo Rossi, who was in Sons of Anarchy, plays Dr. Julian Rush. He is a brilliant character. Like, every character in this show is excellent. Gotham is such a great character, and it visually is consistent with what you expect from the Batman film. Trying to think if there's anyone I left out. I think that the actor who plays Victor Aguilar, Renzi Feliz, he would actually make a really good Miles Morales. I'm serious. If you were going to do a live action Miles Morales, he would be great. But he turns in this performance that is just, it's vulnerable, it's innocent, it's likable. He provides this anchor to the story that is absolutely essential, because everyone in this show is a piece of shit. Like, everyone in it is a wacko piece of shit, but Victor is the one exception. He's the one character that you're very much rooting for. He's kind of, he really is kind of like an innocent person who is being tempted towards darkness. And the question is, will he give in? What will he become, right? And that's such a necessary character for this season to work. So the Penguin, the captain's rating of the Penguin is 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10 bars on the epaulets. This show is complex. It is nuanced. It is grounded and gritty. It is an absolutely brilliant character study. I am officially a fan of showrunner Lauren LeFranc. She is one to watch. She clearly knows what she's doing. Hey Disney, hey Lucasfilm, why don't you hire her? You know what I mean? Hire her to do a show. Oh, you won't? No, Siri, go away. I don't know what's setting her off, folks. That's driving me crazy, though. But that's what you should do. Imagine if they got Lauren LeFranc to do a show about Jedi versus Sith. I think it could be awesome. Imagine if they got her to do a Marvel show instead of these wacko blue hair lunatics who are like, oh, pronouns, and lots of LGBT characters. And it's like, I'm not saying that Lauren LeFranc isn't progressive. There definitely are themes in the story, right? About like women feeling sort of oppressed by their fathers and stuff. But you know what they never say in the show once? It's not uttered one time in the show, the word patriarchy. It is never uttered in the show, right? That's the difference between great storytelling and wacko woke propaganda bullshit, right? In a woke propaganda show like The Acolyte, you would hear Sophia going around like, oh, we have to smash the patriarchy, and I'm non-binary now, and all that kind of just drivel. But instead what you get is the character simply lives it. Her father frames her for the murder of her own mother and gets her thrown in Arkham. And she realizes that she hates her father and his entire legacy, and it's been oppressing her all of her life, and she feels like she's been defined by all the men of her family, right? So I'm not even saying that this show is written by, like, based MAGA writers. It's not, nor do I need it to be. All we ever wanted was nuanced characters that have good reasons for why they are the way they are, for why they believe the things they believe, and why they do the things they do. And it's amazing what happens if you just give us that. You will have a brilliant show. So The Penguin, 10 out of 10, one of the best shows of the year. You absolutely have to watch it. Absolute flawless finish. I love the ending. I think it was brilliant, excellent. If there's a second season, I'll watch it. If there's the next Batman film, I expect to see the Penguin as the bad guy, because I think that will be rad. So I'm here for it. It was excellent. Star Fury is in the chat. Why Star Fury? Good to see you. The unreliable narrator, classic storytelling. Indeed it is. Star Fury says, I wish I had watched The Penguin, but all the modern media has caused such ennui in me that I can't bring myself to watch anything current. So sad. Wait, hang on a second. I don't know this word. Ennui. Oh, yes, it's a French word. A French word that describes a feeling of boredom and weariness, or a combination of the two. Ennui. Starfury taught the captain a new word. Starfury, it 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 troubles me deeply that you feel such ennui that you will not give the show a chance. Look, I watched all 10 episodes. Oh wait, 8 episodes, sorry. I watched all 8 episodes. I've seen it beginning to end. You have the captain's seal of approval. There is no bait and switch. There is no stunning and brave girl boss smashing the patriarchy. I mean, she kind of does, but it makes sense for the story. And it's, trust me when I tell you, it doesn't end the way you think it's going to end. It really doesn't. Like, and that's in a good way. That's in a good way, right? So give it a shot. Like, it's pretty good. I kind of wish I kind of want to spoil the ending because I want to tell you like how the ending of this show had me thinking about it for a while because I was just like it was profoundly. I can't, if I say too much, it's going to give it away. But I'll just say that it was shocking. Like it was kind of a shocking and stunning turn that I wasn't expecting. It stays with you. It really in the best kind of way because you're turning it over in your mind and you're thinking to yourself, Batman's got to get this fucker. like Batman has got to get this fucker. That's the way I felt at the end of the show. That's how you deliver on the promise of the premise. What's that so freaking hard, Hollywood? The promise of the premise. I came to see the Penguin become the Penguin, who is a threat to Batman. And that's what I got. And it's awesome. It's awesome. So Colin Farrell said in an interview, like, if you don't hate the Penguin by the end of this show, like, there's something wrong with you. And some people interpreted that to be kind of like a Todd Phillips modern Hollywood, like, oh, if you like Rorschach or if you like Arthur Fleck, ew, gross, you're probably a Trump-supporting chud. Incel. You know, and so some people were thinking that that's kind of what Colin Farrell was saying. Like, if you think Walter White is cool, you're an incel. You're scum. And it's, trust me when I tell you, bro, that's not what he meant. Colin Farrell was saying, believe me, you will not like this character by the end. And he was right. In the best freaking way, he was right. Don't get me wrong. I like this character. I love this character. He's a great villain. And I love the villains. He's a great villain. The Penguin is an excellent villain, which is what is supposed to happen. That is what is supposed to happen. Great. You gotta see it, man. I'm telling you. It's a really good show. Star Fury. You and everybody else. You and everybody else with a Y chromosome. I'd smash Kristen Miliotti's matriarchy. I love what Ryan Cannell, the angriest man on the internet, says. That he just wants her to sit on his face. That's basically. Dude, she's so like entrancing in the show. Like she's got that. She is a character actor. Like she is. Who knew? She was the mom on How I Met Your Mother at the end when they reveal who the mother is. It's her. What else was she in? I forget. Like what else was that kind of surprised me? Hang on a second. She was in something else that I had sort of forgotten about. She was in that Black Mirror episode. I forget which one, but she's got that face. It's like she's familiar. Where is it? What was she in that I saw? Black Mirror. Yeah, I saw that one. The Wolf of Wall Street. She was in that one. I don't know. I guess it'll come to me. But in any case, you just wouldn't think she was this kind of actress. But holy moly. I've still got Star Fury's comment there. That's our sweet prince across the pond. Beardo said he wishes Oh, Starfury saying the large forehead, referring to Ryan Cannell, the angriest man on the internet of RK Outpost. The large forehead actually has brains, a lot of surface area for Kristen to get comfortable, and he definitely wishes. Beardo's dummy thick peach agrees with Ryan. Starfury says, Chud supporting incel here, boys. But yeah, that's the thing about Kristen Milioti is she has that kind of magnetic person. She has that magnetic performance ability that like really good character actors have. Like what is like a who's one of my absolute favorites? It's just such a great example of this. He's the guy. He's in everything, but I'm forgetting his name right now. He played the bad guy in Rogue One. Which is like, there's so many more roles he's in, but it's all I can think of right now that he's in. What was it? Delay of game. Seriously? You would think it would be at the top here. You would think it would be... Ben Mendelsohn, that's it. Yes, Orson Krennic. Ben Mendelsohn. Here we go. He's such a good character actor. Unlike Pedro Pascal, I actually like seeing him in everything. It's this guy. Ben Mendelsohn. Just like always, a really interesting actor. So yeah, Kristen Milioti, she has that ability to kind of draw you in. So absolutely recommend The Penguin. I don't know. Should I spoil it? Should I do it? No, I'm not gonna spoil it. I may have to spoil it soon though, so you got to watch it, Stoffy. I am watching Arcane. I'm rewatching Arcane Season 1. I'm going to watch Arcane Season 2, and I will report to you my thoughts on Arcane Season 2. I'm very excited for it. So I have lots of work to do. Starfury says, how dare you like the white man, you bigot. I know. It's a failing. It's a failing of my character. Let's check out the new Mission Impossible trailer. If you don't know, I am like a giant fan of the Mission Impossible films. Like, super fan. Now, Mission Impossible Fallout is one of the greatest action films ever made. Like, hands down. Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1 was really good, but not nearly as good as Fallout. They're trying to do sort of the Infinity War endgame of the Mission Impossible series, I think. And I feel like they're kind of jumping the shark a little bit. But like the John Wick films, Tom Cruise and this character he's cultivated of Ethan Hunt are the product of just really solid work ethic. Just great work ethic. They put a lot of work into the stunts. They always show you something you've never seen before. James Bond has decided to just, self-terminate and just turn into a total bitch. And so now we're just left with Ethan Hunt, and that's all we can do. So I love these films. I'm excited to see how this concludes. So without further ado, allow me to share my screen. Yeah, Skunk's Workshop animation for Arcane looks so good. I haven't seen the show, though. Oh, you've got to watch it. The first season is excellent. Like, excellent. And the animation is really some of the best I've ever seen. I think Puss in Boots: The Last Wish is probably right up there. Some of the best animation I've ever seen. And Arcane is right up there. Like, the action scenes are like live-action movie action scenes. They're so well done. But they still have that flair and that larger-than-life quality that animation should have. So really, really well done. You got to check it out. Okay, this is my first reaction. I've saved my reaction for you, my dear chat, because that's how much I care about you. Please like and subscribe. Okay, here we go. By the way, this is how Bond trailers used to open. This is what Bond trailers used to be. A friend of mine mentioned tomorrow. What was it? The world? No, not the world is not enough. Tomorrow Never Dies. Tomorrow Never Dies, which was the second Pierce Brosnan Bond film, which is like one of my favorites. I really love that movie. And a guy I know mentioned that, and I was like, yes, I love that one. That's such a good one.
Our lives are not defined by any one action. Our lives are the sum of our choices.
Everything you are, everything you've done, has come to this.
When the need for certainty is absolute and the odds are deemed impossible, the mission falls to him.
Should he choose to accept? For every life you tried to save, you gambled millions more. And now the fate of every living soul on Earth is your responsibility.
All right, we'll pause it there for a second while I catch up on the chat real quickly. I had the wrong camera view. Damn it. Damn it. You know, you're not missing that much, though. I gotta tell you. It's a bit of a lukewarm intro here. I'm not, like, super into this in the first minute. Like, yeah, there's a lot of drama, and I'm enjoying the drama quality, but that's because I know the character and I know the adventures. But I gotta tell you, I'm just a little underwhelmed by the first minute of this. Staffyeti says, I have a horrible admission. I have never watched a Mission Impossible movie after the first one. I could never forgive them for fucking over the Jim Phelps character. Big agree. I really don't like the first Mission Impossible. I never watch it. I think it was the weakest of all of them. And I'm even one of the weirdos that loves Mission Impossible 2. No, listen to me. Listen to me, chat. I love Mission Impossible 2. It's a great movie. It's an excellent movie. Everybody who says it's bad is wrong about it. Look, you just have to understand it's a John Woo film and just go with it, man. You just have to. It was so cool. You know what? And I went to see it with a friend of mine at the time when it was in the theater, and he was like, "I wasn't that good." I was like, "Yes, it was." He was on motorcycles. Doug Ray Scott was this sneering Scottish villain. It was awesome. I loved it. They were doing all these, like, they were fighting on the beach. It was cool. It was just so cool. I love that movie. It's about stopping a plague. All right, but that aside, Mission Impossible 3, 4, and 5, really excellent, just really, really good. And they all build to this epic, epic story in Mission Impossible Fallout, which frankly could have been the end of the series, and it would have been a perfect ending. It would have been a perfect finale. Like, Mission Impossible Fallout just tears all the doors off and just goes wild. It's just so good. The story is so good. They weave in all the lore of all the previous films. It's so excellent. It's just so excellent, and it has a great ending. It has a great ending. And Henry Cavill... Wait, I can't tell you that. Never mind. You have to watch it, Staffyeti. You just simply must trust me, man. All right, let's continue with this one.
That's the pattern, isn't it?
What's with the running? He's always running. That's all. Every Mission Impossible trailer, it's Tom Cruise running. He's always running. Roll tape.
You refuse to sacrifice the ones you hold close.
You've always been on the right side, brother. I have no regrets. Neither should you.
I need you to trust me. One last time.
Nice finish there. That reminds me of like one of the greatest trailer moments of all time. Let me see if I can find it. Hang on a second. No. I will say I like Restream a lot more than StreamYards, but it has a couple of features that were a little bit nicer than StreamYards. But here it is. That reminds me a little bit. I think of this as the one.
Remember everything that happened.
No, that's not the one.
We defend it.
No, that's not the one. Dang it!
You asked me once. I say I have told you the truth.
All right. Remove. Stop sharing. This isn't. No, it's the one that uses the beautiful song from The Return of the King. Now the Five Armies trailer. Teaser. I'm like, do it. Okay, maybe it was this one. No, that's not it. That's not it. No, that's not it. This is so bizarre. Like, you would think you would find. There it is. I got it. I got it. Jeez, that should have been the first result. It's clearly the best. How could you want any other trailer? I remember when I saw this in theaters, and I'm not wild about these movies, but this was great.
To tread through shadow to the edge of night until the stars are all alight.
Yeah, so it's a teaser. Obviously, I can't play all that, but there was just this great closer to the trailer that was just so dang good.
Will you follow me? One last time.
Oh, does that not just tear your heart out? Oh, that is just amazing. That's such a great ending to that trailer. Will you follow me one last time? Because of course that's like the last movie in the Lord of the Rings canon. You know, you're kind of like, this is the last one. You know, so that even if you're not that excited about the movie, that tore my heart out. It just absolutely did, because it just brought back all the feelings of the Peter Jackson trilogy and all of that. It was. Yeah, no, so that's pretty great. So definitely, I feel like Mission Impossible is tapping into a little bit of that kind of energy with this trailer that they're doing. Are there any others? I wonder if I could find... We're just going down a Mission Impossible rabbit hole. I don't know why. Yes, try that one. Share screen. Here we go. I got to check for... Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, here we go.
Mission. Should you choose to accept it?
This is Mission Impossible Fallout, which is just one of the greatest action films of all time.
I wonder, did you ever choose not to? The end you always feared is coming. And the blood will be on your hands. The fallout of all your good intentions.
By the way, the scene in which the villain is saying all that is phenomenal. It is excellent in the movie. And that's really the theme stated of the whole movie. The fallout of all your good intentions. That's really what it's about.
You had a terrible choice to make in Berlin. One life over millions. And now the world is at risk.
This is the CIA's mission. If he had held on to the plutonium, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
And his team would be dead.
Yes, they would. That's the job. You don't understand.
Dude, that's a way better trailer. Oh man, this motorcycle chase in the movie is one of my favorite chase scenes in any movie. It was so good. It was so good.
Ethan, that's not who we are.
Maybe we need to reconsider that.
Dude, Henry Cavill tears it up in this movie. Just tears it up.
So, how is he?
Hell, you know. Same old Ethan.
Dude, this stunt is unbelievable.
What the hell is he doing?
I find it best not to look.
Dude, it's so good. It is such a great movie. I'd watch it any day of the week. It's so good. Wait, Mr. Producer. That's a way better trailer. So we'll see. We will see, my dear chat. We will see if the next entry is as good or better than the last, let's say. I appreciate you attempting to peer pressure Fu Man Blue. I appreciate you peer pressuring our dear Star Fury to watch Mission Impossible. He needs to. He needs to. Star Fury says, never Fu Man Blue. Jim Phelps was the best spy, better than Bond whilst I was growing up. Let's start out Star Fury. Well, you're not. I mean, I'm not going to argue with you, but I'm just saying. I don't know how I can argue with that. Yes, they did Jim Phelps dirty. They did him dirty. There's no denying that. But it's only in the first film. They never really reference it again. It's basically just, it's Ethan Hunt's story. And he's a pretty good character. Give him a chance. Erigmar says, Tokyo Drift is the best Fast and Furious movie. You know, I have never watched beyond the first Fast and Furious. I just never have. Star Fury says, best spy team ever. Robert Graves, Leonard Nimoy, Greg Moros, Barbara Bain. Good. The Mission Impossible team was the best. Way better than this modern day crap. Real spy stories, great scams. Yes, you know, I understand what you're saying, Star Fury, because you're saying this was like real spycraft, like actually like, you know, undercover work and stuff like that. And they have there are things in the Mission Impossible movies that are nods to that, but yeah, mostly it's a primarily James Bond style kind of story with Ethan Hunt at the center. It's a little more grounded than James Bond, a little, I would say. But it's like James Bond used to be, which is it used to be about a badass spy saving the world, and that's what it's about. So, but there is a team. Like, he does have to use a team, and he has to, like, plan out things. You know, they're kind of more like high wire, like, stunt spies than they are, like, but they do have all kinds of cool skills, like lock picking, speaking different languages, you know, being able to, like, sneak into places. Like, they have all kinds of cool skills and gadgets that they use. So you just gotta give it a chance. Fu Man Blue is really turning up the heat on Star Fury. He's like, why are you comparing, what are you comparing it to if you haven't watched the movies? Star Fury saying, I think an intervention is in order. Tokyo Drift, for fuck's sake, man. Where are the men in white coats and the large doses of lithium? What now, Star Fury? That's awfully bold for a man who loves Atlas. Don't you think? It's just a bit rich coming from Star Fury. The man like Tokyo, you know, I'm willing to go on a limb here. I've never even seen Tokyo Drift, and I'm willing to go on a limb and say that's way better than Atlas. Star Fury says, I watched V for Vendetta, and boy, does that Wachowski-written movie hold up. The director, McTeague, is awesome. It does, with the exception of the imagery of Big Ben getting blown up as the crowning triumph of the film. I don't think that works. I think that it's too ugly of a sight for that to be a good thing at the end. But other than that, yes, it's mostly a pretty good movie, and the left does not realize it's about them as the bad guys. Fu Man Blue says the government is hilariously selective about when they care about our lives. That's true. Wrangler says, great character name. To which character do you refer? Wrangler. Simon Pegg is kind of annoying, but he's, you know. Michael Weston, Wrangler's favorite favorite fictional spy. That wouldn't be... No, that wouldn't be Wild Wild West, would it? No, that was... Conrad, I think was the name. Burn Notice. That's a good one. Star Fairy saying he has a buttload of reasons for liking Atlas. He just likes J-Lo. He just wants the fat to J-Lo. That's all it is. God, that movie is so dumb. That movie is like a corny... Like, you know what? It's like it's assembled from, like, stock AI science fiction stuff. You know, it's like, you know, in YouTube videos, when you just need, like, an image of a ship going faster than light or something, just as, like, stock sci-fi imagery, that's what Atlas is assembled from. It's awful. It's just terrible. What else is in the stack of stuff? You know, I was saying that I think I want to just hit one more time a shout out to Lauren LeFranc, because I just think it's fascinating, right? Because we're always told that we don't like women in the writer's room. We just don't like anything with a strong female character in it. And it's fascinating how the Penguin, it like completely disproves that myth. Mr. Producer, share screen if you would. There it is. Yeah, so this is the creator and showrunner of The Penguin. Brilliant writer and obviously knows what she's doing. Now, Matt Reeves is an executive producer, so obviously has creative input. You know, you can never... It's amazing because Rian Johnson was a writer on Breaking Bad. Breaking Bad, one of the greatest, most well-written shows of all time. But he's clearly an idiot. You know what I mean? So, but I don't think that's the case here because you're dealing with, I mean, she was running all of it. So I'm curious because she looks familiar. What does she act? Oh, that's right. She was in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. She's an actress as well. You know what she reminds me of? She reminds me of like Taylor Sheridan. You know, another actor who turned into just be an even better writer. I feel like she's a similar story. She's like, she could be the next Taylor Sheridan. 100%. Wow. Okay, so she wrote 7 episodes of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. in season 1, which was the best season. Impressive. She wrote for Impulse, never seen it. She wrote for Chuck, 13 episodes, My Own Worst Enemy. I have a new message in the Discord. Oh, you're Jerry Ryan, Fu Man Blue. You're saying Jerry Ryan had a snit fit about Elon Musk and X? Well, who cares? I mean, I know. I appreciate it. Join the Discord if you haven't already. Fu Man Blue, our very own master at arms on the ship, is informing me that Jerry Ryan, that would be 7 of 9, is having a snit fit meltdown because the Orange Man won. Well, listen, if you just assume that 90% of every actor you've ever watched in anything you love is a complete leftist wacko, you'll never be disappointed because you'll probably be underestimating the percentage. Of course she's a loon. You know, it's only noteworthy when they're not. It's only Sydney Sweeney is like the exception that proves the rule. Because it's only noteworthy that Sydney Sweeney is so based because she's so based. It's unusual. It's weird. And I'm not even saying that she's like some kind of MAGA Trump supporter. I don't know that she is. She just says things that are kind of roughly normal. You know what I'm saying? Or you've got Emily Blunt is another great example. She talks about how like she reads a script with a strong female woman in it and she's bored. She's like, I don't want to play the stupid stereotype. Give me a character that's actually interesting. I can sink my teeth into. Based. But that's rare. That's the exception. The exception that proves the rule. Well, she doesn't have like a super long list of credits, Lauren LeFranc, but Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., that first season was really excellent, especially the way they wove in the events of Winter Soldier. Like, that was really well done. So, respect. Definitely respect. Star Fury says, they all said the same about moving to Threads. Guess what happened? They just can't quit X. I just can't quit you, Elon. Tom is in the chat. Ahoy, Tom. Hail. Welcome aboard. A good Saturday to you as well, sir. The chat moved on me. Star Fury says, actors are all empty vessels, incapable of a single original thought. They spout the opinions they are told to and will keep them employed. Yeah, I mean, there's a really great moment in Stranger Things Season 2 that I'm very fond of. Nancy Wheeler and Jonathan go to this conspiracy theorist's house to try and find... Basically, they tape a recording of one of the evil scientists admitting to the cover-up of the Upside Down and all the creepy monsters that are invading Hawkins. They record him on tape admitting it, right? And they're trying to get justice for Barb, R.I.P. Barb, who died in the first season, which, by the way, is a reason that I really love what the Duffer Brothers do with that show, because they don't just have red shirts get knocked off. Like, there's real profound consequences throughout that show to the people that die, which I really appreciate. So Nancy, it's just been eating at her that she's been living with this secret. And so her and Jonathan go to this conspiracy nut who's, he thinks the Russians are everywhere. Obviously, it takes place in the 80s. So he's very steeped in communist paranoia, rightfully. And so he's a tinfoil hat guy. And they play the tape and they tell him, okay, so is this enough to prove the Upside Down, the gate, the government conspiracy? Will this blow it open? Well, before they say that, they ask, so you believe us? And he's like, of course I believe you. Your story's too ridiculous to not be true, which is great. So he's like, yeah, I believe you. And they're like, okay, so is this enough? Is this proof? And he says, I'm not the one you have to convince. Like, this is proof enough for me. But you have to convince them. And they're like, them who? He's like, them with a capital T. John Q. Citizen, the normal, average, everyday person. You've got to convince them that this is true. And, the thing is, to pull back the curtain, it unsettles people. He's like, most people like the curtain. They don't want to see the Wizard of Oz behind the curtain. They want the curtain to stay right where it is. What you've just told me is not just going to peel back the curtain, it's going to peel back the curtain behind the curtain. And the minute that anyone with an ounce of authority calls bullshit, they're going to believe it. And you're going to be nowhere with this. And they're like, so we came all this way for nothing? And he's like, well, no, I didn't say that, But he says, and he eventually comes up with the idea that we have to water down the story and make it like a slightly more believable government conspiracy than there's monsters in an alternate dimension. It's actually, there was like a biological leak and they covered it up. Something scary, but that people can believe, right? And that's how we'll get justice. But what I love about that scene is he makes this very profound point, which is that most people are very uncomfortable with being told that something or a lot of somethings that you believe are based on a lie. That people in authority and power have been lying to you, right? And so what I would say about actors is many of them are part of a club that is built around the curtain, right? The curtain, which the media creates the curtain, and all of their Hollywood friends create the curtain, and the curtain is there to hide the truth. And they like the curtain, and they don't want to see what's behind it, and most people generally don't. I sure didn't, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, I probably would have been one of the people saying, the election was very secure. I mean, frankly, I've changed my mind about even, jabs, if you know what I mean. I have changed my mind about how, let's just say, I think we have to look into some things. That's it. I'll just go that far. So my point is, nobody likes the curtain being peeled back. It's like in The Matrix, when Neo wakes up and he finds out that, what the real world is, his first instinct is, I want to go back into the Matrix and forget all this happened. I don't want to be here. Right? So you just have to understand that like a lot of celebrities, first of all, they're not incredibly exceptional people in like the mental department. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying they're not smart. They obviously got to where they are. They have some talent, but their talent is in acting and pretending and writing and whatever. And that doesn't necessarily mean that they're the most curious people or the most open-minded people that you've ever met. And they don't like it.
4:18 p.m.
What? Why is Siri reading me the time? It must be because I have an Apple Watch and I'm touching it, and that must be triggering something I'm not aware of. I'm learning new technology. I'm boomering my own stupid Apple Watch on live internet. But anyway. Yeah, so I think they just like the curtain and they don't want to give it up. And Jerry Ryan likes the curtain. That all misogyny, all patriarchy. They look at how they lie to themselves. They're completely lying to themselves. In fact, maybe this is a good time for me to grab this video. I'm just going to grab this video because I think it is apropos of exactly this situation. Share screen. Hat tip, Mr. Grizzy. Mr. Grizzy, give him a like, give him a follow. I'm throwing a like on that video right now. His channel is growing by leaps and bounds.
So I just wanted to make an announcement.
Oh, no. Oh, no, it's the worst show. Oh, it's the worst of the shows. Okay, anyway, start over. I interrupted it. He triggered me.
So I just wanted to make an announcement before we get into the video that I've moved over to Blue Sky permanently. I'm now off Twitter. The account is still there, but I'll no longer be posting.
Right.
Wow. That's a rather hefty loss.
Yes, sir.
A rather hefty loss indeed, depending, of course, on which definition of the word you use.
I'll put my Blue Sky handle in the description and the chat below, so if you have an account there, by all means, please go and follow me. That's where I'll be posting from now on.
I don't care.
And actually...
Oh, that was really perfectly timed. Roll tape!
When taking a look at Simon's Blue Sky profile, nobody seems to care about him moving over
27 followers. Simon talks star. Okay, if you don't know, this is the shill. This is the shill that he has the most soft, pleasant, inoffensive voice you've ever heard, while he just spews venom, hatred, and malicious lies like a passive-aggressive little shit. He'll just sit there, yes, well, I'm a very nice, kind person, and it's not my fault that anyone who doesn't agree with me and doesn't like Disney Star Wars is an evil bigot and must be exterminated. That's basically how he talks all the time,
over to Blue Sky, as he has a whopping 27...
Look at him with the fucking he, him pronouns.
followers on his account.
No!
But that's okay, because we care. We care about ripping the Disney shills, wherever they are. And when they think they found a new safe space, it is our job, our duty, to go kick that motherfucking door down. So as for the reason...
Get him, Grizzy! Get him! He's like, we gotta kick the fucking door down. Now, to be clear, the difference between us and the shill is that, yeah, we are happy for them to be on X, YouTube, Blue Sky, be on all of it. Spew all your nonsense. We want it out there. It's fun. It's content for us. We would never seek to censor or silence anyone. But we are going to make fun of you. We are going to have a ball making fun of you.
Listening behind the shills, leaving.
Kyle Kittard, what's he saying? I know there's bigger problems right now, but I managed to get through the election without smoking a cig, and I'm pretty proud of myself for that. What a bunch of pussies. Oh my God. You'd think they never lived through a presidential administration they didn't agree with. Gee, what would that be like? They think, yeah, they're so precious. They are so narcissistic. They think that rage quitting things is going to elicit some kind of sympathy from or some kind of guilt from the rest of society. Nobody cares. You shills are more irrelevant than you've ever been. A super majority of this country just said, fuck you, to all of your crazy pronoun wacko lunacy. Wokeness is dead. It just doesn't know it yet.
X for Blue Sky has to do mostly with, we'll call it current events of the past week and Elon Musk's role in those current events. So it's kind of like a protest thing. Also, the recent update on Twitter in which people you have blocked can now still see your tweets. I think that had a lot to do with it as well, because the shills do not want us seeing their tweets.
And that's a fact.
So which Disney shills have been the most upset with Twitter this past week? We're going to go through them one by one. I guess we should start with the fat gay Simon Davies, since, we opened the video with him.
I've moved over to Blue Sky permanently. I'm now off Twitter.
Let's start by taking a look at his final days on Twitter. This should be fun. Okay, I see a lot of TDS Orange Man bad tweets. Feel free.
When we talk about the curtain, right? The curtain being the facade. Let's say, the facade of lies, gaslighting, and media manipulation. I honest to God, how can you with these people? He's literally saying in his Twitter post, his X post, Trump is 78 and in severe cognitive decline. Oh my God. It's unbelievable. You're literally like dumb toddlers. You're like stupid toddlers who got your hands caught in the cookie jar and you're accusing other people of taking the cookies. I mean that analogy in the most basic, literal way. Literally, the only reason you're saying that is because you know it was true of your guy. And you're dumb enough to support him anyway. Trump is 78 and in severe cognitive decline. You mean what was actually true of the guy you would have absolutely voted for 1,000 times without a thought? A vote for him is a vote for President J.D. Vance. I'm okay with that. Trump is a convicted felon on 34 counts. Trump is a convicted sexual abuser. Trump will force the U.S. to leave NATO. What a bunch of losers.
Free to pause the video if you'd like to read through some of them.
They just don't care. They don't look, whatever the media tells them to believe, they just believe it. They just believe it. They like the curtain. They don't want to see what's behind the curtain. Never mind whether bringing Ukraine into NATO would have started World War III and nuked the whole planet. Never mind that. Ukraine flag in bio.
But this one really caught my eye. It's time for the
world to give up on the U.S.
World to give up on the United States. Europe needs to unite as the new leader of Western society.
You hate Western society, shill. You hate it.
America, you deserve all the pain you're going to get the next 4 to 5 years. You can't even claim ignorance this time.
What? Again, it's like for 4 years, the man was president. And he did not become a dictator like all you loons. All you loons were saying this 8 years ago. 8 years ago, it was exactly the same. He's going to be a dictator. He's never going to leave office. There's going to be internment camps. They're going to put all the gays in internment camps. None of it happened. None of it. Not a shred of it happened. There's going to be nuclear war, they said. He's going to start war. None of it happened. And then, you know what I thought was going to happen? I thought they were going to change the lies. I thought the lies were going to be updated to reflect what did not happen the first time. Like they were going to invent new lies about Trump. But no, they just say the same exact thing that they said 9 years ago. They just repeat it. They are stupid people who eat glue.
Simon here, by the way, doesn't even live in America, doesn't understand the election process or
and clearly is not aware that Europe is going more MAGA than we are. So good luck with that, Shill.
Anything really in general. All he knows is that he is just so massively triggered that he is allowing this to affect his mental health. Don't believe me? Think that's an over-exaggeration? Check this next tweet out. The official
I have a question
rage
for
quit.
you, Simon. How long is that rainbow flag going to last in your bio if you keep importing immigrants from, let's say, parts of the world that disapprove of your life choices? How long do you think that's going to last when you've got frickin' Sharia law in England? Okay. Chill out, Captain. I just can't stand how incoherent their thoughts are. Nothing they think agrees with the other thing they think. You know what I'm saying?
I'm moving over to Blue Sky permanently. This week has damaged my mental health pretty badly.
That's because you're a bitch.
And I'm done with Elon's far-right propaganda machine.
Go fuck yourself.
Okay, moving over to Simon's Blue Sky account, or as the Shills like to call it, Here we go, Simon's first post on Blue Sky. Well, finally exorcised myself from the cesspit that is Twitter. Here now permanently. Any decent recommendations for accounts that are wholesome? Has a whopping 4 likes on it. Not off to the best start.
That's a perfect example. See, he thinks he's wholesome. That's what he thinks. He thinks, I'm so wholesome. I'm just the most wholesome, inoffensive, kind person. I just think that all Trump supporters are garbage and scum, and I hate them all, and X is a cesspit. I'm a wholesome man looking for other wholesome people. Other wholesome people who very wholesomely support the sterilization and mutilation of minors in the name of transmission insanity. Yes, very wholesome.
His next post talking about what a shock, sweets, sugar, and desserts, 0 likes. And his most recent post, which is Star Wars related, a whopping 1 like, which is probably him.
The fuck?
Yeah, me.
I'm sure as he continues to get 0 engagement, he will be back on Twitter before you know it. By the way, interesting fact that I just noticed, the acronym for Blue Sky is BS, aka bullshit. I know it's technically one word, but I did find that interesting. All right, next on the list, we have Sawyerism.
Nasty woman. Many a night I had to throw her out on the street.
Who is choosing to not leave Twitter fully because the fight is too important. What is the fight, you might be asking? Well, the fight is demonetizing, deplatforming, and canceling YouTubers who she claims are bigoted and fit her definition of bigotry. She has admitted this.
Calling out bigoted behavior when I see it, because I definitely believe that that kind of content should be demonetized.
But even though she's not threatening to leave Twitter permanently, she did take the opportunity to plug her safe space.
If you do not like me, you are not allowed in my safe space.
Filters are doing some heavy lifting.
If you're looking for a safe space to geek out about Star Wars, check out my Discord server. Jesus Christ, you guys, the content literally writes itself. And please do me a favor and hit the thumbs up button if you're enjoying the content.
I'd appreciate it. I really would.
And lastly, we have fake news Kyle Katarn, aka Ku Klux Katarn.
Hello there, Kyle Katarn here, coming back with another reaction.
Oh, no.
Just so we're clear, if the rumors of Twitter merging with Truth Social are
I believe that's a reference to the fact that he said he would not speak to right-wing black people because he couldn't be seen interacting with them online because it would be a bad look.
true, I am out of here for good. Hashtag Rage Quit Katarn. Find me on Threads and Blue Sky so we can stay in touch. And Rage Quit Katarn did indeed rage quit Twitter X. As you can see here, his posts are protected. You must be a follower of Kyle Katarn to see his posts now.
Look at what these people want. I mean, just consider for a moment like what their implicit demand is. Their implicit demand is nobody in my line of sight or in earshot of me shall ever disagree with me, shall ever state a belief I disagree with, or they are a bigot, they are a non-person, they are scum of the earth. These are the democracy people. These are the democracy people. They hate democracy. They hate it. You cannot love democracy and demand that you live in a society in which all thought agrees with you, because that is a totalitarian society. They literally don't understand they don't even understand the semantic meaning of democracy. It means, by definition, a pluralistic society in which different ideas compete, in which different groups, different voting blocks vie for political authority. They don't want that society. They want a monolithic society in which anyone that offends them is eliminated and removed. That's what they want. They're really nasty people when you get right down to it. They're very nasty, unpleasant people. Roll tape.
You might call me a pussy, but I won't hear you in my safe space. My safe space.
Maybe there are less black people on Blue Sky than there are on Twitter X, and Ku Klux Katarn feels more comfortable there. It has been recently proven that he blocks black people who disagree with him on things because he's scared to death of being seen publicly disagreeing with them. Shout out to Kada for recently exposing this.
So, an anonymous source, I won't tell you who they are, but they are in the know. They're in the know of everything with Kyle Katarn, news rock stars, Molly, Star Wars Explained, all of them. They know what's going on behind the scenes. And they told me specifically that Kyle Katarn blocked me because he cannot be seen arguing with a black person.
Hashtag Ku Klux.
This is why I say wokeness is a sick worldview. It's a sick worldview.
Katarn. Great work by Kada here. I put a link to his channel below in the description if you'd like to check out his other content. Great stuff over there. So are the Disney shills going to actually hold true to their word and leave Twitter X for good? The answer most likely is no. They are addicted to the engagement. They put so much time into Twitter X that they're not going to just drop it and leave.
And see, because at the end of the day, everything they do, all of their behavior is a passive-aggressive manipulation tactic. That's what it is. Cancel culture stems from they want to guilt and shame people into thinking the way they think. When they don't get their way, they try and rage quit. When that doesn't work, they then try to virtue signal and pretend, and they martyr themselves. Oh, I'll stay on the X platform because I'm stunning and brave, and I'll fight the Nazis on the X platform. So everything they do is an attempt to manipulate other people. They're manipulative. That's why they can't stand their ideas being criticized. That's why they can't stand that, like, people don't like the acolyte, because it challenges their control of the narrative. It challenges their ability to manipulate others. Nothing, believe me when I tell you, nothing has pissed them off more than finding out that the majority of the country said, screw you. They have no power. All their virtue signaling, all their preening, all their guilt tripping, all their shaming, wokeness is losing. Big. It's losing. We have inflicted defeat after defeat after defeat on every pet project they've had. And the only truly sad, pitiable fact about it is they never update their tactics, ever. They lie to themselves, they continue to tell themselves false narratives and believe each other's lies, and then they attempt to do the same bullshit manipulative tactics that aren't working. You know, the weird thing about the celebrities, I'm going to leave the United States, I'm leaving. Most of that is them. It's a toddler guilt trip tactic. I'm going to take my ball and go home. Nobody cares. Go away. We want you to leave. We want you to leave because you suck. That's what. So they're just trying to manipulate people, and it's not working.
They're going to continue to use and be on the platform. And for those who've claimed that they quit, like Simon here, well, why didn't you just delete your Twitter account?
The account is still there, but I'll no longer be posting.
You are fake news.
But at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter because wherever the shills run, wherever the shills hide, we will always be there to rip on them. Thanks for watching, and if you enjoyed the video, please like and subscribe.
That's right, that's Grizzy. Give him a like, give him a follow. A man, a scholar, a gentleman is Grizzy. Hey, Shill! Hey, Shill! Donald Trump won. He won! He won! God, I gotta tell you, the first time the Orange Man reigned, I was deliriously happy, of course. I was very relieved. And what was interesting was, but I, there was a lot of nervousness those whole first years because he was under siege the whole time. Would he ever get anything done? Would he honor his promises? That was very much up in air. Was he full of shit? That was a possibility. So there was this feeling of like every day still kind of being on edge. It's totally different this time. This time, every day is like a present. Every day is like Christmas morning. I'm just going to sit back and enjoy it. And, win, lose, draw, whatever happens, you know what? I'm happy. I am absolutely happy. And it's not because the shills are sad. Well, I mean, a little bit. Let's just be honest. I'm human, But I would just say that it's because they are incorrect. The next 4 years, just like the 4 years when he reigned the last time, are not going to be a nightmare. It's not even going to be a tenth of anything they predicted. It's going to be exactly the opposite. Exactly the opposite. Obama was on the path to having a nuclear exchange with that tin pot dictator over in North Korea, and Trump de-escalated the situation. Exactly the opposite of what they predicted. That's what's going to happen. That's what the history shows. That's what the facts show. That's what the voters overwhelmingly agreed. So they're going to be fine. So that's why I say I'm happy, because good things are going to happen that are going to benefit them, and they're going to insist on not believing that those things are benefiting. And that's fine. They're entitled to that. I'm just happy that spoiled brats are not getting their way, because they shouldn't. But enough of that. To you, my dear chat. That the meltdown is crazy. We're only like a week in. Like, what are we? Like a week and a half in? Isn't that crazy? A week and a half. Look at the meltdown. It's just incredible. The scope is breathtaking. Folks, this is what winning looks like, okay? Do you want Star Wars back? Do you want Star Trek back? Do you want Mass Effect back? We have to make a full, complete reversal of our culture. And I'm going to tell you something. I think most of us have grown up in a world where we are conditioned to believe that the classical values we believe in, the values of Star Trek, Western civilization, the primacy of the rights of the individual liberty, the Hippocratic oath, the doctor shall do no harm, freedom of speech, freedom of expression, freedom of religion, scientific inquiry, objectivity. Democracy. Democracy. Courage. Heroism. Duty. Duty. Discipline. Discipline. These are the values of Star Trek. Or they were. These are the values of Western civilization. And we have been raised to believe that those days are over. It's a stunning and brave new world. Get out your rainbow flag or be swept aside, slave. And I am willing to bet that most of us have believed that the best we could ever do was hold off the best we could ever do was slow it down. The best we could ever do is hold off the spread of the cancer of woke wacko lunacy and social engineering. We could only just stem the tide for so long. But like chaos in Warhammer, it would sooner or later overwhelm us. And I'm here to tell you, it is a brand new day. We were wrong about that. That was never true. We are in a position right now, because of the work we have all been doing, voting with our wallets. We have made Hollywood, most of their projects have been abject failures, flops. That's because you have voted with your wallets. We have humiliated our would-be betters over and over and over. And still they don't learn, and still they learn, if you know what I'm saying. We have them on the ropes, my dear sailors and starnauts. Now we finish the fight. We are taking our culture back. We will have great stories again. And Hollywood is on the way out. And a new class of visionary artists who are hungry, who have vision, courage, and ambition are ready to go. And we've already seen the beginnings of it. You know, our fellows in the fellowship, such as Eric July, Razor Fist, Jay of Drunk 3PO, Critical Drinker, doing their own films, comic books, working on their own independent, our own Skunks Workshop, working on his own mobile game, our own Erigma Varelian. Me, your humble captain, author of 2 excellent books, Blood and Oak and Wolves Will Eat. This is only the beginning, my dear chat. We are taking our culture back. We believe in heroes who do the right thing because it's the right thing. We believe in a Superman who saves Metropolis because he loves to save Metropolis. It's what he was born to do. It's what John and Martha Kent raised him to do. It's no trouble. Those days are coming back. They are coming back. And I'm here for it. What else do we have in the chat? Wrangler says that the Diddy file should be called a puff piece. Very droll, Wrangler, very droll. I agree, Fu Man. Those files, lots of fun to be had at the expense of our Hollywood betters. Wrangler says, what's Blue Sky? Isn't that a drug or something? Why, that would be the nickname of Walter White's unique brand of blue meth. Staffede says, so they should all be happy with all their new sexually ambiguous friends. Yes. Morbius of Krell says, I think Blue Sky is going to become the woke lefties' new echo chamber. They seem to be abandoning Twitter in droves. They'll be back. You know, if only they made good on their stupid threats. You know what I mean? If only Susan Sarandon really got on a plane, left, and stopped acting in movies. It actually would be helpful. It'd be very helpful. We might actually get clear. You know, imagine if Kathleen Kennedy said, "Oh, this is terrible. I'm leaving the country, and I'm not going to be in charge of Star Wars anymore." We'd be throwing a party. But no, No, they'll never do that. They're just trying to guilt trip us. They overestimate their own value and importance. Wrangler says, cool, now they can have long, drawn-out conversations about pronouns without me. I believe that's what we call a win-win. Yes, I would agree. Fu Man Blue saying, it should be mentioned that in the face of the mass exodus of idiots from X, the boycott on X by Disney and others has been lifted, and they are buying ads on X again. Of course they are. Listen. All you have to do, really, is stand up to these people. Stand up to them! And that's what Elon Musk did. He said, go fuck yourself if you're trying to blackmail me. It ain't gonna happen. They can be beaten with a little courage and a stiff upper lip. Yes, victory can be costly, but what else can you do? Wrangler says wokeness has become a zombie. Yes, we defeat them in the battlefield of ideas. We defeat them in the marketplace of ideas. Why are they leaving X? Because it is a tantamount mission. They cannot compete with us in the marketplace of ideas. Why was the Berlin Wall constructed? Why was it constructed? Not to keep people out. It was to keep people in. Because people wanted to leave the Soviet Union. They hated communism. They wanted to escape. The lefties have to build walls to keep people in. That's why they're fleeing X. Because their ideas are weak and they don't stand up to scrutiny. Beardo's dummy thinks, good, fuck NATO. We're off to the races on this one. What were we talking about? Star Fury says, all you need to do is keep bitch slapping these people on X. I don't know why, but I'm just... That just got very literal in my mind for some reason. I was picturing that clip that Grizzy uses, and it's from some movie with Ronald Reagan in it, where he slaps some woman. I'm sure the context makes it make sense, but without the context, you know? But he says they won't be able to help themselves, and they'll run back to X to reply. Exactly. Oh, chat. It is just a MAGA red chat today. Yeah. Everything they do is projection. Literally, Destiny on his stream was having a giant melty that he was dead wrong. It helps when you actually understand reality like we do. You see, these nasty surprises don't happen so often to you when you understand reality. But Destiny believes he's looking at the curtain, right? And so when the curtain got pulled back in the Orange Band one, he was like throwing a hissy fit. And guess what he was saying? We need a recount. We need to investigate the results. This must be ballot box stuff. Oh, what was all that election denier talk, Destiny? Isn't it funny how that works? See how that works? Now, all of a sudden, they're worried about rigged elections. I'm just saying. As if that would protect me from the YouTube censor. I love how I say that as if that would save me from the YouTube censors. I'm just saying. It's just a saying. I'm not saying, don't read too much into it. What, Wrangler? Footman Blue says, I'm not sure Trump is enough to stop what's in motion against us. Morbius of Krell says she looks like a neon-haired hobgoblin. Wrangler says, democracy means mob rule. We are a republic with democratic processes. Yes, the best way I explain it is you cannot vote away your freedom of speech. Because that's a right, and you don't actually have the authority to vote it away. Now, is there a constitutional amendment process? Yes, there is. But really, it's a very rigorous process for exactly that reason. Right? So that's what the democracy crowd doesn't understand is that like a pure democracy is really no more desirable than a pure tyranny. Anthony he says, I'll bet Kyle's breath smells like Dave Filoni's. Oh, never mind. Star Fury says he feels like John from Brave New World. You know what, Star Fury? I know you have to live in the prison state across the pond. I'm just kidding. but trust me, things are looking up, Star Fury. You're not in the dystopian movie anymore. We have not lost our civilization. You know, Tuesday before last, we were delivered from evil. They can be beaten, Star Fury. Take heart, man. Take heart. It's always darkest before the dawn. Wait, Mr. Producer, I think we need this. In fact, I think for next stream, I should just have this uploaded as a video. I mean, it's what we need. And because, listen, why is Tolkien such a genius? Tolkien is a genius because he lived through one of the most nightmarish conflicts. Well, at that time, it was the most nightmarish conflict in human history, World War I. Consider that someone born in 1905, right, by the time they were 40 years old, they had gone from a world where only 10% of people had electricity, where most traffic on the streets was still horse-driven. They went from that world to when they're 40 years old, there are nuclear weapons, there are airplanes, there are telecommunications. Like, it was a completely different world. So Tolkien was coming from a world where there was no such thing as a machine gun. There was no such thing as mustard gas. And suddenly, he's watching flamethrowers and machine guns and mustard gas mow down people. And that informed him when he wrote The Lord of the Rings, which is why there is, what do I say great art is? What is the pursuit of art? The pursuit of art is the pursuit of originality. It is the pursuit of beauty. And it is the pursuit of, to use a snooty critic's term, verisimilitude. That is truth. It is the pursuit of truth. This is the truth, Star Fury. This is the truth.
It's me. I can't do this, Sam. I know. It's all wrong. By rights, we shouldn't even be here. But we are. It's like in the great stories, Mr. Frodo. The ones that really mattered. Full of darkness and danger they were. And sometimes you didn't want to know the end. Because how could the end be happy? How could the world go back to the way it was when so much bad had happened?
Oh my God, doesn't it just tear your heart out, chat? Isn't it just unbelievable? This is such a great film. The Two Towers might be the best one. I might have to, if you have to nail me down, The Lord of the Rings, if you don't know, is my vote for greatest film of all time, is The Lord of the Rings. However, if you had to pin me down to which of the three is the greatest, it might be The Two Towers. I mean, that's such a hard call because the Fellowship of the Ring and the fight of Amon Hen and Boromir is just so perfect, so Shakespearean, so beautiful. And then you have the climb on Mount Doom and just so much greatness in Return of the King. My friends, you bow to no one. Oh, I love that part. Blade that was broken. But maybe if only for the Battle of Helm's Deep and this moment. This is, by the way, what is known in the Blake Snyder. Oh, geez, they're not going to let me play it. Screw it. I'll just have to grab it. I'll just have to grab the quote. Like, yeah, I knew I wasn't going to get away with that. All right. Sam Two Towers speed. It's the music, probably. That's really what's killing it right there. Let's see here. What was I saying? I'm sorry, I got distracted by that. But this is the all is lost moment in the film when the characters they're wanting to give up. There's a whiff of death. It looks like our characters could lose. And this is really what's actually, I should say, it's not quite the all is lost moment. It's more like the dark night of the soul. This is the dark night of the soul. And it's one of the most brilliant moments like that ever captured in film.
But in the end, it's only a passing thing. This shadow, even darkness must pass. A new day will come. And when the sun shines, it'll shine out the clearer.
Yes, okay, that's the most I can get away with. all right, YouTube, jeez. It's gone. Gee, frickin' YouTube. The light will shine out the clearer stuff, Yuri. And that is what we have discovered. So take heart. Take heart. We're winning. We are winning. Now, are we going to get Star Wars back? Probably not. But we are winning. And a new day is dawning. In fact, Mr. Producer, I think, how about an absolute full-blown white pill? I got a full-blown white pill for you. Are you ready for this? I talk about professionals. The professional mindset. How about this professional? Hat tip Game Trace. I don't know much about this channel. I just stumbled across this, but pretty interesting story. I think you're gonna like this. It's like the character in Skyrim. You go into the shop to buy like a potion or whatever. And what does the Skyrim shop owner always say? He's like, I think you're gonna like this.
Just humiliated Amazon after their nonsensical attempt to wokeify Warhammer's perfect and most loved lore. Yes, we're talking about the Warhammer 40k show under Henry Cavill's command, and his bold refusal to bow to Amazon's push for, let's say, a little extra wokeness. Spoiler alert is, this isn't just about a show. It's about an entire cinematic universe Amazon planned, and it's already toddling on the brink just because of Henry's stance. Now, from
this is the most incredible thing to me about the corporatization of all these IPs. So think about this, chat. You have Disney, right? That they are a princess brand. They are a girls brand. They want to get the male audience. So they go out and they buy the comic book brand Marvel. They go out and they buy Star Wars. And they say, great, now we can get all these new customers. And what's the first thing they do? That's great, but we have to make it like our girl brand. And so they change it and they homogenize it. They homogenize it. So you have Amazon, right? What does Amazon want to do? Well, they want to broaden their portfolio of offerings. They want to offer some of this and some of that. And what could be more perfect than acquiring this very unique, very, different than anything else? There's no other world like Warhammer 40,000. There's nothing like it. It just is what it is, right? And that's why they want it. They want it because it's unique. And what's the first thing they demand? They say, great, we have this new unique property now. Make it like everything else. It has to conform to all the same standards as everything else we do. How does that make any sense? That's why, every Marvel movie now sounds the same. Every Marvel movie is the same now. I said this about the Thunderbolts trailer. The Thunderbolts trailer is as boring as it freaking gets. It's it's just basically generic dipshit Marvel character making meta jokes. Every single one of these is like this now. Roll tape.
From the outside, it sounds like Amazon has all the pieces: massive IP, massive budget, and a massive fan base. But behind the scenes, there's an escalating clash between Cavill, Amazon, and Warhammer's original creators, Games Workshop. And this isn't just your typical creative disagreement.
That's a good point, Staffy. The Two Towers, the best middle film in a trilogy ever, better than Empire by a country mile, and I love Empire. I agree with that. I mean, well, to be fair, I love Lord of the Rings far more than I've ever loved Star Wars. That's not to put down Star Wars, but, like, Lord of the Rings is, you know, it's on another level. It's next level compared to Star Wars. No disrespect to original Star Wars.
Disagreement. The core idea of Warhammer and who controls it.
This is so great.
I am effusive about getting the being loyal to the source material. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yes, you do.
So,
you're goddamn right, he does.
What's the core issue?
Dude, I love that so much because I feel like I could totally he wants to say, no, I'm not telling people they're wrong, but yeah, when they're fucking wrong, I'm gonna tell them. It's like, no, dude, Star Trek, Redoubt Productions was asking me how I would fix Star Trek, and I have to say, like, I love, like, pondering how I might fix this or that. Like, how would I fix the DC universe? How would I fix Star Wars? How would I do, whatever. I can usually come up with a pretty interesting idea. The funny thing about Star Trek is I don't actually have this thought about Star Trek. I sort of feel like Star Trek is over. I just do. I just feel that it had its day and it's over. So how would I fix it? Well, I would decanonize all of Kurtzman Trek, and then I would just tell Star Trek stories. I don't know. What? Well, I wouldn't do any more stupid prequels, that's for sure. But anyway, my point is, if I were working on Star Trek, I would absolutely correct people about absolutely everything. I'd be like, no, that's not how a warp core works. No, that's not something that would have existed before Kirk's time. Yeah, like, absolutely.
It all boils down to Amazon's content policy. Amazon wants Warhammer to follow the formula that's worked for them elsewhere. Think representation quotas, preset diversity rules, and broad, socially conscious narratives. Now, usually...
Yeah, which is exactly what would destroy Warhammer, which is exactly what makes everything homogenous and stale and the same.
These guidelines are easy enough for Hollywood producers to work with, but Warhammer is different. Warhammer's lore is dark, complex, and unapologetically gritty. It's a universe that thrives on chaos, and
You know, one of the dumbest things about wokeness and just in general far left wacko, like, thought policing, monolithic think is? One of the dumbest things about it, right? What is their argument? Fascism is bad. Fascism is very, very bad. We shouldn't encourage fascism. Well, then don't you think that the best way to discourage fascism is to portray a horrific, grim, terrifying future dominated by it? Like, why would you? So here's a great example. They demand that you have clone troopers that have like trans themed armor, right? That would be like saying, well, it would be very bad to have a movie about the World War II Yahtzees and to have no trans representation in the Yahtzee army. It's like, what? What are you talking about? If you want to portray the evils of Yahtzeeism, then shouldn't you show them the way they actually are, the way they actually were? Like, the whole point of the Empire in the galaxy far, far away is that it is a monolithic totalitarian state that will crush you under its heel. It crushes all individuality. It hates any kind of individual identity or diversity. It's all uniform. Shouldn't you just portray that if you want your example of why it's so bad? It's bizarre to me. So they're going to want trans flag, Space Marines. Because somehow that's good, and that's going to discourage that. I want my fascists to have trans flags. What? That doesn't make any sense, Shell. Makes me sick. What was that, Star Fury? He says, Why don't they just relabel the Orville as alternate universe Trek? I don't praise the Orville enough. That show was brilliant. Really well done. And Seth MacFarlane, say what you want about Seth MacFarlane. He understands Star Trek. He truly does. He understands. And look, Seth MacFarlane is a progressive. He is a progressive. And yet somehow he's able to write stories that have balance on both sides. They're complex and challenging. They aren't just like they're not just downloading on you the NPC lecture. The Orville was great. The third season was excellent. Loved it. Absolutely. There's a great alternate history episode that shows what would happen if the bad guys win. And it was a classic Star Trek kind of scenario where they sent someone back in time and it created an alternate history and they've got to reset the timeline back to the way it's supposed to be. It was phenomenal. It was just excellent. Wrangler says he would fix Star Trek by watching the Orville. Star Fury says, they want women in Warhammer to do a show about the Adepta Sororitas, women whose battle tanks are pipe organs, their dropships are churches, and they can stave off demons with their faith alone. Well, that'd be cool. If it is world and lore appropriate, then yes, that's fine. Completely fine. There is plenty of room for women in Warhammer. Like the Dark Elves alone offer lots of opportunity for evil, crazy, femme death machines.
Honestly, it's not meant to be a polished, sanitized story. Amazon's team,
Sorry, I said Dark Elves. I was thinking in Warhammer fantasy terms. I meant to say Dark Eldar. Forgive me.
however, wants it to be marketable to a broader audience. And here's where the Games Workshop clash comes in. Games Workshop holds the license, so they aren't just going to roll over for Amazon's demands. For years, they've nurtured the Warhammer universe, protecting its unique, grimdark lore. To Games Workshop,
I slightly disagree with the take here. I think that the wackos have been getting their hooks into Warhammer for a while, and I think that Games Workshop has a lot of activists in it. Like Games Workshop, which is the company that owns Warhammer, they've got a lot of loons stocking their halls. And it's, if anything, I think Henry Cavill is kind of fighting even Games Workshop here. I think he's fighting both Amazon and Games Workshop to keep it from wokeifying.
every faction, every storyline, and even the absence of certain characters, like female space marines, are all part of the lore. They're not just gender or race gaps. They're intentional choices meant to keep Warhammer's authenticity intact. So, Amazon, flush with success from The Boys and Invincible, wanted to take things to a whole new level.
Invincible is excellent and probably a success. I don't actually know if Invincible is a success, but it is excellent. The Boys is trash, and it's going downhill fast. And I don't think it's going to be the cash cow that it once was.
With Warhammer 40K. Mind you, it's a legendary franchise that's captivated fans for years with its dark, immersive lore. And Amazon had more than a single show in mind.
Put Lauren LeFranc in charge of The Boys. Assuming her intention is to turn it into more like what it was in the first season, I bet it would be awesome.
They were eyeing a vast cinematic universe, a Warhammer version of Marvel or Star Wars, with interconnected shows and movies spilling onto our screens regularly. This isn't small-time stuff. They wanted it to be the Warhammer era. And who better to lead that charge than one of the franchise's most dedicated fans, Henry Cavill? But there's a major twist. While Amazon thought Cavill would be their ticket to winning over Warhammer's fiercely loyal fan base, they clearly underestimated just how loyal Henry is to Warhammer's authentic lore. So it's no surprise that things between him and Amazon have been a little tense. Henry Cavill isn't your typical Hollywood leading man. Beyond his blockbuster roles, he's famously a huge fan of gaming and Warhammer in particular. Iconic franchises, little gamer, diving into titles like Total War, Warhammer 2, and The Witcher 3, whenever he has time. He's even mentioned his Warhammer addiction in a Father's Day Instagram post. Cavill's as much a part of this fan base as anyone.
Great point there, Starfury. Saying best women in Warhammer are the Sisters of Silence, Psychers, who work alongside the Adeptus Custodes, who are the Emperor's personal guards. They don't talk, but are fucking awesome. Yeah, that's the point. The woke wackos never actually care about truly adding diversity. All they want is to deconstruct something they don't like. That's all this is about. There's plenty of female characters in Warhammer 40,000. What they want is to deconstruct something we like, right? They want to take away Indiana Jones, Lara Croft, Luke Skywalker, Captain America. They want to remove those characters because they want to supplant them with their own wacko ideas that suck.
Amazon didn't just cast him as the lead, they handed him an executive producer role. Think of him as this Warhammer universe's potential Kevin Feige. It's a big job.
That's a weird way to pronounce it.
And the stakes are massive. But Henry's no Hollywood puppet. He's not afraid to push back, especially when it comes to Amazon's creative suggestions. And that's exactly what's happening. Now let's get to the heart of the issue. Reports have been swirling about the creative clash between Henry and Amazon. It turns out that Amazon has a bit of a reputation for guiding the creative process, with policies that many argue put diversity quotas and agenda pushing over story authenticity. And when it came to Warhammer, one of Amazon's big demands was the inclusion of female space marines and female custodians, a move that would be a significant lore deviation. But here's the thing, Henry isn't budging. According to insiders, he's shut down every attempt Amazon's made to inject what he believes are unnecessary changes into the franchise. This is a universe that prides itself on detailed lore and established factions. Female custodians? That's just not part of the story. And Cavill has reportedly made it clear. He'll walk before he compromises Warhammer's integrity just to satisfy these demands. Amazon isn't taking this lightly, of course. They're a huge corporation with billions at stake, and they're all in on the Warhammer franchise. But they're also on a strict timeline. According to IGN, Amazon
that was my thought, Fu Man Blue. It's probably like an AI voice or something.
Has until December 2024 to reach a deal with Henry and Games Workshop, the powerhouse behind Warhammer's lore and intellectual property. If they can't iron things out, not a single show or movie will make it to production.
Dude, you know what's incredible about this? This is why I say that wokeness creates entrenched mediocrity, right? It literally stacks companies with stupid people that eat glue. This is a layup. This is a layup. You have a built-in fan base. You have a guy who's recognizable. He's a star. He's enthusiastic. He knows the source material. Just give him the project and let him do it. But no, you're literally going to stymie and stall and fight this guy, and all he's trying to do is create the very thing you wanted. This is how so much stupid shit gets made. Movie after movie. Oh, my chair is squeaking. Sorry about that, chat. It's polluting the sound design, the mise en scène. It's just frustrating. It's frustrating that it's like how do we wind up with so many stupid shows like Agatha All Along and Echo and Secret Invasion and Star Wars The Acolyte? How does this happen? Because most of the time there isn't a Henry Cavill who's fighting all this madness. But in this case, you literally have Amazon, right, who is sitting on a property that is a ready-made gold. It is a gold mine. It is a money printing machine. All you have to do is turn it on, and they're freaking fighting the guy who's trying to turn it on. God, they're so fucking dumb. A bunch of corporate goons. Let this man make you $1 billion. Why? It's so stupid. Let him make you money. Why don't you like money, Amazon? Why doesn't Disney like money? Why doesn't Lucasfilm like money? Star Fury says, watch the fan-fictional movie Astartes, The Awakening, or Hell's Reach to take a dip into the Warhammer pool. I've listen, Star Fury, I have had more than a dip. I've played Warhammer 40,000. I played a lot of Warhammer Fantasy. I've read a lot about that world, so I'm very, very... I know a lot about Warhammer Fantasy. I had a Bretonnian army. I had an Ogre army. And I also had briefly a Lizardman army. So I am a huge Warhammer Fantasy fan. And the friends that I played with were also giant Warhammer 40,000 fans, so I absorbed a lot of knowledge about it. Not as much as you, good sir. But trust me, I know enough. I mean, I'll check it out. Anthony says, wokies want diversity of everything except diversity of thought. Yeah, no, I understand. Like, I know that obviously the woke activists are making this difficult, but I'm just kind of going one level above that to just the leadership of the company and just thinking about just the literal mental insanity of what they're doing. You know, that they are fighting a guy who is trying to deliver them an easy win. And they're fighting the guy. The guy is the perfect fit. He knows what he's doing. They're fighting him. Why? Because they've got a bunch of woke psychopaths that are like, well, I don't see any trans flags in this. Where's all the non-binary people? Where's all of the gay kissing? There's not even nearly enough gay kissing in all these Tyranid battles. It's like, oh my God, you idiots. Like, you have a gold mine. And you're fucking arguing over this shit. There aren't enough women's. There aren't enough women's in it fighting that are pregnant. Where's all the pregnant women space marines fighting stunning and bravely in battle? I'm beginning to think this Henry Cavill person, whoever he is, doesn't care about writing at all. Oh my God, Amazon, you're gonna let these wackos talk you out of a brilliant deal. Then you're gonna go get someone else to make this, like Jennifer Sulk or who's the wacko babe that does The Witcher? Who's that? Which one is that? And they're gonna take all this money, just like they did with Rings of Power, just like they did with The Witcher, and they're just gonna flush it straight down the toilet. Because you listen to these stupid pronouns and bios psychopaths. Star Fury says, Rabout Guillemon, best Primarch, Blue Boys for the win. I knew that Star Fury was going to get a kick out of this segment of the show. I just knew it. I had a feeling. Beardo's Dummy Thick Peach says, I have more Warhammer armies than is healthy or financially responsible. The plastic crack addiction is real. Dude, I'm telling you, I know back in the day when I was collecting Warhammer Fantasy before they retired it. They shuffled it off this mortal coil like a Canadian health patient. I had spent a lot of money. I just hundreds and hundreds of dollars on Knights of the Grail and Knights of the Realm. God, I miss those days a little bit. A lot, actually. I do miss those days. But man, I'll tell you something. It takes 9 hours to play a Warhammer game. Like a proper Warhammer game, like it's a whole process. Beardo says, hail the con. Roll tape.
Those grand plans will collapse before they even begin. So why doesn't Amazon just go over Cavill's head? The reality is they can't afford to lose him. First, they've already publicized him as the show's executive producer, building a ton of hype around Cavill's fan-first approach to the project. Second, he's the main reason fans even have any confidence in Amazon's Warhammer venture. And third, time's not on Amazon's side. Replacing Cavill now would mean not just finding another leading man, but an entirely new creative direction. Amazon's only option? Persuade him to bend. But Cavill's shown no signs of caving. Now let's talk about why Henry's resisting so hard. Amazon, like many studios, has its own inclusion policy playbook. It's an exhaustive guide that requires production teams to check boxes on everything from casting to character identity, supposedly to ensure diversity and inclusivity.
I don't know. I feel like the Terminal List and Reacher did not strike me as having gone through that checklist. So I'm not sure how much stock I put in this. I mean, Amazon is capable of releasing shows that fulfill the promise of the premise. And Fallout, Fallout's an interesting one because that was not a case of well, okay, actually there was a lot of wokeness seeping into that one, so I take that back. But it was kind of a case of just inexplicably bad writing. It just was very incoherent writing, but there was a lot in it that could have been great. Like the Ghoul was really interesting. I really, really liked Ella Purnell's portrayal of Lucy. the character was so incoherent. That was the problem. Like, there was so much potential there. I just don't but they're fighting Cavill. They're fighting him.
And while that sounds good on paper, the effect on storytelling can be pretty severe. For example, the guidelines recommend that teams with 3 or more leaders, directors, producers, etc., should ideally have 30% female and 30% underrepresented individuals. And that goal will rise to 50% by 2024.
Listen, chat, I know that it sometimes is a black pill when we hear stuff like this, because like, oh my God, they're ruining another one. But I'll tell you something. Hollywood has become ossified by these kinds of rules. They are incapable of course correcting in any kind of efficient way. I have another story in the stack of stuff for you. Takashi Yamazaki is hard at work on the sequel to Godzilla -1, and it's looking awesome. He wait till you hear how committed he is to this project. That's on tap. But my point of bringing it up is Takashi Yamazaki, with less than $15 million, was able to create one of the best films that I've seen in 5 years. One of the best. It was incredible. And he did it because he did not have all this weight weighing him down, all this bullshit. What's my point? My point is, we have the advantage. Hollywood has the advantage of limitless fortunes and the establishment and all of that. Our advantage in the Iron Age is we don't have any of these stupid restrictions. And that advantage will bear fruit.
As far as casting, they're asked to match characters' gender identity, race, and more to specific demographics. As you can imagine, for a franchise as lore-intensive as Warhammer, these requirements become a tightrope act of keeping Amazon happy while maintaining a story that fans love.
When it comes to fans, it is a fan's right to have whatever opinion they want to have. You're never going to be the exact person who they had in their head or who they played on Witcher 3, for example. I don't necessarily consider that toxic. I just consider that passionate.
But Henry Cavill's not your typical go-along-to-get-along producer. To him, Warhammer deserves to be more than a checkmarked list of social messages. It's a
Stuff here, I just have to say, Henry Cavill is a credit to your island, sir.
Brutal, dark universe, and that gritty authenticity is what drew fans in. Cavill's refusal to go along with the guidelines could be Warhammer's saving grace. Or, if Amazon gets its way, its undoing. Now here's the bottom line. If Amazon keeps pushing for strong female space marines, inclusive custodians, or other lore-bending additions,
Strong female character. Strong female character. God, they're so boring.
Cavill's going to fight back. And honestly, fans are cheering him on. To him, this is more than just another acting gig. It's a battle.
You know, when I think of Sofia Gigante from The Penguin, I don't think strong female character. What I think is crazy, frightening psychopath, awesome villain to fight, like a really, really cool revenge story, like all of it. In other words, an individual. In other words, a character that was interesting.
For the integrity of a franchise that's been around since the 80s. Amazon's strategy of forcing demographics onto a complex universe is backfiring in spectacular fashion, and Cavill is refusing to play along. Amazon may not have realized just how serious Henry was about keeping Warhammer's legacy intact, but they're learning the hard way that Cavill isn't just going to slap his name on the project and coast along. As long as he has a say, Warhammer fans can expect something authentic, not just another reskinned Hollywood product. In the end, Amazon might have bitten off more than it can chew with Henry Cavill. Fans are excited, sure, but only as long as Cavill remains true to the Warhammer they know and love. If Amazon decides to steamroll over him, it risks not only losing him, but also alienating an entire fan base. Would Amazon really go that far just to push a message? Only time will tell, but for now, it looks like Henry Cavill is doing everything he can to protect Warhammer from being modernized into something the fans barely recognize. And if that means an epic showdown between Henry Cavill and Amazon, we're here for it. Because let's face it, if anyone can humiliate a billion-dollar behemoth like Amazon, it's the guy who's practically the face of Warhammer himself. Fans would rather see Warhammer shelved than see it turned into a soulless cash grab. And it looks like Cavill agrees. Warhammer fans don't just want another mainstream sci-fi or fantasy universe. They want Warhammer. They want to see the gritty, dark worlds and characters they've read about for years, not a reimagined, sanitized version. And Cavill is holding the line here, refusing to let the lore be compromised. So, as it stands now, Cavill isn't just fighting for creative control. He's fighting for Warhammer itself, for the fans who want to see the lore respected, and against a corporate machine that's at risk of collapsing its own creation before it even starts.
Hat Tip Game Trace, an excellent report. Henry Cavill is fighting the good fight. He is standing strong. So, 3 cheers for Henry Cavill. Hip, hip, hooray! Hip, hip, hooray! Hip, hip, hooray. I love how I've started a Warhammer 40K Civil War in the chat. This is excellent. We have warring Space Marine chapters in the chat already. It's gonna get nasty. It's gonna get nasty. Starfury's got his flamethrower. Beardo's Dummy Thick Peach is insulting the Blue Boys. Who could have predicted that Henry Cavill would just be like a giant Warhammer 40K nerd? Isn't that crazy? Like that, I did not have that on my bingo card, as the kids say. Yeah, Starfury, Cavill's already seen the death of one IP with The Witcher, so he needs to hold the line. God, I'm sure that just broke his heart. Imagine being in that position and literally having to fight these wackos every day on the lore. Like how demoralizing that would be. So check out this article, because I mentioned this. So as you know, Godzilla -1 is the greatest film of last year, one of the greatest films of all time, and the greatest Godzilla film of all time. Hat tip, bounding into comics. God, they just kill my browser. What the heck? Hold on. I've been hacked! All right, share screen. Okay, here we go. Hat tip. Bounding into comics, Godzilla -1 director Takashi Yamazaki turned down multiple offers, and maybe one from Marvel, to focus on the sequel to his kaiju-sized hit. Takashi Yamazaki will be back for Toho's next Godzilla film, which will be a follow-up to a very tough act to follow, Godzilla -1. Agreed. That film's success made another installment that could possibly be a sequel inevitable, but it wasn't Yamazaki's only choice for his next project. Oh, this is the chase with the Shinsei Maru. Oh, what a great scene that is. Every time I see it, I love it. God, talk about the promise of the premise. That's what Godzilla -1 is a perfect illustration of. Quote, the filmmaker and visual effects artist has become an overnight success in many ways and has had several offers sent his way. Quote, I started receiving all kinds of great film offers, he revealed at Godzilla Fest 2024. I can't tell you what offers they were. I turned them down crying tears of blood because they were making a new Godzilla movie. Via Japanese site Cinema Today, Yamazaki added, Godzilla -1 went a little too well, and a lot of hurdles have come up. Thinking about it, I feel like this might be the worst draw. Despite that comment, he assured fans present, I'll do my best. You know what? That's what I'm saying, man. Godzilla -1 was lightning in a bottle, and even Yamazaki knows it. Like, he outdid even what he thought he was going to do. He hit such a grand slam with Godzilla -1. Like, he realized, like, I created a monster, because now I've got to direct the next one. You damn right. Yamazaki, you're in for minimum 3 more of these. You have to understand that. While he is tight-lipped, the director may have let it slip that he received an offer from Marvel, or at least that they had a conversation. It seems, Yamazaki said, that overseas they like steady fighting styles like Operation Watasumi. Even the president of Marvel told me that. He said, we're all having meetings every day about whether we can create a plot development like that. Close quote. Oh my God. Wow. Wow. I want you to think about this, chat. So basically what he's saying there, my audio is probably jittery because freaking bounding into comics. What he's saying there is that what was it? What was the name of the operation is Watatsumi? So that's referring to in Godzilla -1, the operation to lure Godzilla out to sea, sink him to the bottom of the ocean, and then in order to crush him with the weight of the ocean. That's basically their plan to defeat him, and it's freaking genius. And it is such a marvelous third act of the film. It all comes together so beautifully. It all coalesces around Koichi Shikishima's journey as a failed kamikaze pilot who, it's on his shoulders at the end to lure Godzilla out. It's so damn awesome. And basically Kevin Feige saying, Jay, I wonder if we could do that. It's called storytelling, you stupid fucking morons. Like, it's not even, it's basic storytelling. George Lucas used to do it. It was called Star Wars. Oh, jeez. They're incompetent boobs. Incompetent. He's sitting here saying, oh, gee, how could I do this? Stop hiring woke lunatics. That's how, Kevin Feige. God. Resuming with the article. I mean, I guess I should think of it as a good thing that Kevin Feige wants Yamazaki's input. It's just that Yamazaki is doing what Hollywood used to be able to do 30 years ago. 40 years ago. Yamazaki is doing what they used to be able to do. Quote, Operation Watatsumi is a reference to the naval offensive used in -1 to defeat Godzilla with the power of the ocean. Named after a Japanese water deity not so different from Gojira, the climactic scene got a superlative reaction at New York Comic Con. Kevin Feige and Yamazaki could have met there and might have talked business. The latter's confession of offers makes such an incident and its implications entirely plausible. However, we won't know for sure until either side is able to totally come clean. Therefore, for now, Yamazaki is laser focused on Godzilla and will take his time. It'll take a little longer, but I'll do my best to make Godzilla a film that will surpass Godzilla -1, so please look forward to it. Thank you very much, he said as his Godzilla Fest appearance drew to a close. So how about that, chat? So you've got Takashi Yamazaki basically saying like, well, shit, I did such a damn good job. I can't even say yes. He basically is admitting he said no to something like, if not a Marvel project, something like a Marvel project, because he will not allow the successor to Godzilla -1 to fall into the wrong hands. And for that, Takashi Yamazaki deserves applause and a captain salute. That's a professional. And he's basically saying, I don't know if I could top Godzilla -1, but I'm going for it. Like, I am going for a better movie than Godzilla -1. And I'm telling you, I've never been rooting for anyone to succeed so much, and except for the Orange Man. But at the same time, like no chance, bro. There's no chance. Godzilla -1 is too good. It's too damn good. It's lightning in a bottle. But I am so rooting for Yamazaki to top it. Like if Yamazaki can at least just get like as good, that would be impressive. But then again, Batman Begins was as perfect a film as I could imagine, and yet The Dark Knight managed to just be a little bit better, which is just damn impressive. So I think if Yamazaki were asking for my advice, if I really have a chance at topping, -1, what should I do? And not that he would need my advice, but what I would probably suggest is build on what you established in that first film, because that was just great. Build on the emotional core, and I personally would have it be Akiko's story. I would have it go years into the future and have it be Akiko, who is essentially Shikishima and Noriko's daughter, and have her be a main character in the next one, because it would have that sort of legacy quality, and have Shikishima as like an older guy now who's an expert on Godzilla. I just think that would be great. I just think there could be such a great emotional core to that story. And the second thing I would say is you've got to look, the thing that made -1 so beautiful is that in addition to being a great Godzilla, it was a human story. And it was a human story that was informed by the tragedies of war. I would say that the reason that Lord of the Rings, which is a fantasy world, the reason that it's so powerful and so meaningful is that the themes are based on the real world horrors of war, right? And that's what made -1 so successful. So what I would say is no matter what era you set it in, no matter what the events of the story are, at the core of it, it's got to be that human story about fear of loss and the tragedy of loss and what it takes to rise above the unimaginable, right? And good people coming together. Like that was absolutely... And as I've said also, the thing about Godzilla -1 is it was an affirmation of life and the value of life. Much the same way that the first two Terminator films are kind of the same thing. They are really, as dark as they are ultimately arguing for the value of human life. And I think that's what makes them so meaningful to this day. And they keep trying to remake the damn things, and they can't because they keep losing. They're losing that emotional core. You cannot lose that emotional core. Now, quite frankly, the fact that you have this kamikaze pilot who fled his duty, got his platoon killed in the final days of the war when they were just about to go home to their families, goes home to find his entire city and family in ashes. That is just such a unique and singular human story. It just is. Like, he's sifting through the rubble of his life. I don't know how you duplicate that, because you can't. That's a unique situation that World War II created. So that does a lot of work for the story. But if you can recognize that those emotional beats are the heart and soul of the story, I'm sure you can find a similar emotional core for the next one. I'm certain that you can. Godspeed, Takashi Yamazaki. Godspeed. Don't you just love, though, that Kevin Feige is sidling up? Oh, geez. Wow. How did you tell an effective third act story? Kevin Feige. You had 3 phases. You had 3 phases of solid, rock solid, great storytelling, great films. Why don't you go back to The Winter Soldier? Why don't you go back to Iron Man 1? Why don't you learn from what you used to do? You know what I mean? But, you know. Whatever. You know what they do? They'd hire Yamazaki, okay? If Kevin Feige hired Yamazaki, they'd hire him on. And they'd say, we want you to do what you did with -1. Just get to work, Mr. Genius, and give us something as good as -1. By the way, here is your intimacy coordinator. Here is all of your minimum expenses on craft service and extra diverse persons in the writer's room. Also, we want 30% women in the script. Also, we'll need to have at least 3 to 4 references to pronouns and non-binary they, thems. And also, we need it to not have anything that could be an offensive political theme. We also need to have an anti-fascist message in it. And just on and on and on. And just, but do the thing that makes you original and unique. And it would be a fucking trash fire. It's exactly what Amazon is doing to Henry Cavill over there with Warhammer. They're like, Henry, We've got the rights to this incredible, unique world. Please bring it to life. Also, here is the list of all of the rules and regulations of all the things you can and can't do, all the people you must hire and cannot hire. Here's all your quotas. Good luck. It's like, what's the matter with these people? They strangle the golden goose. Wrangler says, gotta go, guys. Have a great night. God bless. Thank you, Wrangler. There he goes. Thanks for hanging out, Wrangler. Good to see you always. I wish I could hang out on the weekly Wing It tomorrow, but I just can't. I have stuff to do. Or, no, not tomorrow. Day after tomorrow. I'm going to be traveling. Starfury says, Godzilla cells shown at the end of the original movie creeping up her neck. Yeah, that was cool. No. Like, there's a hook. There's a hook for the next story. Definitely. Though thinking about it, enough time would have gone by, perhaps early Vietnam War. That's a good one. Yeah, you could. I mean, yeah, I think that there has to be a character that we really just latch onto and get invested in the way we had with Kishkima. So I can't believe that Starfury outlasted Wrangler tonight. That's so rare. What is next in the stack of stuff? Trouble is brewing, my dear chat. Trouble is brewing. Ridley Scott does not want to give up the ghost. He is continually, apparently, trying to recapture the magic of his glory days and failing over and over again. And I just think he's in his own world. I don't even think he cares. I don't even think he knows. I think if you asked him, he'd say Prometheus was a perfect film. No problems whatsoever. I think if you asked him, he'd say Napoleon was the greatest biopic ever. Beat the shit out of Oppenheimer. Who the hell's Christopher Nolan? Like, delusional. And he thought it's time for a Gladiator sequel. And there were rumblings that no, it's not as bad as it sounds. It's going to be a good movie. You'll see. Unfortunately, some people have seen it. And the news, the prognosis, as I like to say, is grim. Hat Tip Nerdrotic, Friday Night Tights. It seems that a few of our fellowship from across the pond have seen it. And this is what they had to say.
Because Gladiator 2 friggin' sucked!
Keep it spoiler free, but yeah, you guys can give your overall thoughts.
Well, if you're going to make
America
a movie about a main character, make
Starfury is saying Yamazaki created a monster, very punny. Well, yeah, he did. He did create a monster.
sure that main character can act. This guy is legitimately one of the worst actors I've ever seen in my entire life. I mentioned this when the trailer came out, that all his lines are delivered like, "We will change the world. This armor means a lot to me." But it's just a trailer, bro. It's all filmed for it. It's not gonna. It's exactly like that in the movie. Everything is deadpan with no emotion. Like, I really wish I just had.
How dare you talk about Pedro Pascal like?
You know what this makes me think of? This makes me think of Rosario Dawson in Ahsoka. Right? It sounds to me like the protagonist of Gladiator 2, like the way he's getting at being an ancient Roman is just to be very deadpan and say things very flatly, dryly, because that's dramatic and that's like ancient Roman world stuff. And it's like, I think that was Ahsoka. Like, the way to sound like a wise Jedi is just to say things very slowly with your arms crossed and as if you're always pensive and thinking deeply about everything. It's like, that's supposed to be like a wise Jedi. And it's a really sophomoric, like low skill way to get at it. I feel like the same thing is happening in Gladiator 2.
No, Pedro Pascal was actually one of his worst performances I've ever seen in this film. And even Denzel was not good, in my opinion. It was still better than other people, but it just came off really bad. He even like leaned into having some Denzel moments where he almost was like saying "my man" and stuff, and it's like,
yeah,
you know. But holy crap, what a dumb film! I could barely care about anything, and it opens with one of the most retarded siege battles I have ever seen. That was the best bit of the movie. It was so retarded.
I did watch that fight, thinking this is really going to annoy Shad. But I
laughed.
liked that bit. I was like, if the rest of the movie is like this, it'll be good. And then all the rest of the fights, there is a bit where he defeats something really powerful by throwing soil in the air. And I'm like, what has just happened?
Pocket sand. Pocket sand.
It was good.
Oh, God. Just how many of these? How fucking many of these? They have no new ideas in Hollywood. They just keep mulching over the same shit over and over. They have lost the ability to tell stories in Hollywood. Of course this was going to suck. God, it's going to be so... and I was actually kind of half looking forward to seeing it because I was thinking, well, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it'll be good. And now I know what I'm in for. I'm in for 2.5 hours of being freaking bored and wanting to leave the theater.
Oh, don't worry. It was that. And it should not have worked that well. It's like, no, stop it. But there is so many stupid things in this. That opening battle, I couldn't believe it. They lean into some of the most cliche stereotypes for, revenge story bullcrap. They try and subvert it a bit at the end, but too little too late.
Star Fury. Star Fury's out there, folks. He's out there.
Any plot. The plot throughout the entire thing is like, well, we just needed him to do all this stuff, so this just happened.
Yeah,
and again, they're trying to write manipulation, but they're not clever enough, so you're like, well, everything just kind of works out for him. There is no...
remarkably so.
What's the budget on this movie? Like $300 million or something.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Holy shit.
To be fair, it's one of the few movies that doesn't look like it was made on a shoestring budget.
So it looks good at least.
Yes. But it's everything. The acting is awful. The story is awful. It doesn't make you mean it. I knew the strategy. Basically, every military strategy. In the opening fight, they go in for an army. Everybody is a man, except the guy's wife. Because she needs to.
I just want to know if Denzel has a Glock. Denzel pull out a Glock with a switch.
It is literally. I'm amazed all the fridging people. If they don't come out about it, there is literally a moment where Pedro turns around and goes, "That one." And he just pulls out of the entire battlefield. She must die.
Get the girl.
That's in the trailer, so that's not a spoiler.
Fu Man Blue's like, bruh, that's Star Fury. If you're just listening, chat, Star Fury, as is his custom, had an indelicate thing to say about Ridley Scott in the chat. That's all. It was very indelicate. That's all I'm going to say. But $300 million just flushed down the toilet with this Gladiator.
It's literally the only woman in the entire army, and she's literally pointed to, so that everybody knows who's responsible for her death in this.
I couldn't believe that. Actually, it's like, why is she there? There was no good reason or justification except to service the really bad plot. That's why it was so cliche and predictable.
Yeah,
I love Denzel in almost everything I see him in. My problem with this trailer is he sounded like he was just a fucking black dude from the Bronx.
Yes, that's exactly it.
Star Fury, he's correcting me. He said pointed, Captain, not indelicate, pointed. Yes, Star Fury. That's why he is our sweet prince across the pond. Anthony Timmons says Gladiator, the movie that didn't need a sequel but got one anyway. Yeah, you know what's incredible is that first movie. What's interesting about it is they rewrote the ending on the fly multiple times. If anything, that movie was kind of a product of luck. that it's so good. There's a lot of odd things that happen with it, like the guy who played what was his name? He was the guy that was Maximus's trainer that bought him as a slave. Like he was it not Prospero? It was well, anyway. The actor who played him passed away in the middle of the movie, and so they had to kind of rewrite parts of it. Then they rewrote the ending multiple times. So honestly, it sounds to me like even the first Gladiator film was kind of a shit show, and they kind of just were like figuring out as they went along, and it worked out. And the rest is history. I think you can only gamble that way so many times before it doesn't work out. It's kind of what I'm thinking.
That's why I said he almost comes close to saying my man, but he doesn't. But it's like some moments where it's just like, I'm a cool.
Yeah, he's like, King Kong ain't got shit on me.
It's just that the rest of the movie and the rest of the characters are so unlikable. I'll put up with it just because at least I like that character of Denzel's. So I'm like, it's the only because there's Emperors in it.
So
they are. The Emperors are horrific. Pedro's character is just awfully designed, and we get the good old traditional this villain is sympathetic.
Anthony Timmons saying Hollywood, but Holly shouldn't have. I don't have the rim shot sound effect yet, Anthony, or I would play it for you.
Like, just for a random twist and things, it's so...
Yeah. The Emperors were comically bad in terms of they're just mustache-twirling villains. And
this is the worst news of all of this. This is the worst. All of the Emperors are like mustache-twirling, one-dimensional characters. Oh, God. I'm going to hate this movie. And I'm going to have to sit there. I'm going to treat myself. I'm going to get pizza and popcorn. I'm just going to pig out. Hell, maybe I'll cash in that free milkshake I've got in my rewards. I deserve a reward for sitting through this whole movie because I'm gonna have to sit there and just listen to these dumb one-dimensional Emperor characters. You know what they sound like to me? They sound like Jesse Eisenberg's rendition of Lex Luthor in Batman v Superman. I really hate that character. I really hate that rendition of Lex Luthor. It's like the worst. If let's see. If like Vincent D'Onofrio's Kingpin is one of the greatest live action comic book villains of all time, Jesse Eisenberg's Lex Luthor is one of the worst. Like honestly, even worse than Jared Leto's Joker for me is Jesse Eisenberg's Lex Luthor. And that is what these Emperor characters sound like they're going to be. Morbius of Krell says Gladiator was a lightning in a bottle film, but most of the best films are. Yeah, like, Robert Zemeckis famously admits that he's never going to be able to top Back to the Future. Back to the Future was lightning in a bottle. There's just no way to, maybe if I'm lucky, I've got one more of those in me in a lifetime, but like that was it, man. And I feel like, I'm not rooting for this to be true, but I feel like Yamazaki is in the same position. I feel like Godzilla -1 was like, dude, you've only got a few of those in you. You know what I mean?
And they're bad and being bad. And so you couldn't sympathize or get invested in any really thing that's going on, except at the
Star Fury says, couldn't they have had Caligula as the Emperor? Then you could have thrown in a gratuitous orgy scene for shits and giggles. I like where your head's at, Starfield, eh? When was Caligula? I'm trying to, let's see. He was Gaius Caesar Augustus Germanicus, better known by his nickname Caligula, was Roman emperor from AD 37 until his assassination. Yeah, he predates Maximus Decimus Meridius by about like 300 years. So that's why you can't do Caligula. Caligula was closer to Julius Caesar in terms of like time frame. Marcus Aurelius was in the AD 300s or 400s, I think, which much, much later. Marcus Aurelius let's see, when did he? Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I was off. It was Roman emperor from 161 to 180. So okay, so like 150, 160 years after Julius Caesar's era. So the problem with Caligula is that Caligula was in power about 140 years before Maximus's story. But I do like where your head's at, Star Fury. Oh man, if Redoubt Productions were here, he would have been so Johnny on the spot. Although Redoubt does say he's more of an American history man than a world history man, but I feel like he would have beaten me to the punch on that one. Star Fury says, when has accuracy been a thing with Hollywood? I mean, sometimes it is.
Very end where they tried to do something, but it was too little, too late. It wasn't going to pull it off at that juncture, and so
there is. Well, look, you know, part of what made the first Gladiator film so good, Star Fury, is that it was loosely based on real history. Like Marcus Aurelius, if you've ever read any of his writings, he really was very much like that character that you see in the first Gladiator film. And Commodus was truly very much like the character that Joaquin Phoenix plays in that first film. Maximus, of course, is a fictional character, and the events of his life are also fictional. But Commodus himself, like his obsession with gladiator games, the fact that he was cruel and vindictive, like all of that is very true to history. In fact, in reality, Commodus was probably even more awful than even the Gladiator film portrayed. The real Commodus was a absolute, like, psychopathic monster. So I think that's part of the charm of Gladiator, is that it had a lot of real history woven into it.
There's a couple of...
Michael Archangel has joined the chat and says, happy Saturday, everyone. Why, welcome to the chat, Michael Archangel. Assume your post, sir.
Speeches where they literally start with going, well, I'm not an orator. I'm like, well, maybe you should be. You're supposed to be giving an impressive speech. You're just now going, I'm a terrible scriptwriter. And then we know it. And so it gives them excuse for this like speech to mean absolutely nothing. But then it kicks off with the music, and that's there to try and basically draw in your emotions from the first film. Oh, God. It seemed like an eternity. I think it's like 2.5 hours or something.
2.5 hours. So obviously, it's just to tell the maybe some confused people, it's been released in the UK before in the States. Which makes no sense.
It's like a Make-A-Wish release. It's okay.
Yeah, so it's either because they knew it was bad, because they...
Beardo's Dummy Thick Peach says, stories based in or inspired by history are so good because the shit we've done IRL is far more insane than anything we can pull out of our imaginations. That's very true. I've always said history is the best novel. It really is. Napoleon is a great example of that, which is why Ridley Scott's Napoleon was so damn disappointing. Honestly, the best film portrayal I've ever seen of Napoleon was in The Count of Monte Cristo with Jim Caviezel. Like, that was phenomenal. The moment with Napoleon, it's so good. He's exactly... I think I just slipped into my Asmongold impression just there. It's like, that's the one I like. That's the one I would choose. Napoleon in The Count of Monte Cristo, he was based. He was badass. He was like the OG. He seemed real to me. That's my Asmongold impression. That's how he talks all the time. Michael the Archangel says, why bother with the scene? Oh, wait. Sorry, I missed your first part. You said, did you talk about Denzel's gay kiss that hit the cutting room floor? Why bother with the scene? Yeah, I know. It's so... it just proves that a lot of this shit... Like, listen, if there's a good artistic reason for it, I'm fine with it. The problem is that the wackos are trying to just shove this shit into everything. And it's so excessive that they filmed this stuff and then it just winds up on the cutting room floor. We didn't even need it. Yeah, probably because it had no relevance to the story of the character. That's probably why. It's like the lesbian space witches in The Acolyte. It's not that we are saying we object exactly necessarily to a lesbian witch coven. It's not so much that we're saying we object to that as it is that we're saying it was totally pointless and irrelevant. It was obvious when you watched The Acolyte that the only reason it's in there is to stick it to the patriarchy and push an agenda. That's the only reason it's there. Now, if they had the balls to just tell a story about a crazy lesbian witch coven that indoctrinates children and does all kinds of evil shit, that would have been kind of cool, actually. I would have been up for that. But no, they're portraying them as stunning and brave and angelic. And it's like, it's so bullshit. It's so full of crap. It's just like I don't know if you guys watched the Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul fight last night. But did you see the act with it was Serrano versus Katie Taylor, right? And dude, seeing those babes go at it was kind of terrifying because like they were beating the ever living shit out of each other and they were bloody as hell. And I was just thinking about how savage it was even just to watch these two babes fighting. And then you see Jake Paul fighting Mike Tyson. And I just imagined like Serrano being in the ring with Jake Paul. She would stand no chance. He would pound her down into the mat with like easily. Mike Tyson at 58 years old clearly is nobody you want to fuck with. Like he it's like Mike Ehrmantraut in Better Call Saul. You know, these young guys try and jump him. And he's just so well trained and he's just dealt with bad guys for so long in his life that he's able to just completely beat the shit out of him. Then the next time they get a hold of him, that he doesn't have the element of surprise and they beat the crap out of him. And what I like about it is that the reason Mike Ehrmantraut, an old man, is able to beat these young guys is A, the element of surprise, and B, because he just knows the tricks. He just knows the tricks of the trade. And he uses his brains, not his brawn. But when he doesn't have the element of surprise, he's no match for them. And like, so Tyson is nobody you'd want to mess with, but he had no chance against Jake Paul. He just didn't because of the physical advantage. And what's amazing is it was clear to me that Mike Tyson in his prime, Jake Paul would have had no chance, would have stood no chance against 27-year-old Mike Tyson. That's what was clear to me. And then you take Jake Paul and you stack him against Serrano, and it's like she would have no chance against him. Like none. Right? So my point is that what is so annoying about the woke mind virus is it is trying to gaslight us into believing in a scenario that just doesn't exist. It just does not exist. And that's what we object to with the lesbian space. Oh, look at what a perfect utopia it would be if all the women were scissoring and they were all having immaculate conceptions and they weren't being interfered with by the naughty Jedi. And it's just like that's what... No, that's not... There's nothing even remotely approaching reality about this situation. That's what we don't like about it. Or... Speaking at least for myself. Star Fury says, no one wants to see Denzel tongue anyone. Oh, Jesus. Star Fury. You're being very pointed, Star Fury. Morbius of Krell says, I just like saying Krell with extra emphasis. You know, just Morbius of Krell. So they can put it in the director's cut? I mean, I don't know. Who fucking knows with these wackos? Michael Archangel says it obviously wasn't necessary for the movie. Yeah, exactly. Star Fury says Rod Steiger is the best Napoleon on celluloid. The only point for a lesbian witch coven is so we can see some scissoring. I mean, yeah, could they at least just be like sort of hot lesbians? I mean, is that asking for so much? Hey, check out my book, Blood and Oak. There's hot lesbians in it. In like the early part of the book. Like hot ones. I promise. I get in trouble with my more conservative readers all the time for that. And I'm just like, what? I'll do what I want. Damn it, did I not upload it? I didn't upload my plug for my book. Damn it. I forgot to do it. I got busy and I just forgot it. What am I saying? I didn't forget anything. Mr. Producer, why is the advertisement for Blood and Oak, the exciting early American sword and sails adventure novels that I wrote, not in the lineup of videos? Well, why is that my job? That's your job. That's why you're a producer. I mean, yes, that falls within the job description of a producer, I think. It's an internship, an unpaid internship. You're getting sweat equity and you're earning experience. That's the point. Now, we'll talk about college credit later. Anyway, the point is, I forgot about it. But in any case, there are lesbians in it, and they're the fun kind. So now where was I? In the chat. Oh, this is a great point, Anthony. I had to rewatch all 3 Equalizer movies to scrub the thought of Denzel kissing another dude out of my brain. All the Amazon Nazis over there, this is what they're telling Henry Cavill. We want to bring Warhammer 40,000 and its unique, incredible vision of this grim, dark future and its amazing, money-rich, built-in fan base over to Amazon. And we think, Henry, you're the man to do it. So please, bring this unique vision to life. Also, we need lots of men, lots of Space Marine men kissing. We need lots of that. We also need lots of pronoun lessons. We need 30% women in all the custodies. But by all means, Henry, we need to see your vision. The poor guy. Michael Archangel says Disney ruined Star Wars for me. You wouldn't be the first one. Pull up a chair, brother. Pull up a chair. But, this is what I will say. If this consoles you at all, for what it's worth, Michael Archangel, we have inflicted humiliating defeats on them only recently. And the woke mind virus is on the ropes, so you better believe it. Fu Man Blue says witches are crazy fucks in any universe. Agree. Beardo says, oh damn man, the chicks fight was intense as hell. Best fight of the night. Yeah, I mean, it's just insane. It's insane. Like you can't cheat reality. You know what I mean? It's like everyone was kind of rooting for Mike Tyson, and as soon as he got out there, it's like, yeah. It's fascinating to watch because seriously, he was frightening with how fast he was, even as being an old man. And it was so interesting to me how, like, if it is 27-year-old Jake Paul versus 27-year-old Mike Tyson, Jake Paul doesn't stand a chance. But if it's 58-year-old Mike Tyson versus 27-year-old Jake Paul, Mike Tyson doesn't stand a chance. Well, maybe he stands a small chance. That's kind of what I would say. Yes, Star Fury, watch Man on Fire. That will burn everything else from your mind, or Book of Eli. Man on Fire is exceptional. Exceptional film. Love that movie. Equalizer 1, also great. Also very good. I think my favorite Denzel film is Training Day. I love Training Day. That is just one of my all-time. That's an all-timer. I love that movie. Michael Archangel says, I could do without the close-up of the female boxer's eye wound. What do you want, Michael Archangel? It's Bloodsport, man. Star Fury says, why a good eye cut is awesome. I speak from experience, having had several playing rugby. Now that's equality for you. What now, Star Fury? It says Fap alert. Give us the page numbers. Oh no. Oh my God, he wants the page numbers from Blood and Oak. It's in the early chapters, Star Fury. Order your copy on Amazon now. Let me see if hopefully this doesn't like kill my stream. Let me see if I can get it here. Let's see. Give me the list. Give me the list. Got it. All right. Hopefully this doesn't make me like robot too much. Yeah, high memory usage. I'm uploading. I'm literally Mr. Producer is uploading my promo right now.
Like, and then maybe they can try to get that international market before the domestic market. I don't know what the logic behind it.
It doesn't make any sense because the only film out this weekend is Red 1, which is not really going to do much of anything, and then next weekend is Wicked. So
I want to see Red 1. Is it bad?
I think it's going to be terrible.
Did you see?
I do too, but I still want to see it.
I don't.
Star Fury. I triggered Star Fury. He says Space Marines do not fucking kiss. Some of them might, gets lonely in the chapter. Oh, Star Fury's so mad. Well, don't shoot the messenger, Star Fury. I'm just telling you, this is what Cavill's up against. These wackos, these loons. They are out there saying, like, yeah, Henry, great. Loving the script, Henry. There's just one problem. We're missing at least 3 scenes of Space Marines kissing. Cavill's like, what the fuck? No. No, we're not. What, are you some kind of bigot? No, that's just not what happens in Space Marine chapters. Yeah, I know. Look, I'm probably just like a blue pill, yeah, just call me a blue pill if you want. I think I saw what I saw. And what I saw was it's just no chance, man. He's too old. There's just no chance. But Skunk's Workshop here is saying, and I've heard this or going around, the fight was rigged. Mike was holding back punches. I could see it. I don't believe that. I don't believe that, Skunks. I just don't think you sign up for something like that to lose. I just don't think you do. A lot of people were saying that this is just a cash grab. I don't think so. I think that Paul, yes, there's cash involved, obviously, but I think this had more to do with the status and just the legacy nature of it. This is legacy building. Don't forget that human beings are not just motivated by money. They're motivated by legacy. All humans are motivated to some degree by legacy. Some people see it as their children. Some see it as their business, their art, their work, whatever. Being remembered by history, whatever it is for you. And money is legacy, oftentimes. It's a proxy for that. I see Paul and Tyson doing this for legacy. And you don't just fritter away your legacy. Now, I could be wrong. I'm not exactly like plugged into the boxing scene. I could be way out of my depth here. But what I saw was he just couldn't. He didn't have the ability to athletically follow Paul around the ring. He just couldn't do it. He was too slow. And if he tried, he would immediately have tired himself out. And so what I think he was doing was he was trying to let Paul come to him and hopefully get a really good a couple sucker punches in there and land a killer blow. He was going in Warhammer turns. He was going for killing blow. And you got to roll the hard 6 to hit killing blow. And he came up. No, he just didn't come up with a hard 6. Michael the Archangel saying the fix was in from the beginning. Anthony saying Space Marines do not scissor. Michael the Archangel said Tyson had 20 million reasons to throw the fight. Do you really think he's that hard up for money? He's gonna sacrifice his legacy? I mean, I suppose if he knew that there was no chance he was going to win, he might look at it as like, well, I'm going to be humiliated anyway. Might as well have the money. But essentially what you're arguing, Michael, is that you're arguing that Tyson would have won but chose not to. And I'm arguing that I think he just couldn't win. I just think he couldn't. He couldn't physically match the stamina. I could be wrong. Star Fury said, geez, Star Fury. You can have as much gay sex with the Astra Militarium, but the Ortus Hereticus would burn you at the stake for all that gay shit. Well, maybe. Maybe. Skug's Workshop says, look what Mike said about legacy. He said, fuck my legacy. Oh, well, maybe. Did my Mr. Producer? No, Star Fury, Mr. Producer is not my mother. That is not, I would never employ my mother. For this, I would not, no. Mr. Producer is a male and is someone I am mentoring in the craft. He is learning at my feet. It is a sweat equity, unpaid internship for the purposes of experience and learning from a creative mind. I mean, at the end of the day, you may have a point here, Anthony. Paul's legacy will be that he went 8 rounds with a 58-year-old man and couldn't or wouldn't put him away. I don't know. He looked a little afraid of Tyson in the beginning. I'll tell you that much. He looked a little afraid of him, and rightfully so. Excellent news, Mr. Producer. Thank you. Thank you very much. I always praise you. I say it all the time. Well, like 10 minutes ago, at least. High Seas action-adventure novel Blood and Oak by me, Captain Garrett. Here's the story. When his sister is kidnapped and sold into slavery by the Barbary pirates, a daring young Navy officer embarks on a suicidal quest for rescue and revenge. This is a story of bloody naval warfare, set during the age of fighting sail, with ruthless rogues, smugglers, cutthroats, and pirates, with deadly sword fights, and tall ships slugging it out with cannons. Available now in Kindle, print, and audiobook. Go to www.bloodanoak.com. And when you get there, there's a free special gift waiting for you from me. Get your copy now. The link is in the description. And now, back to me. Yes, there it is. That is Blood and Oak. In fact, maybe I could. Okay, I'm Mr. Producer. Don't you dare tell them. Don't you dare tell them about this. All right. I was using it to elevate my monitor. I'm using my own. I'm in a temporary living situation. Okay. Don't judge me. But anyway, there it is. That's the book. That's by your dear captain. All right. Now, Star Fury wants to know what page the hot lesbian scissoring action is on. And I honestly don't remember. Let's see. God, this is great. This is a great book. I love the writing. It's really good. I'm serious. Melisande is the character, and she swings both ways. And she's kind of just trouble. She's just trouble. She's a tomboy character. She likes the ladies, and she gets herself and the protagonist John into trouble all the time. And oh, here it is. I found it. It is page 11, Staffjeri. Page 11. Chapter 2. Right? The Cat and Queen Playhouse, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Friday, June 24th, 1803. Melisande Dufour pressed close against the skin of her lover. In her fingers, she twirled a long red feather. She grinned when she decided on the most tempting target. She traced it along naked curves, up toward the underarm. A jolt, a gasp. Her lover awoke. Melly! A mouse-chewed pillow swatted Melisande in the face. She fell backwards, laughing. A warm body rolled on top of her. I hate to be tickled, said Sarah. Oh my God. I'll never fucking live that down. I just read the naughty scene on live on the internet. Never say the captain doesn't take care of you, chap. That you'll just have to buy it to get the rest of that. Hang on. All right, I got to get this one now. God, if I just crash my entire setup here. Look, I have a lot of copies, okay? So this is the second one. You know what I could do here that would be helpful? I could just do that. No, wait, no, not that. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so there you go. That's the second book in the series. Okay, now I have to go back to I have to prop up my monitor now. Hang on. There it is. Yeah. Okay. Oh, no. No, there's something wrong with the height now. Now I've messed it up. Okay, there we go. Got it. All right, cool. There it is. And here's what I'm working on next. Skunk's Workshop will be happy. The next project I'm working on takes place in the future, in space. It's going to be a story of humanity's future, faster than light future in the 23rd century. It's called Galaxyborn. Galaxyborn. Where's my artwork, Mr. Producer? I've got it in here somewhere. I'm so organized that I can't literally find anything because there's so many files within files within files that I have to dig for it. It's in images, I think. Illustrator file. There it is. Oh, I got it. There it is. Skunks deserves another taste. Right. Another teaser. Okay, share screen. Here it is. So this is the artwork for Galaxyborn. Let me do that. There it is. So that's Galaxyborn. And it's going to be about the crew of a frigate in the future, commanded by Captain Cole Sadler of the United Commonwealth of Stars Navy. And we have some alien allies that are with us in the Commonwealth of Stars. And this one I have not shown on the screen, but I have licensed this artwork with the original artist, so I have permission to use. All the artwork I'm showing is either commissioned or licensed with the artist. So here is, let me show you the Capruans, right? This is the first alien species humans made contact with. They are from a planet that is 500 light years away, roughly, called Abaya. Their planet is a moon that is, it's a frigid planet that orbits a gas giant, and they have very long nights, which also result in very long winters. So their species has actually evolved to hibernate regularly. So they hibernate a couple of weeks at a time, but then they're able to stay awake for long periods. And they're a mostly peaceful species, but their planet kind of was... essentially, their planet was having some problems. And when they made contact with us across the stars, we found a way to make remote contact with aliens. Essentially, the SETI project finally hit pay dirt, is essentially the idea. And we formed an alliance with them. It started out as a diplomatic agreement to share knowledge and resources, which evolved into an alliance. And then during the Xeno War, they became our allies. fighting against the hordes of the Rokoi and the Gladians who attempted to enslave humanity and all Capruans as well. So one of the crew members on the UCS Independence is a Capruan, and she is an officer on the ship, so you will see her as well. So there you go. I'm working on it. It is a lot of damn work creating a science fiction universe. It is. Well, I mean, when you really put work into it, that is. It's a lot of work. I think, I downloaded this. I have not licensed or anything, but I downloaded it just as inspiration for like what their planet, their solar system looks like. Here, let me share this one. Yeah, so I envision the gas giant that Abaya orbits. That would be the Capruan's homeworld. This is roughly what it would look like. So they orbit this gas giant, and they go through these periods where there's no sunlight for them because they're on the dark side of it, and they just have to like hibernate and endure like long winter nights. So their whole society has evolved to be kind of cyclical. They have a very strong sense of like community because they evolved traditions around protecting the larger family group when they're sleeping, essentially, and vulnerable. So there you go. Hail the Iron Age. We will build new things. Now, is the chat roasting me? Is the chat roasting me yet for reading the scissoring scene from my own book? Star Fury. He's probably still mad. Oh, no. Oh, no. Star Fury says, thanks, Swords of Star. Just give me 38 seconds. Now, Star Fury, clearly Mummy producer, will be making eggy in a basket for her best one. That sounds like some odd English food. I don't know anything about that. No, I'm just kidding. I actually do, from V for Vendetta, and it looks great, actually. I kind of want eggy in a basket. I've never had it. Michael the Archangel says, keep the humor going, but not when I'm drinking my vodka. Well, that's the best time for it. Oh, no, Morbius. Read slower. I couldn't. I was getting self-conscious, Morbius. Morbius of Krell says, read slower. Oh, God. That's so bad. There's this scene. What is this show? I think it's House of Cards with Kevin Spacey. You know, House of Cards on Netflix. I think this is what this is from. There's a scene in the show where I think he's a journalist, but he's like a novelist or something. It might be a different show, but I'm pretty sure it's House of Cards. So there's like this journalist who also writes novels, and he becomes an enemy. I think if I remember correctly, he becomes an enemy of Frank Underwood, and he winds up getting railroaded, and he gets put in prison. And so he's in his cell with his cellmate, and he's basically narrating a sex scene for his cellmate to fap to. And I remember getting super self-conscious on this scene because I just thought like, oh, I can't imagine being the writer that wrote the scene where the writer is providing the mental porn for a cellmate. It just seems so like self-congratulatory. Like literally what kind of writer has that high an opinion? Like, I'm such a genius with words that I can literally create auditory porn. I just know. I don't care if that's plausible or not. That's just all wrong, man. Nobody should have wrote that scene. Nobody should have wrote a scene like that. It's so up its own asshole. It is. It's so like sniffing its own farts, that scene. It's like, yes, that's my skill. My skill is words, and I can use them to survive on the inside. Oh, fuck off. Anyway. Now, Fu Man Blue, this is hot. Now, you're just... I never should have done that. Skunks, I forgot Skunks. Skunks is mad at me. He said last week you gave us no Galaxy Born. I'm sorry, Skunks. I did. I really was going to. I just forgot. It slipped my mind. I'm sorry. Anthony Timmons says, the sad thing is that little part that he read is a million times better than the Acolyte series as a whole. Well, thank you, Anthony. Well, you know. We ain't seen nothing yet. There's way better stuff in Blood and Oak. Way better. It's not like yeah, there's some naughty stuff in it, but not that much. It's rated R. It's a rated R book. People, you know, it's a weird thing. It's a weird thing when you're writing novels. Okay, I'll just give you a little inside baseball. Okay, if I'm writing a TV script that's meant for HBO, nobody's gonna look at me sideways for having, you know, a couple hot lesbians having a little pillow talk, right? Nobody's going to, no one's going to hassle me over that. In fact, they'll be like, oh yes, this must be the obligatory, you know, booby scene. But there's something weird about when you're writing a novel, people get very pearl clutching about it. Like, I seriously, like, people have told me, you know, when giving me feedback and stuff, they're like, wow, there's a lot of, that's a lot of graphicness for a book. And I'm like, it's not even as bad as like an HBO show. What are you talking about? Like, it's, I don't know what it is. People get super like triggered by like the written word being racy in a way that they don't get triggered when it's like in a film or a TV show. Now, I know that there's people that get very triggered about nudity and stuff in TV shows and films, and that's fair enough. But I'm telling you that there's people, it's like, it's weird. It's like, what, I'm supposed to be some kind of Puritan because I'm writing a novel? No. These characters are sexual beings. That's just who they are. I make no apologies for that. Michael Archangel says, book giveaway for the first 10 viewers. Oh, wait. don't say, actually, no. I've got 37 viewers on the SNS channel right now. At that would be the X. So we are at the SNS channel on X, and we have 37 watching over there. And we are also on Rumble, and I just realized I have not, egad, I didn't check the Rumble chat. Okay, fortunately empty, so nothing to worry about there. I you know. A phishing link for a porn site. Delete. Okay. Thank you, Rumble. And now, let's see. Star Fury says, hooray, gay sex in space. Actually, here's what I'm going to do, Star Fury. So, Galaxyborn is definitely going to be meant to be a mature military science fiction, but in a hopeful, optimistic future. But it's mature military science fiction. So there will be violence, there will be high stakes, there will be sexy time occasionally when called for. And I write characters from all different walks of life, not because I'm filling a diversity quota, but because I find different types of characters interesting. And I'm naturally drawn to explore different personalities and their history. But the number one objective that I have is to please the audience and to deliver to them the promise of the premise, what they came for. So if there were gonna be a story in the Galaxyborn universe that had what you refer to, it would be a niche product marketed to that audience. It would basically be like, you know, like Chris Gore says about Disney, just do Disney Sparkle and put all the weird shit over there and then have the main Disney be for regular Americans. And that's what I would do. I would just have like, you know, I might have like my niche Galaxyborn that features a gay character, but it would be marketed that way. It wouldn't be like the bait and switch where it's like, oh, you think you're going to get this kind of, you know, masculine, adrenaline-fueled military science fiction adventure, and instead you get, you know, the twink. I wouldn't do that to you. I wouldn't do that to you. The main character, Cole Sadler, is a ladies' man. He absolutely is. Skunks Workshop says, hashtag Galaxyborn. I like the way you think, Skunks. Star Fury says, will you have an equivalent of the USS Constitution versus HMS Guerriere kicked the Royal Navy's arse? I will in Blood and Oak. You better believe it. But because John Sullivan is definitely going to square off with the Brits at some point. However, in Galaxyborn is going to be more about sort of fighting alien threats and like cosmic threats. So I don't know. That's a good question, Staff Yeti. We'll see. We'll see. There are some internecine conflicts brewing. Unlike in Star Trek, where everything's perfect and the Federation is like this ideal place and nobody ever fights each other, I'm envisioning an optimistic future you would want to live in generally. However, it's got problems, and not all of humanity agrees, right? And so the United Commonwealth of Stars has a rival, which basically roughly what you would consider the Western civilization. Not all, but like the United States, the UK, a couple of South American countries. I think who else was part of the United Commonwealth? India, I'm envisioning, are all kind of part of the United Commonwealth of Stars, but there are like other countries that are still part of what is called the Earth Democracy Federation, and they are much more rigid and, dare I say, collectivist in their approach to things. So that being said, like, I'm not writing something that's going to try and like push a political message. Like, I'm not trying to write propaganda in the reverse. So, there will always be nuance on both sides, and there will always be kind of things that our heroes do wrong and things that the bad guys do right. You know what I'm saying? Like, so there is that conflict. The Earth Democracy Federation opposes the values of the United Commonwealth of Stars and vice versa. So there probably will be a conflict like that at some point. Beardo's Dummy Thick Peach says, it wouldn't be my proudest fap, but I could make it work. Well, yeah, I'm strangely honored by that. Let's see. Fu Man Blue says, really cool looking alien chick. Yeah, definitely. The Capruans I'm very excited about. The Rokoi, very excited about. Literally, I am building something to one day rival Mass Effect and Star Trek. And, Star Wars, it's a bit apples to oranges, but hell, we'll throw Star Wars in there too. I mean, the basic reason you love Star Wars is because it's adventures in space. So if that's what you're in for, with a spiritual thematic element to it, if that's what you like, there will be some of that in Galaxyborn as well. Oh, geez, Star Fury. Yeah, repetitive straight injury. Oh. Michael Archangel says, I don't know if you're a TTRPG player at all, but there's an existing sci-fi game called Numenera. The lore in that game is great. Yeah, I am actually a TTRPG player, and that sounds great. So I'll have to check it out. Chat's a riot. Skunks. Well, that alien is getting put into the bank. Star Fury says, it is because your imagination does all the heavy lifting, so they blame you for giving their brains the inspiration for all that smutty sex. That could be. I don't know why people get so precious about, like George R. R. Martin takes a lot of heat for all the sex in his books, and he likewise doesn't understand it. He's like, I can describe as many axes going into a head as I want, and nobody bats an eyelash. But as he puts it, if I describe a penis going into a vagina, oh, well, then the whole world loses their minds. And I'm like, but it's so weird that, like, that there seems to be so much less stigma about it if it's a movie or a show. If it's a movie or a show, people seem to just expect it. But if it's in a book, it's like, oh my goodness, you must be very naughty. You must have a very, very smutty mind. Well, but at least I didn't have actors physically doing it. You know what I mean? It's all imaginary in my case. If anything, that should be more low-key. Skunk saying, LOL, what they came for. Giggity. Michael Archangel says, as long as you're not catering to that 0.003% like Ubisoft. I mean, the dirty little secret is it's not even that they're not even catering to those people. It's more like they just are wackos and they resent people that portray anything that they don't like or anything. It's in a weird way, I feel like they actually want the clout that comes with Star Wars and Indiana Jones. Like think about it this way. Indiana Jones, wildly popular character. Luke Skywalker, Han Solo, wildly, Princess Leia for that matter, wildly popular characters, right? They want Warhammer 40,000, right? Wildly beloved. People are super enthusiastic. The wackos want a piece of that. And the fetish comes in because they want that piece of it to be the thing that they have a fetish about, right? So I honestly think it's a kind of revenge manipulation culture that actually has very little to do with pleasing, you know, because the fact of the matter is, you know, I say this about the Shills, right? So the Shills went out and defended Leslie Headland for the failure of the Acolyte, right? And what did they say? They said, oh, it's just a bunch of racist bigots, and they just don't that there's a woman in charge, and the Acolyte, you know, it's the fan base betrayed this show, and that's why it's terrible. And my response to that is, why do you lie for these people? If you're disappointed that the Acolyte got canceled, you should go to Leslie Headland and demand a better quality product from her. Why don't you? Why would you rather make excuses for Leslie Headland as opposed to just hold her accountable for being a bad showrunner? It has nothing to do with her being a female showrunner. Lauren LeFranc just ran an absolutely exceptional season of television in The Penguin. It had style, it had vision, it had consistency, it had brilliant character development, unbelievable performances, absolutely tight, razor-sharp plotting. Why don't you demand Lauren LeFranc quality for Star Wars from Leslie Headland, rather than blaming the bigots? Why don't you do that? So don't complain to us. So my point is, if you really cared about making a great product for the gay audience out there, why wouldn't you hold them accountable for actually telling a good story? See, that's the problem. But they don't care about that. They're just, you know, as the Joker put it, I'm just a dog chasing cars. I wouldn't know what to do if I caught one. That's what they are. They're dogs chasing cars. They catch one, they run it into the ground, and then they don't know what to do. So they go look for another one. I don't cater to anyone. I try and write a story that will please the audience. And the first member of that audience is me. But obviously it would be sort of a pointless exercise if I was the only one that I could please. You know what I'm saying? So like, the measurement of success for me as an artist is, you know, did I move someone? And again, that's not the right way to put it. It's not that I moved them, right? Because that's sort of a vain way of looking at it. It's more to say, did the characters move them? Like, the greatest compliment I think I ever got was someone who read Blood and Oak told me that I keep thinking about your characters. I just keep thinking about them all the time and wondering about them. And that's the real magic, because you've created this world, you've created these characters that mean something. I mean, one of the reasons I'm such a diehard, or was anyway, such a diehard Trekkie is because those crews of those starships and space stations meant so much to me. You know, I loved it. I loved it when that music came on the screen in the cold open. You see, you know, the Enterprise gliding through space, or the Defiant if it's Deep Space Nine. You hear that music, and then now we're on the ship, and it's Captain Sisko or it's Captain Picard, or it's Data, and he's running some experiment, and we're just slipping into the story, and I'm with my characters again. That's the thing I live for. So that's the thing I live to create as an artist. So what I would say is, if I have created a product that everyone feels has betrayed them, like, that would be terrible. I wouldn't want to do that. So, on the contrary, Michael Archangel, my goal is, you know, we are not going to get our IPs back. We're not going to get Star Wars back. We're not going to get Star Trek back. Screw them. We don't need them back. We're going to build new things. We're going to build, and you know what? It's better this way anyway, because we need new vision. And if we're going, we need to breathe new life into the stories. And we're not going to compete with them. We're going to dominate them. It's going to be a generational project, okay? It's work that I will not be able to complete in my own lifetime. But I am playing for generational wins here. Like, my goal is to build something that can be handed off to the next generation, that will eventually, finally, once and for all, eliminate the woke mind virus from our society. In the battlefield of ideas, not with censorship, not with cancel culture, in the battlefield of ideas. People will, and they do, by the way, they will choose the better product. They will choose the better story. They will choose the story that moves them. Let me tell you something. Stories are something you can never cheat. Ever. That's why woke storytelling fails. Because woke storytelling, really, as antithetical as this sounds, it's an intellectual exercise. I know. It's dumb as hell, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's a mind-based exercise, right? Girl bosses are stunning and brave, and people like them. Therefore, we will fill our story with girl bosses that are stunning and brave, and therefore people will like them. In other words, it's a line of thought. It's a narrative in the mind, right? This is how this thing works. But at the end of the day, the reason you connect with a story has nothing to do with the intellectual. Yes, that's a part of it at the end of it, but the real core process is the emotional level. It's the connection you form, the bond. And I mean that quite literally. The bond you form with the characters and the events that they are enduring. Like, that's what makes you love the story. Now, part of what makes that bond possible is the story making sense. If the story doesn't make sense, it shatters the illusion, and it shatters the immersion and the suspension of disbelief. That's why woke storytelling is so terrible, because nothing about it is believable or plausible. Because it comes from the sick mind of mentally ill creatives who think their mental illness is a badge of honor. But at the end of the day, they are proceeding from rules created by an arcane ideological doctrine. You can't write from a doctrine. By the way, this is why many, and I don't mean this disrespectfully, but many Christian films are very similar in this way. They proceed from the assumption that the biblical doctrine is good, and this represents biblical doctrine, therefore this is good. And my experience of a lot of gospel-based films is that they're very melodramatic, they're very cloying, and they're not very engaging for me. That's not because they can't be, but it's because they're proceeding from an ideological place rather than an emotional place. And there are exceptions to this, because there are like spiritual films that are very moving. I would say Hacksaw Ridge is a very sort of profoundly Christian film that works. Obviously, that's a war film, so that's pretty dark. But I mean, what's a good example? Honestly, I actually think the Count of Monte Cristo has very profound Christian themes in it, such as the recurring theme that Edmond Dantes wrongfully imprisoned in the Chateau d'If all 13 years. He's carving into the wall, "God will give me justice," which becomes a defining theme of the entire story. He meets a priest in his incarceration who tries to like rekindle his faith, and he says, he mentions God, and Edmund says, "I don't believe in God," and the priest says, "Doesn't matter. He believes in you," right? That theme stated. So my point is, it's not that a profoundly religious story can't be moving. It's that any story that proceeds purely as an intellectual exercise will fail, in my view, to connect with most people. That's why woke storytelling fails. So the goal is to connect emotionally with people and move them emotionally. If you get them emotionally, you have to do a lot of damage for them to not like the story. Like Godzilla -1 has a couple of moments, for example, that are just a touch clunky, such as the pacing of Shikishima and his group, planning the final stages of the mission. He writes a bunch of letters to Tachibana to get him to fix the plane that he needs to convert it basically into a kamikaze plane without the rest of his crew knowing. And so he writes all these letters to Tachibana, but they stated earlier in the film that Godzilla's going to arrive within 10 days. So it makes the timeline a bit unclear, right? It's like, well, how many days was he writing these letters? How long did that take? But at the end of the day, it's plausible enough, and we care enough about Shikishima, we care enough about the story that we're willing to forgive that because we have an emotional connection with these characters. So that's why I pursue art. I pursue art to create that experience because I also want to be part of that experience. I write stories that I want to see. And I think that the best creatives do the same. I think Takashi Yamazaki does that. I think Lauren LeFranc does that. I think Matt Reeves does that. I think Denis Villeneuve does that. Speaking of which, great example. Hat tip, bounding into comics. So I think we're good on the Gladiator 2. It's going to suck. It's going to be ass. And not looking forward to that. Dude, bounding into comics is worse than Absolute ever. It is terrible. Okay, here we go. Hat tip, bounding into comics. Denis Villeneuve doesn't think much of Quentin Tarantino's critique of his Dune films. Quote, "What I did was not a remake." Now, this caught my attention because we need to talk about Quentin Tarantino. Tarantino is absolutely a talented director, like no doubt about it. And some of his films are brilliant. I love the Kill Bill films. Pulp Fiction is an absolute all-timer. Django Unchained was pretty brilliant. However, he's also written some stinkers. I think Inglourious Bastards is ass. Absolute ass. I hate that film. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood has a couple of interesting vignettes, but is mostly too long and too self-indulgent and just another silly alternate history wish fulfillment fantasy. But you can't say one thing for Quentin Tarantino, say he's original. And that I do respect. And he despises the sort of corporate algorithm wood chipper. And on that, I agree with him. But he also suffers from the same kind of he's part of the approved intellectual class. Okay. Director Quentin Tarantino recently critiqued Denis Villeneuve's adaptation of Dune, and now it seems there is a clash between both directors. A disconnect has arisen vis-a-vis how each of them views the French-Canadian auteur's vision. Tarantino thinks of the Dune films as a remake of David Lynch's 80s cult classic, while Villeneuve does not. The latter opened up during a recent appearance at Montreal's Concordia University via the Montreal Gazette and came across as unfazed by the critique. Villeneuve said, "I don't care. It's true. I agree with him that I don't like this idea of recycling and bringing back old ideas, but where I disagree is that what I did was not a remake. It's an adaptation of a book. I see this as an original." Quentin Tarantino, the director of Reservoir Dogs, recently voiced his disinterest in seeing remakes of popular films, which also included Villeneuve's adaptation of Dune. During a conversation on Bret Easton Ellis's podcast, Tarantino stated he's, quote, not interested in watching remakes or adaptations of stories he's already seen on screen. Specifically referencing Dune, Tarantino dismissed the idea of revisiting the film, said, "I don't need to see spice worms. I don't need to see a movie that says the word spice so dramatically. It's one after another of this remake and that remake. People ask, have you seen Dune? Have you seen Ripley? Have you seen Shogun? I'm like, no. I've seen that story twice before, and I didn't really like it in either version, so I'm not really interested in seeing it a third time." From Tarantino's point of view, Villeneuve's Dune is the third attempt at Frank Herbert's novel, with David Lynch making the first attempt in '84 and the Sci-Fi Channel turning the novel into a miniseries in the early 2000s. Villeneuve has focused on crafting a narrative that stays true to Herbert's intricate world building and themes. He noted the contrast between his perspective and Tarantino's. Quote, "We are very different human beings. Was there more to that quote? I guess not. I feel like there was more to that quote. But in any case, that fairly arrives at the point. So I bring that up because I just found that interesting that Tarantino is basically saying to Denis Villeneuve, I don't need another remake of Dune, of the Dune movie. And he kind of sees it in this very chauvinistic way as just like movies. Like he is an absolute movie guy, like a movie guy. And so he just sees it as a remake of a movie. And, it's funny because like when I was trying to sell a normie on seeing Dune, the Dune Part 1 and Part 2 films. And, the pushback I got was, oh, I didn't like the 80s movie. I don't want to see a remake of that. I'm like, it's not a remake of that. And that's what Denis Villeneuve is saying. I adapted the book. This is an original work. This is not a remake. I'm not trying to remake any other movie. I'm trying to make a movie based on this book. And so I think the Dune films, Dune Part 1 and 2, they're some of the best films of the last decade. They are just masterpieces. They are just exactly what I needed post Avengers Endgame. Because like literally Avengers Endgame is almost the perfect dividing line of like when almost every movie was shit. With a few exceptions. Spider-Man No Way Home, okay, great. Oppenheimer, great. But most of the films have been absolute garbage since then. And the Dune films have just absolutely stood out to me as like, they're original, they're unique, they have scope and scale. They're just beautiful films. The music is incredible. I love the journey of Paul Atreides. It's just absolutely pulling me in. I love those movies. And so it's fascinating to me that Tarantino is just so up his own asshole that he can't even see the fact that like, no, these are sensationally original films. Meanwhile, Tarantino is out there stuffing his films with all kinds of scenes that run up the runtime and don't contribute anything, and they're mostly wish fulfillment fantasy. Gee, what is the point of a wish fulfillment fantasy in Inglourious Bastards? Because Tarantino's stated purpose in that film was he wanted to do a spaghetti western like The Dirty Dozen. Well, then do that. This weird revenge fantasy where all of the Yahtzees get burned up in a theater, I just find that boring as hell. This alternate history fantasy in which the Manson family happened to attack, the actor. It just happened to be that there was an actor next door with a flamethrower, which I know you appreciate that, Star Fury, and I do too. It is fun, but like, what's the point of it? How about this, Tarantino? You make your movies, and Denis Villeneuve will make his movies, and I'll be grateful that Villeneuve is making a third Dune film, and soon. Michael, I anticipated this, Michael. Michael Archangel says, wow, them some fighting words about Inglourious Bastards and Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, but I respect it. Oh, I was prepared for it. And nobody agree. Look, everybody loves Inglourious Bastards. I think almost everyone I run into who likes anything Tarantino, because I know people that hate anything Tarantino, but if you like anything Tarantino, chances are you're going to tell me Inglourious Bastards is, if not his best, one of his best. I cannot disagree more, because I'll tell you right now, I was so excited for that movie. I thought it was going to be his best film. I love the Kill Bill movies. I love Pulp Fiction. I love Reservoir Dogs. I love Django Unchained. Excellent films. Inglourious Bastards, to me, was pointless. Now, don't get me wrong, Christoph Waltz as an absolutely cold-blooded Yahtzee was incredible. The scene in the beer hall with the actress was incredible. Some of the scenes with Brad Pitt's crew scalping Yahtzees, that was fun. Don't get me wrong. So this is the thing. It's not that there weren't scenes in the film that were excellent and really brilliant. It's that the overall story of the film was completely pointless to me, because it was an exercise in wish fulfillment fantasy that had no basis in reality or plausibility. I would much rather see a film about these crazy Yahtzee hunters just going out in the real backdrop of history and just taking out Yahtzees. Interestingly enough, there was that Henry Cavill film, what was it? The League of, what the hell was it? The League of Ungentlemanly Warfare, or whatever it was that came out this year. That was more like what I think Inglourious Bastards should have been. Unfortunately, that film was also kind of boring. So, it's not the best example. But that's more along the lines of what I was thinking would be a great Tarantino film. So yeah, I just think he got caught up in I just think that the French girl's story is just kind of super boring and derails the whole story. I just do. So there you have it. And it was just disappointing. It's not what I paid the ticket price for. I just did not pay the ticket price. For me, it was a betrayal of the promise of the premise, because it was not, it was a totally made up fairy tale. And that's not what I wanted to see. I wanted to see the real Yahtzees getting their asses kicked. That's what I wanted to see. And I didn't get that. Now, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, if you cut 45 minutes out of that film, it might be his best film ever. Okay. It might be his best film ever if you eliminate 45 minutes minimum from the runtime. Because the problem with Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is he just wanted to show you all of his favorite toys. He just wanted to show you all the things about Hollywood he loves and all the things about making movies he loves. And some of it was great. Like, Leonardo DiCaprio is hilarious in that movie, and he's just brilliant in that movie. But like, and there is some great stuff with Brad Pitt, training his dog, exploring the Manson Ranch. Some of that was great. But there was just too much, and it wasn't tight, and it led to a kind of meandering, confusing movie. And I hear a lot of people say that the movie was slow. Well, it was. It was terribly paced. So yeah. And I think that's a symptom of Tarantino having too much clout, too much power. He can just do whatever he wants, and he abuses it. Look, in his Reservoir Dog days, he could have never made a movie like that. It would be too self-indulgent. If Reservoir Dogs was 2 hours and 45 minutes and it just wandered here and wandered there, you would have never heard of Tarantino. He'd be a nobody because the movie would have been panned and he would have never caught on. When he had to work for it, he had to tell a tight story with a disciplined runtime. That's my problem with Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. It's a lazy film. And it has no right to be, because it had the makings of genius. So listen, don't misunderstand. I'm not saying Tarantino is like Leslie Headland and he's dumb and eats glue. He is absolutely a talent and a vision. I'm just saying sometimes that defeats him. Cough button. Morbius of Krell says Django isn't that great of a film either. I mean, I'm not going to argue with you. Don't misunderstand. I'm saying I understand. I understand. There's definitely things you can critique in Django Unchained. I'll tell you, there is one thing about Django Unchained that annoys the shit out of me. And it's the kind of like, it's the underlying message that like, listen up, white people. That's kind of what I feel when I'm watching that film. Like, you better like this movie. But other than that, I really do like the movie. I really do. It's look, Tarantino is a guy that just enjoys what he enjoys. He tells the kind of story he likes, and he makes no apologies for it. It's sort of his gift and his curse at the same time. What I respect about Django Unchained is he just wanted to tell a story that was an old Western tale, except instead of the typical bad guys, it's slavers in the South, and it's an ex-slave who's getting revenge. And I think he wanted to show you the most mustache-twirling, evilest slave owner you could ever find. And that's what he finds, just like he wanted to show you the evilest Nazi he could ever find. He wants to, like, he revels in that shit. And I don't blame him. It's kind of fun. So I just think Christoph Waltz and Jamie Foxx just sell it so well in that movie. And Leonardo DiCaprio is just so good. He's so damn evil in that movie. It's great. There you go. Do you appreciate the cheese with the Banderas Desperado? Hayek's titties make the movie. Michael Archangel. God, it's been a long time since I saw Desperado. I do remember Once Upon a Time in Mexico. They're okay. They're respectable. Star Fury says, well, I would argue Villeneuve did not adapt the book correctly. And I'm sure, as Henry Cavill points out, you're never going to perfectly adapt anything. You're never going to be exactly what people imagined. And I get that. So no arguments there. He fucked up Chani mightily and he got Lady Jessica wrong. Really? Chani I can see, but Lady Jessica? Fair enough. I haven't read the book, so I'm out of my depth on that issue. Stop here. He's saying, Hayek's titties make most movies, as does J-Lo's booty. I'm just throwing that in for you, Star Fury, free of charge. I will say I have two complaints about the Dune films. One is definitely Chani. I feel she's a bit of a one-note character. She's angry. She's so angry all the time. And look, she has good reason to be. The problem is there's very little joy. There's very little... the thing is, she should have some joy in as a character. Like, she loves her people. And I think you can have a balance of a character that shows you know what? Say what you want about Avatar. But at least the character of Neytiri shows Jake Sully what's beautiful about the forest and about Pandora and about the life of the Na'vi. Like, she does show him that side of like what she takes joy in and what she loves about her world, right? So that when she's angry and trying to defend it, right, it feels it's more balanced and you're more invested in her character. I feel like the problem with Chani is she's got all that rage, but she's got none of like the joy in her people, the joy in Arrakis. Like, what does she love about her life? I mean, obviously she loves Paul, and that's like the one little bit of it that you get. So that's complaint number one. I think you probably know what complaint number two is. There is not nearly enough Fade Rotha in Dune Part 2. Like, not even close to enough. I really needed to see more of a battle between Paul and Fade Rotha before the final fight. I really needed that. I feel like they missed a beat with Fade Rotha because they had most of it. Most of the beats were there, but they missed a big beat with him. And really what it was is there needed to be much more of the bad guys close in because that's what Fade Rotha is. He's the bad guys close in. So... But I will say this. I watched the movies with normies, and they were in absolute terror when Paul is fighting Fade Rotha. That's some damn good writing right there, because they thought Fade Rotha was gonna kill Paul and then kill Chani. Like, that's how scared they were. of what was going to happen. And I was like, good. Good. That is a nerve-shredding fight the first time you see it. Paul versus... Oh, man, I was nervous. I was really nervous. It was good, though. Star Fury saying, Tarantino hate, I'm here for it. I'm more of like an Asmongold. I'm like your Asmongold Tarantino guy. Like absolute sitting the fence. You know what I'm saying, Star Fury? There's films of his I think are great and elements of his style that are genius. And then there's other things about him I find smug and like, for example, him criticizing Denis Villeneuve is like smug as hell. And I got no time for it. Denis Villeneuve is one of the few current writers and film directors with any vision at all in Hollywood. So literally fuck off, Quentin Tarantino, with that noise. Absolute noise. You self-important prick. You're about as useful to me when you say shit like that as Taika Waititi and Rian Johnson. So look, I got a little love and a little hate for Tarantino, but I respect what he's accomplished. Did I just say respect what he's accomplished? I think I did. I respect what he's accomplished. I love the Kill Bill movies. I really do. I love that David Carradine is Bill. I love that final confrontation between Uma Thurman's character and him. What was her name? Because they blank out her name the whole movie, and then they reveal. Tia's such a good line in that when she's like, we have unfinished business to Bill. And he's like, baby, you ain't kidding. I love that line. That's such a great line. Why? I don't know. I just love that line. Don't ask me. I have not seen Hateful Eight, though. I hear that was trash, so I skipped it. I mean, I mostly agree Morbius of Krell. Tarantino went downhill after Kill Bill. I really hate Inglourious Bastards. I just, it's just such a waste. It's such a damn waste. You just put all of the Yahtzees in a theater and burn them to death? Okay, fine, but that didn't happen. That didn't happen. It takes me out of it. It's like, no, I want to see a plausible story about how these guys kick some Yahtzee ass, like in the real war. That's what I wanted to see. Why does nobody else agree with me on this? I don't understand. Everybody thinks I'm so wrong about this. God, it's such a burden to be so all the time. It's exhausting. Michael the Archangel says, we need a super racist reboot of Blazing Saddles. We do. We seriously do. Anthony Timmons said, not really a fan of Tarantino anyway, so proceed, sir. Yes, thank you, Anthony. I appreciate that. Morbius saying, it's like he ran out of good ideas and went to the Yahtzee thing and the slavery thing. I mean, look, I have zero issue with him going to that well. I really do, because honestly, better Tarantino do that than some woke wacko. Like I'll tell you, Lovecraft Country and The Watchmen on HBO was some of the most useless bullshit I've ever seen, and it was pathetic. It was just beating that dead horse of like, my slavery, my Jim Crow. It's like, oh my God. Fuck off with that shit already. I'm so tired of it. I'm so tired of By the way, so are black people. They are tired of this too. I speak for all of them. No, I'm just kidding. No, but literally, black people that I know, there's no right way to say it. I'm just going to say it. Just black people that I know are like, it's refreshing when we get a movie that's not just about black people being slaves. Like, that's a nice change. And I'm like, I agree with you. I feel like that would be cool. You know what I'm saying? That we were talking about Black Panther. We were talking about Black Panther, the Marvel movie, and a black friend of mine who we were talking about the movie. We're excited for it. And he said, it's nice that it's a movie that's not about black people being slaves. And I was like, yeah, I mean, I feel that. That's the year that 12 Years a Slave came out, which is a brilliant film. Chiwetel Ejiofor just absolutely crushed it. But I understand that sentiment. So yeah, but listen, Tarantino at least is going to that well because he's got an idea and it's cool. You know what I'm saying? So I don't hold that against him. Yes, Starfury, I completely agree. Tarantino is a pretentious, overindulgent dreck. Yes. 100%. And sometimes fairly brilliant. It needs to be said. Starfury says, blame the book for Fade. Fade never had a chance against Paul. Interesting. Yeah, that's interesting, Starfury, because the movie, and I think rightfully, telegraphs to the audience that Fade is a threat to Paul. So if that's a change from the book, I actually would defend that change. Because, listen, for the film to work, it's got to have a threat to Paul. There has to be. You know, Empire Strikes Back does not work if Vader's not a threat to Luke. That's just how this is how the deal goes, right? So I'm okay with that. I'm okay with us thinking Fade is a threat to Paul. I may just have to pull this up just for the hell of it. I love all the memes of Rachel Zegler shaving her head. I think it's hilarious. I need more of that in my life. Here it is. Deal with this province. Send assassins. Christopher Walken. Just like so amazing in anything he's in. Roll tape.
Deal with this province. Send assassins.
Fade Rother. He's psychotic.
I see possible futures all at once. And in so many futures, our enemies prevail. But I do see a way. There is a narrow way through. My allegiance is to you. Do you believe me?
This is a form of power that our world has not yet seen.
Best part!
The ultimate power.
When he says silence, that's my favorite part. I love that.
I want you to know I will love you as long as I breathe.
You will never lose me as long as you stay who you are.
Consider what you're about to do, Paul Atreides.
Silence! Oh my god, it's so good. It's so good.
This prophecy is how they enslave us!
You are not prepared for what is to come.
God, fuck off, Quentin Tarantino. That film is amazing. It is just an achievement. I love that film and I love that trailer. That trailer is so damn good. And it's so good to have a trailer that lives up to the film. Just visionary. Just the visuals. You know, Leslie Headland and fucking the Acolyte. They're green planet. Desert planet. Fucking Jon Favreau with the DMV and Coruscant, you know, just like fill out a form. We'll deal with your pirate threat. Tim Meadows, a SNL actor, playing a bored bureaucrat. Oh my god! You compare that to Dune, which literally only takes place pretty much all in a desert, and yet you feel like you're in an alien world. You feel like you're in a different time and place. Everything in that movie feels like an adventure. Everything in that movie feels spectacular. The way that so there's a video, I think I might show it to you in a bit, chat, if you're good, which really just means if I want to keep going, but there's a video that breaks down the design of the Harkonnens' planet, how it looks, the way they have a triangular Colosseum instead of a circular one, because it's meant to sort of symbolize aggression and pitting people against each other. And then they talk about how the sandworms, like how are they able to sort of swim through the desert as if it's liquid? And they talk about how the sandworms emit a vibrational sound that like disrupts the friction of the sand and essentially converts it into an almost quasi-liquid state, which allows the sandworms to swim through it. And the reason why I find that so excellent, aside from just being great sci-fi, lore, it's the fact that the music of the film from Hans Zimmer's absolutely legendary score absolutely telegraphs that. Like the sound that the worms are making, and it's part of the film score, but they're going, that is meant to symbolize how the sandworms actually sound. They make this vibration as they're moving through the desert. It's freaking great. What a visionary film that is. It's like, I can't wait for Dune Part 3. I just can't even wait. And The Dark Knight 4. Please, Nolan, come back. Just come back and make The Dark Knight 4. I want The Dark Knight 4! I miss it. I really miss the Nolan Batman verse a lot. I love Christian Bale's Batman. He's my favorite Batman. He just did. Because he went on the hero's journey, He climbed up the mountain. He learned to like conquer his fear and use it against his enemies. He's just great. And now I have to suffer with Robert Pattinson. Don't you miss good trailers? I miss good trailers. I think it was the second one that was the really good one here. I'm really cruising with YouTube this time. You've done it this time, Captain.
You've changed things. Forever. There's no going back. See, to them, you're just a freak. Like me.
Dude, it's so good. You're just immediately pulled in. You're just immediately pulled in.
What do we got?
Nothing. No name, no other alias. Clothing is custom. Nothing in his pockets but knives and lint.
It's one of the best lines in the film. Nothing in his pockets but knives and lint, because he has no identity. He's just a force of nature. I love that.
Evening, Commissioner. Why so serious? Where is he?
Where is the trigger?
People are dying. What would you have me do?
Endure. You can be the outcast. You can make the choice that no one else will face. The right choice. Gotham needs you.
A little fighting you. I like that.
And you're gonna love me.
Oh, it's so good. It's one of the best. It's maybe the best superhero film ever made.
Now that's more like it, Miss Wayne. It's all part of the plan. Come on, hit me! Let's put a smile on that face.
Oh my God. Just going down memory lane. Oh, did I have it on the wrong view? I did, didn't I? God dang it. Oh, well, I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry about that. You had to look at my huge mug instead of the Batman. I'm sorry, but I can't trade that for Robert Pattinson. I just can't. It's just not as good, okay? But that being said, the Penguin was so damn good that it absolutely got me excited. Okay. We got to do just a little bit of Penguin spoiler talk now, okay? Just a minute. I'm going to give you a 5-second warning. And then, let's see, what can I do? I'll just wave at the camera when spoilers are over, in case you want to mute it. Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, spoilers for The Penguin, the final season. Okay, just a little bit. So he's forged this incredible friendship with Victor over the course of the story. Yeah, it's sacrilege. I can't even say it. I can't even say it out loud, because if I do that, it's just there's something wrong. No, even if you've chosen to hear the spoiler, I still don't want to do it. But all I will say is, here's the one spoiler I will give, okay? The spoiler I will give is that at the end of it, he has become his final penguin form, and he's done something so heinous. It is so freaking cold-blooded heinous. It stays with you. It's like awful. And it's perfect for his character. It's perfect because it's who he's always been, right? And I'm not going to tell you what it is. You just have to watch it to find out if you don't know. But I will just say that, or go find someone else who spoil it. But what I will say is, at the end, there's this great line where he's in his penthouse suite. He's dressed as the Penguin with the finest penguin tuxedo and everything. He's got his top hat, all of it. It's perfect. And he's dancing, and he's on the top of the city. He's won everything. And his best girl, who is impersonating his mother, dancing with him and telling him how proud she is of him. There's a backstory to that. And she says, you've done it. You're the king of the city. There's no one who can stand in your way. And he's just happy as can be. And then the camera zooms out from the window and you see him dancing, and it slowly pans over and you just see the bat signal light up, and that's the end. The bat signal just goes beep right after she says, there's no one who can stand in your way. It's magnificent. It's excellent. I loved it. I was cheering. I was so happy. I was like, that is perfect. That's how Joker for Liadu should have ended. That's how Joker for Liadu should have ended. Todd Phillips is such a tool. How is it that Lauren LeFranc got this right and Todd Phillips screwed he screwed the pooch, he shit the bed? I tried to cross both metaphors. Okay. All right, spoilers are over. Spoilers are over. I just think that's fantastic. That's such a great way to end it, and it's such a great hook for the Batman film, and I'm so excited for it, and it's so perfect. It's so pitch perfect. Dude, the opening, what do I always tell you? Blake Snyder saved the cat. Two of the most important things in your project is the opening image and the final image. They should be a before and after picture, okay? And the opening image of the Penguin is him standing before the window looking out onto the dingy city, right? And it's kind of zooming in on him. And so it's him looking over the city kind of from the bottom of the city, right? The final image of the show, I guess is kind of a spoiler, but the final image of the show is him at the top of the city. And what do we see, right? What's the last thing we see? Of course, we know what that is. That is great. That's great. That takes, the thing about being a showrunner is you can't just be a good writer. You can't just be a good creative. You have to be holistic. You have to weave all the threads together. The performances, the characters, the plot, the music, the tone, the visuals, the sets, the costumes. Yes, you have an army of people to help you with that, but you are where the buck stops. And you have to have the vision to pull all that through so that it all comes together at the end, right? It's not just a screenwriter. It's not just a director. It's not just an actor. It's the whole thing. You've got to pull everything through, and only one person can deliver that. And based on what I've read in the IMDb credits, based on what I've seen and heard, it looks like that person is Lauren LeFranc, and she just did a brilliant job. And it's like, that has nothing to do with her gender. That has everything to do with her skill, her credentials, her vision, her talent. That's what should be rewarded. That's what should be hired on these Star Wars projects, on these Marvel projects. Anyway. Star Fury says, Morgan Freeman as Lucius, amazing. Oh, I know. Morgan Freeman, he's like America's father. He's like America. Well, he's more like America's grandfather now. He could just narrate any bedtime story and it will sound wonderful. I love his narration in War of the Worlds with Tom Cruise. That's fantastic, from the original H.G. Wells. Anthony Timmons says the whole cast of Nolan trilogy was exceptional. The only one, and I'm kind of weird like this, Maggie Gyllenhaal did not bother me. So I know everyone hates that casting. I thought she was fine. However, the one casting I wasn't wild about was Anne Hathaway. She's okay, but I just didn't think she was the greatest Catwoman. I actually do think the Catwoman in the Batman universe is way better. She's way hotter. Way, way hotter. Of course, no Catwoman will ever come close to Michelle Pfeiffer. Michelle Pfeiffer's Catwoman was crazy awesome. Crazy. As a kid, I loved that movie, Batman Returns. Michael saying, I loved Bale's Cookie Monster voice for Batman. That is so good. That's what it is. It's a Cookie Monster voice. It's so funny. It's sometimes it's the imperfections that make something truly perfect. Let's face it. Star Fury says, I love Michael Caine as Alfred. That's my favorite Nolan casting. That's my absolute favorite. That's probably, I will say this. I think Michael Caine as Alfred is probably the thing that makes the Nolan trilogy so special. For me, that's probably the one element above all else that makes those films my favorite Batman portrayal. It's Michael Caine's Alfred. Because before that, Alfred had always been an advisor. Yes, I mean, he's a butler, but not really. Obviously, he's much more to that. I think I figured out. Whenever I cover my watch, Siri tells me the time. Or something like that. Yeah. I love... Boomer. I love how Michael Caine's Alfred was a true... he was an adoptive father. He was an adoptive father. And I had never caught that with the Alfred character. Yes, he is a surrogate father. That's obvious. But the Alfred of the Tim Burton films is not like a father figure, I feel, to the Michael Keaton Batman. He's a trusted advisor, a confidant. Something about Michael Caine's Alfred having this father-son relationship was so powerful and so moving that it just gave this emotional soul to the films that it was unshakable. It was just an unshakable. And so when Michael Caine is advising him, it's so much more powerful. And you know what it was like? It was like Peter Parker and Uncle Ben. That's what it was like. Uncle Ben in the first Spider-Man film kind of giving Tobey Maguire Spider-Man, giving that Peter Parker advice, and Peter Parker kind of snaps at him. He's like, because he says, well, listen, I know I'm not your father. He's like, well, then stop pretending to be, it tears your heart out the way he just wounded him, and so you kind of get that with Alfred, right? Where Christian Bale's kind of trashing the Wayne legacy and kind of, bagging on his own father. And I just love it when Michael Wayne is like, this house is your father's house, and it's all that's left of him. It's just, those moments are so perfect because of him. So yeah, I totally agree. He's the best. He's the best part. But I love the whole journey with the League of Shadows. That Batman Begins journey up the mountain with Ra's al Ghul. That was all so... I had chills. I just had chills in the theater when he's fighting Ra's al Ghul on the ice, and I was like, this is a Batman movie? I was like, whoa, what is this? I literally was sitting there like, I thought I was coming to see like a Batman movie, and I'm getting this epic hero's journey. It's freaking amazing. I was so unprepared for that. And then when it gets to the Batman parts, it's so much better because he's like figuring out how to like be Batman. I loved all that. To this day, it's my favorite when Lucius Fox explains how the cape works, how you move a current through it and it becomes rigid. Dude, coolest freaking thing I've ever seen. It made me believe it. It made me believe that this works and that Batman can sort of fly. That was cool. That was so cool. I'm sorry, but like the weird what did you call it? The weird squirrel thing that he does in The Batman was not cool. I didn't like that at all. He does this weird squirrel thing where he's like flying through Gotham and it seems like a kind of Hail Mary desperation move. And then he crashes and he gets all beat up. And I'm just like, no, Lucius Fox's stuff is way cooler than that, bro. It's way cooler. Michael Archangel says the new Batman isn't sparkly enough and does not have pronounced nipples on the uniform either. I know you're referencing the Twilight character. I threw in a little Joel Schumacher Batman for good measure. Anthony Timmons says the whole cast of Nolan got that one was exceptional, and I do agree. Beardo's Dummy Thick Peach says, this isn't even my final form. The Penguin, probably. Dude, love it. Dude, I told you, like, the biggest problem with Arthur Fleck in the Todd Phillips first film, leaving aside the problem with the second film, the biggest problem with Arthur Fleck is you don't get the feeling that this character is a threat to Batman. Now, that's not necessarily a problem in a one-off character study, especially if in the second film you do establish why this character is a threat to Batman, which is what I came to see. That's what I wanted to see in Joker. Folie à deux. And I kind of had the same feeling with the Penguin in this film. I was like, in this show, because I was like, I like this character. I love Colin Farrell's take on it. He doesn't quite seem like he's a threat to Batman. He seems like a low-tier crime boss who's just kind of scrambling at the scraps. He doesn't quite yet seem like a real threat to Batman. And I'm kind of wondering, I know he's on his journey, so I was here for it, but I was like, I wonder if he's going to fully get there, right? And by the end of the show, he fully gets there. And it's not just that he gets the power. It's the moral evil of the character gets there. Like the true depth of his evil is what gets there at the end. He is, by the end of this show, he's the most evil character in this universe, which is kind of crazy. Because you totally thought that Sophia was going to be the most evil character. I thought that. Like, I kind of thought Joseph Ritchie, if he's out there, I sort of thought he must hate it because he feels like it's a bait and switch. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't hate it. But I figured if anyone doesn't like this show, it might be that it seems like a bait and switch because Sophia is such a malevolent character. She's such a source of evil in the show. And you sort of think that by the end of it, it's going to be about how she's so bad and she's so evil. And it turns out, because really for most of it, the Penguin is kind of this underdog. And he's a plucky little underdog trying to beat this greater evil. And by the end of it, you realize it's exactly the opposite. She's kind of a victim, and he is a predatory force in the lives of everyone he knows. It's brilliant. It is so brilliant. When they reveal what happened to his brothers, oh my God. It is excellent. It is so it is a punch to the gut. It's so clever. Like that in terms of just the mechanics of like, how did you even come up with that? It's so genius. It fits the motif of the character. It fits the motifs of the story. It's plausible. It's a thing that could happen. Just every level of it is so well thought out that I was like, and it's also utterly gut-wrenching, how his brothers die. And it informs you about who he is as a character in this incredibly important way. And, there's a moment in the penultimate episode in which he is watching a movie with his mother. So it's young Oswald Cobb when he's a boy, and he's watching a movie with his mother. And the movie he's watching is it's a Ginger Rogers film in which he's tap dancing and he's in a tuxedo with a top hat. And he's got like a walking cane and he's dancing and he's doing this really elegant dance number, right? And I was like, how brilliant is that? This is where the Penguin formed his idea about fashion and what it is to be special and what it is to look good and what it is to be refined and sophisticated. He got this from Ginger Rogers tap dancing in a top hat and tuxedo, which is what later becomes his visual style. That's great. That's so smart. That's such a great way of getting at his origin. Man, I tell you, this has been an absolute barn burner, this show. I loved it. Starfury says, by the way, loved the Veilguard critique. Why, thank you, Starfury. I was a little disappointed with the views. You know, it didn't quite get there, but that's probably because I haven't freaking been posting in forever, and I've slipped down to the bottom of the algorithm, and I got to claw my way back to the top, just like the Penguin. Oh, Anthony, that's such a great call out. That line by Alfred, some men just aren't looking for a reasonable answer. Some men just want to watch the world burn. Oh, brilliant. So good. Probably the best line in the entire trilogy, Starfury. Why do we fall, Master Bruce? So that we can learn to pick ourselves up. I just love it. I just love it. The Lamborghini, then. Much more subtle. Yeah, there's so many good ones, right? Dude, Lucius Fox has some really good ones in there. Didn't you get the memo? Yeah, I love that. Didn't you get the memo? Or like when Bruce Wayne is throwing that line back in the face of Rutger Hauer, you know, who's saying like he's saying, well, actually, I own the company. You see, I bought all the shares. It's all very technical. But the important thing is my company's future is secure. And you're now fired or something like that. And then Lucius Fox like, didn't you get the memo? That's so good. At this point, I'd set you up with the chimpanzee. Are we just doing all the Nolan trilogy lines? Because I'm here for it, Starfury. Michael Archangel says, when is Marvel going to get their shit together? My Frank Miller. You know what's fascinating, Michael, is that Kevin Feige was asking Takashi Yamazaki, the writer, director, and VFX director of Godzilla -1, he was asking him, say, that really brilliant ocean battle with Godzilla that was just so well thought out and so clever and just so powerful and exciting, could you teach us how to do that? Oh my God, are you shitting me? It's just the audacity of it, you know? It's like, you should have been hiring people like Takashi Yamazaki years ago. You dumb... Oh, it just makes me so mad. It's not that they're seeking advice. It's like, well, no shit, Sherlock. Why are you hiring morons? Why are you hiring stupid people who eat glue? Like, why? Hire people like Takashi Yamazaki and you won't have any problems. It's called being talented. It's unbelievable, man. Oh, how did you do it? It's called good fucking writing. That's what it's called. Setup and payoff. You know, the stupid thing about Feige is he goes to Takashi Yamazaki. What a fucking moron the guy is. He goes to Takashi Yamazaki. You know, that final battle at sea was super interesting. So how many ships do we need to make that work in Marvel? How long should the scene be? Should we use more or less CGI? In other words, he doesn't get it. What made that final act so brilliant was the story. It was literally, Kevin Feige, let me break this down for you. Do you want to know why that final battle, what was the name of it? Final, let's see. Operation Against Godzilla. I love the name of it. In Godzilla -1. What was it? It was it's so creepy, the Google Gemini. I can't find it. It was in that article, though. I'd have to pull the article up again. Was it Yamazaki? I'm literally just giving in to my own autism here. Operation Watatsumi. Operation Watatsumi. That's what it's called. Okay, so I've just derailed my own brilliant rant. Mr. Feige, if you want to recreate the brilliance of Operation Watatsumi, the step one is the opening image of the film. Literally, the opening image of the film is part of why it's so brilliant. We begin above the Pacific Ocean. We are flying towards an island. A single fighter plane glides into view and lands. The mechanic works on the plane and confronts the young pilot who was sent on a mission in the closing days of World War II, a kamikaze mission, and is suspicious. Why have you returned? There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with the engine. A few words. What are you implying? It's the end of the war. Sit this one out. We'll look the other way. That is why the final act of the film is so brilliant, Feige. And everything that follows, because it sets up the magnificent, brilliant story about loss, about the value of life, about the reason for living. Is it worth living? What sacrifice is worth giving? What is a family? How is it? What gives it the meaning that it has? Do we fight for regret or do we fight for a future? And if so, who do we give that future to? Is Godzilla what we deserve for our sins? For all the blood we shed? 60 million lives lost in World War II? All of our crimes? 5 bloody years tearing each other apart? Humanity ripping itself apart? Nuclear bombs detonated in the middle of the ocean? A monster unleashed on us as punishment. Do we deserve it? Or do we deserve a chance? What's the value of one human life? All of history changes as a result of that one act of cowardice, which later becomes the act of courage that saves Tokyo from Godzilla. That is why the final act of the film is so good, Kevin. It has nothing to do with CGI and boats. Those are nice, but it has nothing to do with that. This is why I get frustrated. This is why I get frustrated when I hear that Kevin Feige is running over to Takashi Yamazaki and say, "Oh, Jay, why does this work?" Because Takashi Yamazaki eats human food, not glue. That's why. I'm getting myself all worked up, chat. It's unbecoming. Decorum! Decorum here. There will be decorum on the deck. The captain will compose himself, officer of the watch. Kevin Feige read the fucking comics. Well, that would help. You know, that's actually really funny, Star Fury. I mean, because actually, you know, Takashi Yamazaki didn't have like source material. That's an original story. Well, yes, it's a spiritual sequel to the original Godzilla film, and he's drawing on that. He's doing an homage to that, but that's an original work. Kevin Feige has the comic books, like well-regarded comic books. R.I.P. Rutger Hauer. We commit his body to the deep. What a crazy awesome cast that Batman Begins had. Like an unbelievable cast. You had Christian Bale, Michael Caine, Morgan Freeman, Rutger Hauer. Just star-studded, unbelievable cast. The great Tom Wilkinson as Carmine Falcone, the correct pronunciation, Falcone. You've never tasted desperate? You're Bruce Wayne. You'd have to go 1,000 miles to meet someone who didn't know your name. Just don't come down here. He was good in Blade Runner, absolutely. I loved him as just the prick CEO of Wayne Enterprises. That was awesome. I am consolidating your division, and I'm firing you. Didn't you get the memo? He's such a dick. What a dick. A monster bromance. What's the monster bromance? Oh, yes. Hollywood trying to get Godzilla and Kong to bone. Oh, that's next. Oh, that's fucking next. Oh my God. Could you even just imagine the lines of just like, because of Godzilla X Kong, they have the kaiju doctor. They have the kaiju vet. They have the kaiju vet. And he's this dopey MCU humor character. It's awful. It's awful. He's like, we're pulling teeth out of kaiju. And I'm just like, he's a fucking South Park character. What is this? I know, Siri. Thank you for the time. Thank you, Siri. Appreciate you. I just listen. When the machines take over, I want to be in their good graces. I want to be on the protected roles, you see. Now, so what would happen is you'd have that kaiju vet, and he'd be like, well, the kaiju are asexual, which means in our terms they're pansexual and non-binary. And as you can see, Kong there is presenting, and the big guy, he is interested, he is aroused, and Godzilla is now approaching. I'm like, no, shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear that. They're in love. Oh, I hate Godzilla X. That movie is trash. Garbage. Trash. They're just fucking trashing the... I literally was like, I dare you, movie. Because they wind up in Cairo, right? The pyramids are there. And I'm like, I dare you, movie. I dare you to have these monsters just absolutely level the pyramids like it's nothing. And I barely had the thought out before, bam, there it goes. And they just trashed the pyramids. No big deal. And I'm like, who cares? I was talking to a Gen Zer, okay? I was talking to a Gen Z guy that I work with. And I was talking about how Independence Day was like it was just a disturbing film at the time, right? In a good way. Like it was creepy. It was terrifying. Like watching the aliens blow up all the cities. That's like one of the most iconic scenes. Like I still remember the marketing for that film was brilliant. It was scary. It was electrifying. I still remember the hype that summer for that movie. That movie was a hit. Like everyone went to see that movie. It was a big deal. I was like 13 or something when it came out. I was basically right. So he kind of missed that generation, right? And so I'm telling him about it, and he's kind of like, it's okay. I say, you see, this is the thing that you don't get. This movie came out before disaster movies were like a dime a dozen. It came out before 9/11, okay? We had never seen something like one of our iconic builds get blown up in front of us. Like, we had never seen that before. We didn't know that experience was still going to be pretty new. And that movie showed the Empire State Building getting vaporized. It showed the White House getting vaporized. It was terrifying. That was disturbing imagery. It was very effective. Like, it made the movie exciting, right? And I feel like the post 9/11 generation, it's no big deal. It's like, who cares? Oh, yeah, blow that up too. You know, nowadays, you see this Godzilla X Kong, and they just trash all of these, like, cathedrals and ancient Roman bridges and pyramids. Then they level a bunch of apartment blocks, murder everyone in that apartment block. And it's like no big deal. And I think, man, when I was a kid, Independence Day, seeing the cities get blown up was a big deal. That was scary. Fuck that movie, Godzilla X Kong's trash. Now, listen, I like some of those. I like Kong Skull Island. That was a pretty cool movie. I was good with that. I was mostly, listen, Godzilla -1 has ruined me for the Monarch universe forever. Like, I don't even give a shit about any of those movies ever. It's kind of incredible to me how woefully bad at writing dramatic human story arcs those movies are compared to a simple little story in Godzilla -1 about this. It just... How do you do it, Takashi Yamazaki? Michael Archangel says, give me Japanese guy in a rubber suit over a Hollywood Godzilla movie. I mean, I don't blame you. I still remember as a kid working with my friends to do a skit of Godzilla trashing a city. We had little cardboard buildings, and one of us just dressed up as Godzilla trashing it. It was fun. Dude, Godzilla's fun. He is. Yeah. Maybe I'm being a bit... Look, I realize there's probably people out there in the audience that are aspiring writers and aspiring creatives, actors, whatever it is. I know that I get a bit worked up about Kevin Feige. I mean, basically, yes, asking a great writer like Takashi, someone who's accomplished something like that, asking them for their thoughts. Like, how did you do it? How'd you make that work? Of course, that's a good thing. Of course, there's nothing about that deserves shame or whatever. If you are someone who is aspiring, working on your craft, and trying to learn, okay, that's a wonderful thing, and I encourage that. You should. It's what I would do. Hell, I will do that. If I ever get to meet Takashi Yamazaki, I'm gonna be like, how'd you come up with that idea? I'd have too many questions to ask, but of course I would. Who wouldn't? The reason it pisses me off with Kevin Feige is the guy has unlimited resources to do whatever he wants. He's the reason that he's in this bind, because he hired a bunch of stupid wackos who have no appreciation of their craft. And it offends me. It offends me, sir. It offends me. Fu Man Blue says, stop it, Fu Man. You inspire us, Captain. Well, thank you, Fu Man. I appreciate it. Oh, my God. Oh, stop here. Oh, no. 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 Oh, no. I can't. Star Fury, our sweet prince across the pond, wishes to opine on the potential, shall we say, mating rituals of the kaiju. He says Godzilla is definitely top. That's so fucked up. Oh my God. Michael Archangel says, wait, are we trying to... No, not you too, Archangel, no. Are we trying to figure out who's the top? Who's the power bottom? Oh, no. God, that just tells you how much respect I have for that film. Yes, I will let you duke that out, chat. Star Fury says, Will Smith slapped Chris Rock at Independence Day. Oh, sorry, he slapped an alien. Dude, I'll tell you something. I think that's one of the best crowd pleasers I've ever witnessed in the theater. Because you have to remember, like, up until that point in the film, I'm speaking to Star Fury here as if he's one of these young tykes that hasn't seen the movie. For you theoretical youngsters out there. You'd watch the whole film. You've seen all of our great cities getting blown up. The humans are losing. They're just losing. Finally, you get to this moment where Will Smith's character manages to, like, just barely by the skin of his teeth, take down one of these little alien starfighters. And of course, it's terrifying when he opens it up and the alien's face, and all the tentacles come out and it's coming at him. And he just punches it right in the face. Welcome to Earth. Dude, the crowd went crazy. The theater was like cheering and clapping. Everyone was so happy. They were so happy. It's like, you know, you kind of get one of those per film, because that's a problem with the Marvel movies now, is they just throw those things around like they're candy. And it's like, no, that moment was so carefully earned with all of the tension that had been building and building. And the character Will Smith plays, it fits his personality that he would do that. That's an important part of why that works, is because he has that personality. He's a crazy, daring do fighter pilot. He's an adrenaline junkie. So you can believe that his response to that situation would uniquely be to punch the thing, right? So it's so great because it was catharsis. It was comedic relief. It was just this wonderful catharsis for the audience. It's like our one little moment of getting one on the alien, right? Oh, my dear God, Anthony. No, this is the worst thing that's ever happened in my chat, and it's my fault. No, Mr. Producer, you don't need to fall on your sword. I started it. No, I appreciate that. I appreciate that, but you do not need to take responsibility. This is your dear captain's fault. I started this rather perverse theoretical discussion, and now our own Anthony Timmons is saying who's going to be the one to tell Godzilla that he got, I can't even say it, artificially, Yeah, that's so... We need a change of subject. We need a change of subject here. Somehow, we've gotten way off the rails. Rachel Zegler had a giant meltdown. She had a big melty. That was pretty funny. We have Ryan Canal, the angriest man in the internet, to tell us about it, if you're interested, chat. I feel like I'd rather do this. I'm double dipping. I'm double dipping on Grizzy, because I just need this in my life right now, okay? So please make sure you give him a like and a follow. This is Mr. Grizzy. I need some more shill mockery, okay? So we reacted last week on this channel to the Brave New World trailer. If you want my thoughts on it, check out last week's live stream. I will tell you, just briefly, I think that this movie this trailer has no hook. It has no hook for a story. I don't understand what the story is about. I don't understand who the antagonist is. I don't understand the point. And what's strange about it is sort of all these Marvel trailers are kind of like this now. The Thunderbolts trailer, same deal. What are we even talking about here? What's this about? But there is a type of fan who doesn't care about things like quality. They don't care about things like standards. They just enjoy anything Disney does. If Disney steps on their face, they say, "Thank you, Disney, step on my face again." They're what's called a shill, and they make me sick. However, there is a man. His name is Grizzy, and he has a doctoral thesis in shill studies. He studies their disease, shillery by proxy. It's completely incurable. It's debilitating. It's crippling. It has a prognosis that is nothing if not terrible and grim. And he is working tirelessly to study the shill, how their mind works, to diagnose the strange thought processes that make them tick. Until one day, we shall find the cure for shillery by proxy, cure them of their shilleriness, and welcome them back into the fold of regular humans. But until that day, the best use of our research energies is to study the shill and mock them copiously. Take it away, Mr. Grizzy.
Just dropped. Here we are, baby. We're never usually this on time. Feeling good.
Maybe it's best if he doesn't masturbate so much.
That's good advice.
That being said, like, comment, and subscribe. Let's get to reacting. Let's go!
And if you want some hotness...
Chat, would you respect me more if I had this kind of energy? I feel like I should have this kind of enthusiasm. Should I open the Captain Cast this way?
Let's go! And if you want some hot...
Let's go! Would you want me to do that, chat?
Hotness. Check out my fantasy show, only for my fans.
Red Hulk or Lulu, your choice.
Hang on a second. I need to check something. Yup, she has an OnlyFans. Let's take a look at her bio. Hi, loves.
Please don't. Oh, that's a great edit. One more time.
Yup, she has an OnlyFans. Let's take a look at her bio. Hi, loves.
I really like that edit. Please don't. All right, roll
Can't
tape.
believe I'm living out a fantasy. Every innocent gal has a naughty streak. Full nudes. Kitty revealed. Sexy strip teases.
I predict that Star Fury is at this very moment typing furiously into his browser.
First time playing with myself.
I'm just kidding.
You ready for extra spicy? Let's see how far this fantasy goes. Come chat with me. Me.
Star Fury says 38 seconds later, Grizzy, how could you?
Yeah, I got an erection.
You asked for me.
We're so excited to see these characters once again from the Falcon and Winter Soldier show, which we still feel is pretty underrated.
You're serious? You gotta do better, Senator.
I love the Falcon and the Winter Soldier. I love the world building. Isaiah Bradley, that whole story was so heartfelt.
Oh, yeah, that was a great story. It's a great story about how America's so fucking racist. And we had all these black Captain Americas, but we just shoved them down a hole. And we picked Steve Rogers because we're so damn racist. It's like, oh, just what I wanted for my Marvel movie. Here we have this character of Steve Rogers, who, you know what's kind of crazy about it, too? I remember when the Avengers film came out, I was already nervous about this. I was like, are they going to politicize this? Are they going to, like, make Captain America sort of apologize for America? Are they going to make Captain America, like, a guy who's ashamed of being pro? You know, I really was worried about it. I kind of thought he was going to be this character that they turned into a political platform. And I was so pleasantly surprised when the first Avenger was good and seemed mostly like positive about the United States fighting a war against the Nazis with a little help from the Brits. And then you had the Avengers, and you had him wearing the actual stars and stripes and saying, like, what was it? There's only one God, ma'am, and I'm pretty sure he doesn't dress like that. I could not believe it. I was like, wow, he's actually Captain America. This is amazing. And the film's not, like, ashamed of it. Like, how, wow. And then Steve Rogers became this. I honestly thought he wasn't going to be popular. Like, I loved Captain America. I've always loved Captain America because I love America. I love America. And I love Captain America because he's Captain America. But I thought I was weird. I was like, I'm just one of those weirdos that love the vanilla Wonder Bread character. I like all the vanilla characters, right? I figured that, you know, Steve Rogers, Captain America, would never hold a candle to Tony Stark. He'd never be that popular. What kind of amazed me, though, is that really his personality, his character, and Chris Evans' performance of that character were all so really patriotic and just really like awesome. Like he was a leader, validity. He just had this heroic soul. Like they on so many levels that I watched Captain America, Steve Rogers, become really equal to Tony Stark, and that came to fruition in Captain America: Civil War. I mean, everybody was excited. Those were the two characters of this universe. They were Tony Stark, Steve Rogers. Those were the two. They were the anchor point of the entire Avengers universe, bar none. That was 100% organically earned. That's my point. That was organically earned because of the strength of the writing, the strength of the performance, and the strength of the character, right? In other words, he was a unifying, patriotic character who made us feel better about ourselves and our country. And Steve Rogers himself lived the values of, like, he judged everyone by the content of their character. He would never have a bullying bone in his body. He'd never have a racist bone in his body. He would never have an abusive bone in his body. Like, that's the whole point. He's like Superman. He's a good person all the way through. And there was something so unifying about that as an audience, and everybody loved him, no matter their walk of life. Why do I bring that up? Because Falcon and the Winter Soldier screwed all of that by now that you have this character that earned all this goodwill, you then insert this story about, oh, yeah, but really, here's the dark racist past. Here's the dark racist backstory of Steve Rogers that you didn't know. With all my heart, fuck MCU Stage 4. Fuck Kevin Feige. Fucking walking up to Takashi Yamazaki and having the absolute chutzpah to ask how he was able to pull off an awesome action set piece in the third act of his film. Oh my God. Like the brain dead audacity of that. Oh, it's just unbelievable. Roll tape.
Beautiful.
You must be on crack.
Oh, I like that logo. Oh, I like that.
Oh. That's classic still. That's classic. Oh, I like that. I like that. I like that. It's red. The lightsaber is red. There, Hayden Christensen is in it. And he Vadered. He Vadered everywhere. I'm sorry, Chad. I just, it's been a long day.
Oh! Whoa! Whoa!
What the hell's wrong with that? Whoa! Whoa! There's nothing happening yet, Shill.
Oh my gosh. It's like running parallels to Winter Soldier, right? You guys feel that as well?
No.
God, yeah, this is it. This is all they need. See, this is why do I make fun of it's red? Because, in other words, it's style over substance. They don't care if there's an actual story. All they care about is it looks like the thing they used to like. That's all they care about. It doesn't matter if Hayden Christensen is actually playing a meaningful portrayal of Anakin Skywalker that is adding something to the story and bringing home something new to the Ahsoka character, maybe a lesson of some kind. It doesn't matter that there's any of that there. It just matters that it looks like the thing I used to like.
Watch yourself. You're not
Anthony Timmons, slap, R.
Steve Rogers.
Star Fury's heading out for the night. Good night, Star Fury. Thanks for hanging out. And there he goes.
You're right. I'm not.
But he's better, though.
God, they are such virtue signaling little biatches. You know what I mean? Must say that black man better. Must say that.
Another paid Disney MCU shit.
I hate it that they did this to Anthony Mackie. They take away his excellent character of Falcon, and they turn him into a political football. I just hate that. I hate that.
Bill claims that Soy Wilson is better than Steve Rogers.
But he's better, though.
Go fuck yourself.
You're not Steve Rogers. You're right. I'm not.
Exactly.
Dancing. Okay. Dancing.
Exactly.
What a skank.
Sam Wilson is Captain America, and I don't want to hear anything else.
Yeah, he's not.
Fu Man Blue with a great point. A normal guy can't take a punch from a Hulk. Shield or no shield, he's dead. One punch. I know. It's completely ridiculous. And they even passed on the opportunity to make him superpowered in Falcon and the Winter Soldier. And it's like, that was just so dumb.
Steve Rogers. He's a whole nother Captain America, and you're going to have to deal with it.
Look at how these people think. You're going to have to deal with it. Dude, it's a freaking comic book movie. Why do you wackos turn absolutely everything into a political... they say, oh, there's no culture war. They're the ones waging it. We did not start this. We were minding our own business. We were enjoying our canon characters, our canon stories. We were having a great time. We are defending ourselves from woke aggression. Literally, this man is sitting there saying, don't you dare criticize it. You're not allowed to not like this, slave. John Roca is such a bitch. He is such a bitch. Did you see his little dude? He thought Kamala. He thought Kamala was gonna win. He's all, oh, Kamala. Oh, Cammy's getting over she's gonna win. Oh, shut up, losers. He was literally bagging on his chat. We're like, I don't think so, man. I don't think she's gonna win. She's gonna win, and I don't like disinformation in my chat. and then who's gonna tell him, right? And dude, Grizzy has a great video. Check it out on his channel. I'm not gonna triple dip. He has a great dude, Roca's meltdown, like absolute dude. How can you be wrong about everything and think you're right about everything? Dude, if I was wrong 1/10 as often as these losers are wrong about things, I would seriously be in a crisis. I'd be in a crisis. What am I doing with my life? Dude, every now and then I'll get off of this stream and I'll be thinking about something I said and I'll hear, I'll hear something that adds like nuance to a story. But, oh shit, I got that detail wrong. I said the wrong thing. Dude, I feel bad. It sticks with me. I'm like, damn it. I have to make sure I correct that on my next stream, or I have to make sure that I give more context on the story next time, because I literally am like, damn it. I said something wrong on the stream. That's bad. It tears me up. Dude, being right is like an art form. It's like an art form, man. You got to work at it. These fuckers are wrong about everything. And they don't care. They're just like, they tell us we're wrong about everything. Dude, you're wrong about everything, John Roca. Everything. Marvel, that's going to be great. Everyone's going to love it, bombs. You know what I mean? Echo's going to save the MCU, bombs. Acolyte. The Acolyte. It's going to be the most popular Star Wars of all time. And when the season 2 happens, season 2 has been canceled. What? Kamala's going to win. Kamala's going to win it all. What? She lost? You're wrong about everything. You're never right.
No!
I'm so looking forward to this movie.
Clean!
What the hell was even that?
Clean, Mr. Clean!
Whoa! I like that. I like that a lot.
Oh!
Wow, look at these shots.
Oh, Giancarlo, baby.
Yo! In there fighting with the shield?
He used the wings to protect himself.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
They just have nothing. They just have nothing to talk about with these trailers. They just have to point out things. They're just like, that's the lightsaber is red. They just have to be like, the wings. He used the wings. It's okay. That's great, Shill. What's this about? What's this movie about? What's the story? Oh, well, he's fighting the Red Hulk. Why? What's the threat to America? There's bad things happening and he's got to stop them. What bad things? Who's behind it? Well, that's part of the fun. You got to find out. You got to watch the movie. Okay. Fine, Chill.
I got nipple chills. I got nipple chills. I got nipple chills.
Did he
If I wanted
nipple?
a joke, I'd follow you into the John and watch you take a leak.
This guy said nipple chills. I don't understand how you can like be excited for this movie. They're revealing the end of the movie, aren't they? Like the president that he's sworn to protect is the Red Hulk that he has to fight. So this is the Acolyte syndrome. The Acolyte is a creepy murder mystery set in the world of the Jedi and the Sith. Except that we're going to know exactly who the killer is in the first scene. But then it will be about Osha, who is her twin sister, having to prove her innocence to the Jedi, who believe that she is guilty of these crimes. Except that her innocence will be proven in the second episode. But what we won't know is who the shadowy master of her sister actually is, who is training her. Except that it's obvious it's the apothecary that she meets in the third episode. So there's no mystery. So I don't understand like how this is supposed to generate suspense. Look, I'm a little butthurt, chat, if I'm being honest, because I wrote the synopsis myself on the back of my book that is meant to hook the reader. It's and you have no idea. It's harder than writing the damn novel. I'd rather write a 130,000 word novel than write a 500 word synopsis. It's way harder because you have to synthesize the story in such a way that you're not giving away too much, but you have to give a hook and you have to create suspense. That is, you want to provoke in the reader the reaction of, I need to know what happens next, right? That's what you're going for, right? I need to know, in the case of Dune, right? I need to know how Paul's going to beat the Harkonnens. I got to know that, right? How does he beat the Harkonnens? What's going to happen when Fade Rotha gets there? Is he going to kill Chani? Like, what's going to happen? I got to know that, right? That's what the trailer is supposed to create. So I'm a little butthurt because I put a lot of work into that. And now I have to watch this trailer and they put zero work into that.
Red. That's red.
Red time, baby. Let's go!
Woo!
Oh!
Oh, yes!
Literally looks like he just busted a fat one.
I ejaculated in my pants.
Dude, that's the Rey move. That's the Rey move. When she slices Kylo Ren's starfighter, that's the Rey move.
Oh, car slice!
Dude, have you noticed this? This is a trope in like all of these Marvel movies. It's the slice the vehicle thing. The Multiverse of Madness, remember he slices the bus in half? A lot of these movies are doing this now. They're slicing cars in half. It's the new blue beam of light in the sky. It's the new cliche.
Let's go!
Calm the fuck down.
Oh, smart.
You know I can't help but wonder, what exactly do you do on OnlyFans?
Ah! Oh! A jar going in someone's ass?
Are you ready for some Disney shill coping? They are all aware of the bad test screenings this movie had. Yet after this trailer, they immediately dismiss it and claim they are sold on this movie.
Brave New World. I'm sold.
We've obviously heard a ton of behind-the-scenes stories about reshoots, test screenings, this and that and this and that. But everything we've seen so far publicly has been fire.
What?
Apparently, they've went through a lot of reshoots, and the test screenings did not go over so well. I don't know which version is going to actually land in theaters, but this trailer has me sold.
I don't know how you live this way, chat. I don't know how you live this way. To just be wrong all the time and to just be so deliberate about it. Like, oh, yes, there's terrible test screenings. All the evidence indicates this is likely to be a trash fire. That trailer doesn't really reveal anything about the actual plot. That's concerning. For your reaction to be, it looks great. It's going to be great. Like, God, how could you live this way? I don't understand it.
Something tells me that these people might just be trying to get invited to the premiere. And
Listen. I was basically as certain as I could be. How can I put this? Based on everything I was seeing, I believed the Orange Man was going to win. I believed that. If the actual votes were counted. That's basically what I believed. If the actual votes are counted, it's over. Now, obviously, I could be wrong. But I'll tell you something. I was nervous as hell on election night because I was like, yeah, what could I have missed? What could I be wrong about? Anything can really happen, right? It's just fascinating to me, the type of person who's like, Kamala's got this. It's over. Like, there's nothing to even worry about. Oh my God, how did Trump win? It's like, how can you live that way? How can you not challenge yourself about your own beliefs on a regular basis? How can you not employ skepticism to figure out if you've got it right? You know what I'm saying? I don't understand it.
And that no one should take anything they say seriously.
100%.
Thanks for watching.
You're welcome, Grizzy. A man, a scholar, a humanitarian. Grizzy is a humanitarian, my dear chat. He is attempting to save the Shills from a debilitating disease. They suffer, folks. They suffer. Anthony Timmons says, Rachel Zegler is a closet Goonie. A bad Goonie. Starfury says, Zegler had a meltdown. Must be a day ending in Y. Yeah, absolutely. Michael the Archangel says, I was a kid from the late 70s and 80s, and I got hooked on anime with a show called Star Blazers in English, but also called Space Battleship Yamato. Great story, great opening theme song. Everyone raves about that. I need to check it out. Yeah, dude, Zegler's a piece of work. A real beauty. Real beauty. I knew Starfury. Starfury, I think, has mentioned Yamato before. Loves the Yamato. Michael saying the Japanese Navy band actually had a concert based on that anime. Also, look it up. It's great. Oh, that sounds fantastic. Michael says, hey, Captain, do you realize we're all racist? Oh, yeah. No, someone asked me, like, do you feel more racist after the election of the Orange Man? I said, less, actually. I feel like I got all the racism out getting him elected. Now I can just chill, you know? It's so stupid. So stupid. They just demonize anyone that they don't like for any reason. They're losing. They're losing. They're wrong about everything. If they actually were capable of seeing reality, Tony Robbins is a great phrase. Try to see things as they are, but not worse than they are. And the woke crowd could benefit from that advice. Try to see things as they are and not worse than they are. So by simply demonizing all of the country, you have failed to see things as they are, which is that people have legitimate grievances over things. But anyway, let them call us whatever you want. It's not going to change anything. We will defend our IPs. We will take back our culture. We will have good stories again. We'll have heroic stories. We will build a new parallel entertainment industry it will not compete with Hollywood. It will dominate Hollywood. That's what we are going to do. We're going to survive. We're going to live on.
Our island, whatever the cost may be. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. We shall fight in the hills. We shall never surrender!
That's right. Call us whatever you want. We will never surrender. We will never stop defending our stories. We will never stop fighting for good art. We'll never stop fighting for the pursuit of truth, originality, and beauty in art. We will never stop that search. You may take our Star Wars, you may take our Doctor Who, you may take our Star Trek, our Indiana Jones, our Willow, our Marvel, our DC, our Mass Effect, our Warhammer 40,000, our Witcher, our Wheel of Time, our Lord of the Rings. You may take all of it. But you'll never take our freedom. You will never get us to bend the knee. You will never see us surrender to the woke mind virus. Never. We will be heard one way or another. We will push back on this lunacy, this insanity, this acrimony. We will write new stories. We will build new industries. We will give new opportunities to actors, writers, creatives, developers of all different walks of life and backgrounds, so long as they share one common goal, the desire to create beautiful, inspiring, magnificent stories that move people. That's what we care about. I do not care that Lauren LeFranc is a woman. I care that she is a talented showrunner who wrote and directed and created a brilliant TV show in The Penguin. 10 out of 10. Captain salute. Lauren LeFranc, Colin Farrell, Kristen Milioti, and all the rest of the cast and crew. Matt Reeves. Can't wait for the next Batman film. You will never get us to surrender the fight. Because you see, we believe in something. We believe in principles. We know what a good story is when we see it. So hurl every epithet you want. Try to guilt us, shame us, cancel us, and yet we will not stop. Ever. Go away to Blue Sky, quit X, make your protests. Unlike you, we're not quitters. We'll never admit defeat. We will defend our island, whatever the cost may be. It's just a fact. Boy, we've had a stem winder tonight, haven't we? We've had a lot of fun. Man, we outlasted Star Fury. That's getting harder to do, you know? Definitely getting harder to do. Redoubt Production says I'm fashionably late. Oh, Redoubt. I'm glad to see you, buddy. He's out there at the Gettysburg Memorial Remembrance Day. That's awesome. Check out Redoubt Productions. Just a awesome channel. A historical man. The captain respects that. Skunks is up. Skunks, don't be sad. We'll be back here next week. Well, that is the Captain's Cast. for the year of our Lord 2024, November the 16th. We'll see you next time, my dear sailors and star knots. We will not surrender. We will keep fighting. And until next time, this is Captain Garrett saying, I will see you out there.